习武之人，無懼風雨雷霆。習武之心，靜看流水浮雲。習武之道，邊個先係真正嘅對手？
讓本帥看看，對手究竟有多少斤兩。
道如水，水可乾，亦可柔；水可攻，亦可守。
滔滔江河，奔涌无形，无形为形，无道即道。 真正的對手就是自己。
習武之道就係戰勝自我之道。武係我，兵亦係我。
诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我就是你们要找的。 李星云，哎呀，人长得帅就是麻烦，走哪儿都有人惦记。
记着，本姑娘叫姬如雪，是幻音房的人。 幻音房的剑，从来不会迟疑。
从今日起，本帅心之所向，便是人心所向。诸位，可愿为本帅俯首？
我是齐王，亦是幻音房的女帝。太平只是这世间的面子，而里子早已烂透了。
As chaos tears open the heavens, the natural order inverts. My, how many journeys back and forth have you made already? Still not found? Searching for someone lost in the rifts. No small task.
It's nothing. I'm just doing my job.
Here's a small charm for your protection.
Much appreciated. This is nothing like I remember. Curious, but there's no time to waste.
All that, Justina, only to become the matron?
Traitor. I will not listen to a curious lapdog. Today, I will purge you, shun of your filth!
Go now!
You're courting death!
Justina!
Excellent. It's taken the bait. As your escort, it's my job to return you to Lenazra safe and sound. So, no matter how many times it takes, I won't stop till I find you!
That light. Does it burn brighter than I do? When you find her in the rift, I'd like to see her for myself.
风卷雷云，来者不善。老伙计，这次又该麻烦你了。
It's not a game. I'm not a robot, and I challenging you. I'm not a phantom. I'm in your face, and I'm here to see
その歪んだ欲望、我々怪盗団が頂戴する。
right before your eyes. Watch us multiply.
どんな困難にも全力で立ち向かいます。
It's time. I'm the power grows.
美少女怪盗と申します。お宝は私がいただいていきますね。
Light us will go dry.
綺麗なバラにはトゲがあるとこ見せてあげるね。
ジョーカーだ。よろしく頼む。
心の怪盗団の一員だよ。こんにちは。私のことはバイオレットと呼んでください。私はノワールです。
Nights are long, trying to understand a life of words unspoken. How all of her hopes, all of her plans, told so much of what I meant to be. How some should stand I'm broken. Your love will help me so near. Never left enough space to hear how it tore me up inside. I've never been prepared to take the key to your kingdom's gate. The dreams wanted I never shared. Break this song, I try to find my freedom instead. I fight it on my own road ahead. I've got a fire in my soul, time to find my own demons. Just will never hold me back. Break this road, I face the world with all that I have. Live forever, held it in my hand. NARAKA calls to me with no turns back. The end of your key is back. Deep down I know how you care. Only wish I had shoes your fears. In the flames I feel alive. The burden in my hands are climbing up to the heavens gates. Defy the fates to show you who I am. Break this throne, now trade for my freedom instead. I fight it on my own road ahead. I've got a fire in my soul, time to find my own demons. Just will never hold me back. Break this throne, now face the world with all that I have. Live forever, held within my hand. NARAKA calls to me
習武之人，無懼風雨雷霆。習武之心，靜看流水浮雲。習武之道，邊個先係真正嘅對手？
让本帅看看，对手究竟有多少斤两。
武道如水，水可乾，亦可游；水可攻，亦可守。
滔滔江河，奔涌无形，无形为形，无统即道。真正的对手就是自己。
習武之道就係戰勝自我之道。霧係我，冰亦係我。
Zoom in further.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are here finally once again for NBPL Trio Summer Split. It is going to be a very exciting season. And we have EWC right around the corner as well. So much is going to be happening from this moment onwards. I am Dunkin' Donuts alongside Raven PLZ, and we're very excited today. How are you feeling today, Raven, kicking us off for the Trios NBPL season?
What an exciting new season, Duncan. Trios, a lot has changed. We're not under a new rule set. We're still going to be going into the old rule set going to EWC. A lot of new changes are happening. We're still going to be seeing that old meta, but with Wu Chen being banned and a lot of new roster change-ups, Trios is still exciting as ever. A lot of crazy roster changes with the Vietnamese 521 BBE finally settling in. They had a lot of big different roster changes last season. They didn't have exactly the best results that they would have liked to have after their stellar performance at Jacob, but I expect a lot from them coming this season around, and a lot of crazy moves this season, particularly JL Back with TXJ, Duncan, my man, my favorite player in trios, the legend. A lot of people credit this man for the tactician of trios and dictating a lot of meta. But speaking of the meta, we got those new Nbpl fall Twitch drops. 50 minutes for some Tay, 30 minutes for some Silk, 60 minutes for your Splendor Choice gift. And make sure to show up for those bi-weekly finals, Duncan. That's where the big loot is coming in, where each bi-weekly finals gives you something special and something to look forward to.
Absolutely. And to make sure you got your account linked to your Twitch account, because that's what you got to do. You got to link your NARAKA account to your Twitch account. Go to the top right, click on your little icon, your avatar, and then it give you the drop-down menu. So go to drops and rewards, and you should be able to see whether or not you're progressing the drops on the channel. And this is for Nbpl only as well on the official NARAKA BLADEPOINT channel. All the other drops you can get, elsewhere. But back to business. What have we got cooking up today? Because it's been a while. It's been a while since we've really had too much NARAKA Nbpl trio pro play content to actually take a look at, and a lot of things have been changing. No Enor today, unfortunately. We're not playing on the new patch, with the new character and everything else, and the Syra nerfs as well, which I believe are going to be one of the most impactful changes when that does finally come to Nbpl, as Syra has been one of the most popular characters and one of the most played characters in the trios meta for a very, very long time. So it's definitely going to be a big hit to the meta when that does finally come around, but I don't think we're going to be on that patch today. But here we are taking a look at the groups for this bi-weekly, for the very first bi-weekly. And today we're going to be having Group A and B going head-to-head, which is ASE, BBETE, JL, Wolves 521, YZG, OUG, OA, DRG, Alliance, and SS1 going head-to-head. And this is going to be a spicy one, Raven, as this has ASE in it, which of course is the previous Nbpl grand final winners earlier on in the year.
Yeah, a lot of people were surprised that ASE was able to pull away, take it away from all the veterans. GG, always one of the favorites to take it. TXJ leading his team that season, looking very prime, and even the old school rosters like OUG, SS leading the charge, still with Baby U. All these veteran teams very, very surprised that ASE was able to steal it away. Now, looking at today's schedule, we're going to be starting out with the classic Perdoria in trios, different than solos. We always start with Perdoria and we end on Perdoria. Then in the middle, we go Holorath, Morris, Holorath, Morris. And the nice way of looking at it that I always see trios is it starts off nice and slow with all the daytimes, no fireflies or anything, and we end speeding up, ending with a bang on the new map on a nighttime Perdoria. Fireflies being really, really big on whether or not trios teams kind of pick compositions. And speaking of new compositions, because of the Wu Chen ban, a lot of new compositions really came out to adjust for that, just since Viper, Tessa, Wu Chen, and other thirds have been playing with that, but it was mainly Wu Chen and Viper really, really dominating the scene. And with the ban, China really went out there and started cooking up a lot of different compositions where it pretty much settled down, at least on this current patch, with Syra, Viper, Varia being very, very dominant. We saw a little bit of it for our global EWC qualifiers, where a lot of the trios teams picked up on it. A lot of the Chinese teams residing in the global scenes definitely exploited it just because of how dominant the synergy is between Syra and Varia, and how they're able to actually cover Viper and really pick off everyone. Because the one thing that Wu Chen provided, not being banned right now, is that ability to escape, the mutual destruction, the ability to all in is just so powerful with Viper, especially with her V2 variation, where she can easily chase you down, stunning you, locking you down for herself. And with the backup of Syra and Faria, the new Viper composition is just very, very durable, and we saw it do very, very well in the global stage. I'm very curious though to see if there's any new Viper compositions, because like I said, we played years with Wu Chen and Viper. So a lot of the Chinese pro side still might be experimenting. We might see something new today.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw a few other things. I think we saw a little bit of Viper Matari Zai and Viper, different, like they're trying to put Viper into all sorts of different compositions. And she does work very well in these different comps. It's just that she worked best with Wu Chen when he was available to play. But here we are, ladies and gentlemen. It has begun once again. Taking a look at the players, it's like it's as though it was yesterday that we were casting the spring split, Raven. It doesn't if it's obviously been months, but it doesn't feel like that. It's been the blink of an eye, and we are finally back here, and I'm very interested to see what we see today. Now, it's me. I'm gonna bring up Taka at some point, so I'm just gonna start early, just get it out of the way right now. Before, in the previous NBPL split, we were seeing a little bit of Taka pop up in trios with the Taka, Monk, and Karumi composition. But ever since then, since that point, when I might add, it really wasn't even doing very well, and only a few teams were actually even bothering to pick it up. He has since been nerfed, unjustly, I might add. And so I don't imagine we're going to see him, but it would be very nice to see him if, who knows? It might still be a comfort pick, because I think there were quite a few players who were just looking for an excuse to play him in Trios NBPL before, but who knows at this point. But we shall see. I imagine we're going to be seeing a lot of the similar compositions. We're probably still going to see the Sand Cypher perhaps a little bit. The Syra, Tumulk, Takeda. We might see the Tianhai Kailin zipping as well. I don't think that that's really been changed all that much, especially not to an extent where it actually means that it's not going to get played. It's still going to be a staple composition. Do you think we'll see much Ice Cream? Ice Cream being Justina Feria Syra, for those of you at home who don't know what that means.
I feel like a lot of the teams, it was that flavor of the month that particular season in spring. Whether or not, like Syra in this current patch is just so powerful, and where you put her really depends on the team. If you like pairing her with Takeda, you're a very good Takeda team, she goes there. But if a lot of the teams in NBPL were very, very good at Viper. So not having Wu Chen really hindered a lot of them, and it found a place with Syra and Feria. So will we keep seeing Ice Cream composition? The one thing that I'm uncertain of, that the global team didn't really show me, and when the scrims that I did see Viper being played, is how well Viper plays inside Yang. Viper, Feria, Syra, how well does it play versus Transformers, for example? Now, the current variation of Transformers, the one with Tarka versus the one with Kylan, it doesn't really have an anti-silence of the days of the traditional Transformers with Yueshan. Like, there's no way to deal with a Viper running silence. Now, a lot of teams like to run the nuking Viper with the V2, just going in, getting a lot of damage off just because off spawn, the nuke versus the actual silence or kick, as a lot of Chinese players call it, isn't as valuable. So winning your off spawn and gaining that momentum is very, very big when it comes to trios. It really sets up for the rest of your game and really dictates whether or not you can even challenge the Realm of Yang or the actual Spirit Well in that mid game. So where I expect to see a lot of new stuff, some old stuff, with a lot of the old guard taking on their positions, controlling certain parts of the map, but with all the new shakeups again with the rosters, like we got to see THA reuniting with One Fog. Now, I don't believe Bauda's going to be playing today, but VVV getting moved over to Bauda as well, having the heavy hitters from NY7, seeing so many carries on one team. It's going to be very, very interesting moving forward. But I've heard it from multiple players on the Chinese side that a lot of these players, since the NARAKA's already been around for 4 years, they're able to play so much of the cast. And as we've seen the rules evolve, all these players are so talented that they're almost expected to play multiple roles as well. So I'm excited to see the World's champs, Wolves, defending their title. They did win Worlds last year. Will they be able to come out this NBPL season, hold it down? They're one of the few rosters with some of the members from their Worlds rosters, but will they be able to do it this time around? You did predict them to win Worlds.
I did.
I don't think they were a long shot. They're very consistent. A lot of their playstyle reminds me of GG, that nice, slow, methodical, consistent playstyle that dedicates a lot of their resources to setting up to closing out games. At first, the new point system really didn't favor that. It wanted to shake things up, but I feel like with the Spirit Well and the change to only first place gets the multiplier, winning games ends up being very, very important considering the new MVP style. Can we call it even new anymore? But being
I don't think we can. I think it's been around for a while though.
Pretty much, it's been around for a year and a half now, 2 years at this point. But it definitely has changed a lot of how we see the game. Setting up for the win, playing for the win in a different fashion. The big thing that I'm going to be looking out for today, Duncan, is the Spirit Well meta for endgame has changed a lot. The days of very, very stacked endgames are over. A lot of interesting decision making that I hope to see in these endgames, and we'll have to see, are we going to see the guild wars of monks versus vipers versus cicadas? Will we see this more in trios, or has there been another strategy that everyone's been cooking in the offseason?
Yeah, it could have happened, absolutely. Although I have to say, I'd be surprised if we didn't see the faction wars, like the guild wars, as you put it, because it's just optimal, It's optimal macro gaming, as it were, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, if you know, you know. But it does. It's for those of you who are a bit, who don't know what I'm on about, and they're just what is Donkey? Actually, before I explain that, let's go over the first round selection, because it's already happened, and it's actually gonna be quadruple monk, quadruple transformer with the Kylin zipping Tianhai coming out. Not too surprising, but I think there's a couple of schools of thought on this that I'm sure you can explain more in depth in a moment, Raven, how you always talk about Viper being good to start off with at the beginning of the day. But it looks as though more teams are actually opting to go for the Kylin zipping monk, because we get 3 more teams picking up in the second round, with only 1 team going for a Viper comp. And now we do see OUG picking up the Viper along with ASE, and it's Viper Justina Syra as well. And we've got Viper Matari Zai. It's the comp that I mentioned earlier. I'm not too surprising about that one, but Justina, that's definitely spicy. BBE, indecisive. Last team to pick their characters. What's it gonna be, boys? What you gonna go for? What? No! The OG traditional Transformers, ladies and gentlemen. How long has it even been, Raven, since we got a team flicking that? How long?
Years.
Actually years. Oh my goodness. Right, actually, do you want to quickly touch on the whole theory you have about picking Viper early on in the day? Because I think that's definitely something an interesting thought to touch on.
Because the day starts on Predoria, and the way the point system works in trios, before we really saw in Pro League that you kind of just went with the strongest composition as early as possible to try to get ahead. But we've seen a shift in mentality in trios and also solos, that more teams invest the points that they're given to pick compositions that they favor for certain maps. And because Predoria is very, very wide open, it ends up being a lot of cliffside scenarios. Kylan does super well because his ultimate, he's able to push people out onto the zone. And then Monk's allowed to provide that cover to guarantee position, and also for them to set up to win Yang. Now, in response to this, I was saying one of their weaknesses is Viper. And like you were saying, starting out the day with Viper, it means there's not as much pressure to go into Yang. You're able to get that momentum going, sit on the outside, and really concentrate on the flow of the game. You're off spawn, transitioning to Yang, ambushing Spirit Wells, second Yang, ambushing all of the Yang depletion situations. And now we're seeing the Justina variation instead of Fair, so full rushdown's going to be going in. And the one weakness of Transformers I was saying is, what about the UA shot? Now, it is BBE running this, and when Roy Hehe stormed and surprised everyone at Worlds, his double grabs, there were very, very few global players who can really hang with the Chinese monks, and Roy Hehe was one of the first players to do it, and he did it on the back of this composition, the Transformers with Kurumi and a traditional Yueishan. Now, I'm not gonna lie, there's a lot of criticism of whether or not Yueishan can even hang with Kylan, because almost everything kills him now. The new knives, everyone knows how to DPS Yueishan. He's been in the game forever, and he's pretty much extinct outside of people playing him for some type of comfort or fun. But as far as the absolute meta, the absolute cutting edge, because he's not able to dodge a lot of the incoming damage anymore, Kylan ends up being a lot better. But again, this relationship with the Vipers, the relationship with these endgames, a lot of the times it's Monk versus X. We're going to see a lot of Viper versus Monk this entire game. I'm curious to see how these players play it out. And I'm curious to see if Yueishan can actually survive and how he deals with the other more modern 2025 Transformers with Zipping and Kylan instead. It's going to be exciting round, and this is what I'm saying. Duncan, we got something cooking. BBE going bold right here.
I love it, bro. I love it.
Will it flop? I'm excited to see this, and if anyone's going to make it happen, it might be Roy Hehe.
Can they do it, ladies and gentlemen? But here we are kicking it off. We got 2Tick. Haven't said that name in 5 months. Oh my goodness. We're back in the action, ladies and gentlemen. OA up in Arcadia with a whole bunch of other teams. We've got OUG, ASE, OA, of course, DRG. It's just an absolute mess right now. OUG with their Viper composition, their Justina, Syra, Viper. They're sort of slowly following along with the herd of players right now. Everyone is just... It looked actually, Raven, I think our question was already answered at this point. The faction wars definitely are still in effect, ladies and gentlemen. The Monk teams have no interest in fighting each other right now because, quite frankly, they know that the Viper teams are just going to jump in immediately and try and rush them down. Because the Viper, that's exactly what they're doing. Both these Vipers jumping in, looking for the opening. The Monk comps slowly retreating, trying their best. The white chicken crossbow clucking away at the players in the distance. It looks as though one has been found. Dong Xing, Dong Q9 taken down by Xiao Wen on ASE. And ASE doing pretty well, starting off strong, getting 2 kills. OA fighting it out against OUG, also going down. And as you can see, the Viper comps seemingly superior in that early game. We talked about it countless times, the Viper just doing so much. Even with, you know, either F at this point, you know, I feel like it's just flavor of the day, preference at this point, which F you like to go for depending on the way that you want to be playing your Viper competition. You know, are you looking for those silences? Are you looking for the big damage burst into the silence ultimate? It's very dependent on your objective as a team and the way that you want to play the game. We also see some kills going over to YZG in the kill feed onto TE. ASE backing up, going to loot up a little bit, but no one's got any armor. Everyone's on white armor, and this is something that was changed a while ago. You know, before, everyone had to find armor first. You know, we didn't spawn with white armor before, but now we do, which does open up a lot of potential for these early game fights, these sort of big multi-way fights in trios, because you don't have to worry about it. If you spawn with white armor, you don't need to scramble to try and get one.
Off spawn, we saw the faction wars to control the red jade. Ideally, you want that red jade when you go into the realm of Yang. It's very much an ace card for your player who gets focus fired first. Now to the north, we are going to get Alliance versus BBE. It looks like they're probing it out, but both of these teams, both Monk teams, going to be slowing down, wanting to set up for their first realm of Yang. Not really want to commit here. risks getting third-partied by a Viper team. Now going over to SS1. Another Monk team. Remember, this lobby is chopped in half of Monks and Vipers. Almost down the middle, I would say. No, there's 4 Viper teams, and the rest have a Monk. Not gonna lie, the Viper teams have their work cut out for them. If these faction wars kind of continue, they need to find a lot of momentum off the start. As the game goes on, Monk teams definitely favor, and you're seeing YZG having the advantage also on being able to pick up that money, buy weapons, buy armor, and just keep hunting to try to assassinate these Monk teams as they set up for their first realm again. We don't see a lot of fighting outside that off spawn where the white armor in the north, everyone getting forced up. It looks like a bunch of teams took their 50-50s, played it out, and then everyone is slowing down. Now with this Justina Syra Viper variation, definitely a lot more aggressive than the Faria variation. Not as much durability, not as much safety with a Faria to cover you, but with that you have the aggression that Justina brings. Wolsey Kate is gonna be popping that monk hole. OUG immediately disengaging, able to dodge any value from Wolves, and now Wolves in a very awkward position with their most powerful ult going down. Are they going to be able to survive OUG hunting them down?
It could be a bit dicey here, but they are in the sort of it's very, you know, sectioned off avenue of escape right now. It's very linear. They know where they're going, but they can just run in that one direction. But we're heading over to a fight taking place between SS1 and ASE, and it looks as though Juan, the Kylan for SS1, has already been eliminated, but he does have his rebirth. He is going to be going into soul form, holding E. The question is he going to come back and try and save the day with the hero play and salvage this fight for him and his teammates? The parry comes through from Mist, gets baited, gets overheld once again. Noyer does get half charged by that spear. The LMP focus coming on through. It's looking pretty cooked. He's a stubborn gamer. ASE Mist, he's gonna keep parrying, but keep parrying that one charge timing, and ASE looking pretty good. You were talking about it before. The Viper teams need to find that momentum early on, and it looks as though ASE has managed to do exactly that. And then being the champions of the previous NBPL split, this is definitely in line with that. You know, currently the top of the leaderboard, kill leaders, 5 eliminations under their belt. Looking at very nice for them. If they'd had a bit of a, you know, a slow game one, that could have been a bit disheartening, but so far, so good. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little bit surprised how different it is from beforehand, because I remember there was this strange phenomenon that would happen where on daytime maps, it would actually be very hectic and a lot of fights would take place around the early and mid game. And then the Firefly maps were the games where it would only be early and then it would stop, because teams were unsure as to who had ults and all that sort of stuff, because Fireflies really mess with the timings on whether or not you can tell if a team has an ultimate and that sort of thing. But it looks as though, you know, it's kind of flipped on its head once again to the more, you know, logical expectation. Also, did we see this? They moonbaned the platform. The floating pile got moonbanged.
I don't think they've ever put the camera, at least when I've been casting, on a moonbane on the platforms. Now the platforms around the Mercury River on the map spawn in a predictable sequence, and the moonbane you cannot really use outside of the first Yang. You can't carry it past it, so you have to gain some value from it. And it looks like the Monk teams, and I was saying this before, how important for these Monk teams to be able to scale up, get more loot and everything. It's to the point where, like you were saying before, Duncan, trios is like so different today. It's so much more methodical with where teams are going, why you're going there, and a lot of it is closer to what I've seen in the traditional battle royales that have existed for a while. It's being able to control the loot of the map. Not everywhere has a high density of loot, and we're seeing those teams with high priority for getting good loot in order to perform well. The Monk teams, they're starting to not really just look for kills, but instead look for areas to control. And now AFC setting up an ambush, trying to stop this Rumble Yang, trying to catch someone off guard here to get a little cheeky kill, but they aren't able to get it. And this is what I was also curious about today. Are the Vipers going to go in, or it's just going to be dominated the Monks? But for the first Rumble Yang today, we are going to get JL versus OA. TXJ back on the Monk, reunited with One Fang. He's going to go in with the slam, missing the stagger, but still staying on top of it. One Fang in a tough position, down to 1 HP. TXJ is going to get the scoop. A big heal is going to be coming around. One Fang's going to be kiting for his life, trying to buy some time for his team, and TXJ will be coming out of Monk's phone looking for the peel. Zipping ult is going to be used for OA. Everyone's health is going to be going up as we're going to the stage 2 with the Kylan's ulted and the Zipping's ulted. OA's AB going in, trying to make something happen, control the tempo with the map, slashing through. Big slashes coming through, holding down One Fang, but his teammates all picked up to 1 HP, and One Fang, he was on the brink of death before. Can he bring this back? Surrounded by AB. That spear, looking for the Dragon Slayer. With that fadeaway, One Fang has again narrowly gotten away from death with the help of TXJ peeling for him, but OA will not be denied, keeping up the pressure, opening up with a nice parry onto TXJ, but AB put against the corner. Combo break's gonna come out. TXJ fades out with the double charge. AB is gonna get caught, put against the corner. 2-1-1. Big damage gonna come out. Jumping LMB, but a tight tap dodge, and we're gonna go into a next ult as TXJ is the last one standing in a 3v1, Duncan.
The lonely monk. Oh no. Oh, wait a minute. They just both bounced off the ground. Then their heads just cracking against the floor. Again, he gets another one. Wait a minute. He's actually going to stall this. He's got the bell. Oh, can he make it? 5, 4, 3, 2. No! Oh my goodness. That was so unbelievably close. If there was a man who could manage it, it was TXJ, but unfortunately, he's not able to stall it out, and he does get eliminated. OA coming away with the victory in the realm of Yang, securing themselves a golden hang sword for their Kylan and another purple armor. Very nice for them indeed. Moving over, looks as though Wolves are also winners in their realm of Yang. As we can see in the on the left hand side on the scoreboard, there are 5 teams with Yang depletion, meaning that one of the Yangs, I believe, got stalled out and neither team won. So OUG, DRG, Alliance, JL, and BBE, all with Yang depletion. Unfortunately, we didn't get to take a look at the traditional Transformers fight in the realm of Yang, but it does look as though they weren't able to succeed here. Oh, moving on over, we got 5-2-1, and Wolves going head-to-head. ZK in that Monko finds the scoop, finds the grab onto Yin. TK in the hands of the Monk right now, does manage to get out in time, struggling out of there, mashing E. Yin threatening that focus attack. TK going for the hold dodge into parry and trying to disengage a little bit perhaps. They do have that Vermilion Bird's Might, so they aren't in all that much danger. If they do go down, they can resurrect themselves elsewhere. But it looks as though there's a third party jumping in. OA has arrived, ladies and gentlemen. Two-Tick going extremely low, forced to use that ultimate. Pampy getting it caught between 2 players there. Will he be able to survive? No, sir. He does go down. The double grab coming through. Oh my goodness, kablam! Ibin gets put in the dirt along with ZK. Two-Ticks having a great time right now. Will he find more grabs? He's just shooting fishing about right now, Raven. There's so many people in front of him. What is happening? It appears as though the entire lobby has turned up. Look at the map! I can't discern any names in that mess of letters. What is this? Two-Tick goes down. Okay. How many people are there? We got the drop down. Oh my god.
The roaming Vipers have found the Monk, and SS is going to drop down with the B1, getting big stagger onto everyone in Lions. Yang is going to get taken down. while AD the kill feed is going to be wiped out here. OUG though, Draco Storm surrounding them. Alliance, Yuma trying to get away from here. He does have the Draco Storm working for him, but jabbing on SS. They're going to keep up the pressure, gets the double charge, gets the juggle. They are going to be able to follow it up. Baby U is going to find the kill over there on the edge, though. JL going crazy, but they are going to be running out of that. Those villains, most everything's going to be playing for keeps right now. If you die here, you are done for good. But DRG, a minute and 20. They need to find Soul Boom. They need to find kills. One grab from coming out onto one Fox. Zone is closing in. BBE on the UA shot. Haven't seen a UA shot in years. Jumping in with the slams. Roy He on the monks. Don Q9 is going to get taken down with a Kylan. No all's going to be coming in. You hate to see that. And Slow is going to keep up the pressure on BBE. Impaling apart everyone in this zone. Impale UA shot. We're playing pubs right now. Still in the zone.
With F2 as well! What the?
Well, F2's got a minute, but slowly, 2 seconds. He needs to find a Soul Boom. Can he find one? He's not going to be able to find one. YZG is going to find the kill instead. Pick up a ton, and SS1's gonna dive back into zone. Wants to get in here, wants to get some free tags in, free kills. Zone is not taken away right now, only at halfway point of the corruption. All these teams with their Zibble able to sustain the zone damage. QGG is gonna get swarmed, is gonna get surrounded by SS1's Yuan. Kylan ult's gonna be coming out, and now with this cleanup, SS1 is gonna stand on just infinite amount of corpses with almost getting the res, but none.
He can do it! He did it! He got the res! And the monk is in ultimate, ladies and gentlemen, but it's responded to by SS1. Oh my god. My heart's pounding. It's a roller coaster of emotions right now, Raven. Oh, this is the NBPL I want. This is an excellent start to the day, if I may say so myself. And now in the realm of Yang, we have ASE up against 5-2-1. Pappy getting a grab, getting a slam as well. Yin trying to dip, dive, and dodge around this pillar, avoiding that Viper stun. He does manage to do so, but the velocity is hunting him down, coming in, taking him out. But a huge parry coming up from Pappy. Missed in a bit of danger now. 5-2-1, I think, goes down as well. The 1v3, and it's all over within a blink of an eye. There was a moment, a chance, just a sliver of a chance available for them to come back in this fight off that parry, but unfortunately it was not to be. And ASE, the reigning champions of the previous NBPL split, are going to claim victory once more in the realm of Yang, getting their hands on that Mystic Might buff, which ever since the Draco Storm nerfs has become the more popular buff choice in trios. You know, for a long while, Draco Storm was at the top, the king of the castle, and now since they've nerfed it, rightly so, because I'm not gonna lie, it was a bit absurd how goated it was, but you know, it's definitely gone down in power, but still very, very strong nonetheless. However, it's not just because of the nerf, is it, Raven? Mystic Might has become a lot more valuable as the meta has evolved, you know, the macro gaming, so to speak. Like, having the information from Mystic Might really does help navigating the map. And since Realm of Yang and Yang depletion situation has become even more difficult every single patch, it seems, to actually stay alive during this period of time, it makes sense to be going for this Mystic Might so that you can get as much information as possible. But here we are with a replay of the OG Transformers, Raven. Take it away, let's see this. Can they do it?
Morgy with a very, very smooth little hop skip. Wolf's Gate tries to open it with a slam, not able to get it. Greenio's going to be forced out already, I believe, from BBE. Kylan's going to come out from NHQ, coming in, and this is the question I had before. Can they deal with the pressure of Kylan, or can they sustain and take it to the next set? UH's going to be coming out with slows. NHQ keeping up the pressure, setting up his team for that execution. They are going to take BBE's Annie down, but now NHQ with the Yuation still out. Kiki is also gonna fall, and this is, I had the question here. I feel like Kylan is basically a more accurate Yuation. 1v3 situation.
Oh no!
getting surrounded, getting staggered. Not much he can do there, but those slams, not gonna lie, would just not looking as good as those Kylan slashes, picking everyone up, putting them where he wants, and his team's follow-up just coming in so strong. A little bit of a delay. Yueshan on, maybe he could have gotten Yueshan on slightly sooner.
I think so.
Created a little bit more openings, but Wolves just kept the momentum, kept the pressure up, no delay at all. Moved on the stage 2 and immediately took advantage of them. It looked fairly close.
It looked very winnable. It looked winnable. I think one of the main errors in that happened there that resulted in the loss for BWE was NNE, the Karumi, sort of, because we saw the Kylan dash come through, right? And I think the Karumi may have gotten knocked in away from the Yueshan, but as the Yueshan popped off the wake up roll. But I think NNE, like, he ran away from his Yueshan. I think if he'd instead of waking up and actually going in that direction away from the Yueshan, and instead had gone back over towards his teammate, I think he may have been able to survive that a little bit longer. That could have salvaged the fight in that situation, because we see him dying on the other side of the arena in the Realm of Yang, which is just, even though, you know, extenuating circumstances, you know, the Kylan pushing you in that direction, you can still wake up and get off the floor and go in the opposite direction. So I think may have been a little bit of a movement error, a poor wake up option perhaps, but regardless, it definitely seemed close. I think it's close, and considering Viper is obviously still popular, right? And considering that she doesn't have that Wu Chen as the safety net that he is, where he could just take them out of the fight completely, and having traded ults, because one of the main strategies for Viper was to try and force out ultimate with just the silence or just the Viper ult, and then, maybe just the Viper ult, and then come back to silence afterwards, having traded the Wu Chen ult for one of the enemy ultimates, and then come back and be, you know, one ult up, theoretically, or one more impactful ult up, because then you silence the person who didn't ult, and then they can't use their ultimate, and then you take down one of them, creating that numbers advantage. But without Wu Chen, that's not really a feasible strategy anymore. Regardless, I've been yapping a little bit about this. We are back in the action, and it looks as though 5-1 is in dire straits. They have 20 seconds less, in fact, to salvage this and claim some soul blooms, and I quite frankly don't think it's feasible at this point, Raven. 10 seconds and counting. It's looking pretty good.
Yeah, 5-1 ends up getting double grab here with the Spirit Wells coming up. All the teams looking around. Wolves just makes quick work of them. ZK has been looking very, very sharp on the opening round, opening day on Perdoria, just looking super crisp on the monk right now. But SS1 claiming the Spirit right now. Away wants to challenge over here on the corner. Looks like one of their teammates is going to be going down. And SS1 is going to claim the Cuckoo. The zipping is going to get taken down, and now Kylan, without that ultimate from the zipping, is not going to be as powerful to unleash his ultimate. And on the outside, Wolves is going to find Puppet, as you call him, Mr. Duncan, as he retreats. But ASC, can they keep up that dominance? They do have depletion right now. They need to find a kill. Wolves are going to take a lead from them, but they are going to get a nice stun right here on the corner. But so many teams are around here. Committing to anything is very, very dangerous. They need to find a cure. They'll miss poking around, prodding, while OUG claims one of the flags, trying to cure their Yang depletion. 3 minutes 47 seconds, not gonna matter right now. They do have OA right on the corner, and we aren't seeing, remember, we started this lobby with 4 Vipers. 3 out of the 4 Viper teams are still alive, with the rest of the monks clamoring to stay alive. And this is the value of opening up with that Viper, just being able to take it to your opponents, take it to them with aggressions, and we're seeing it pay off for ASC as again they pick up another kill and they're tied right now with Wolves at 11 kills. Can they secure it with 15 people left? And this is the general trend we've seen so far, Duncan. End games, we're not going to those stack end games anymore. Those spirit wells, that Yang depletion forces everyone into a decision, and navigating these end games are so much more hectic with ASE's missed having that Vermilions. Remember, we saw that off spawn, the monks getting forced out from the Vipers, and now we're seeing that Vermilions still being here as an ace card up ASE's sleeve. It's no surprise to me why these guys won the NBPL season. They are showing up this next season that they want to go back to back the same way that GG dominated their year. Can they close this out? 15 people left alive, half Vipers, half Monks. Who will survive these last circles as we close in for the first game of the day?
I have a slight feeling it might not be a Monk team, quite frankly. You know, just simply because, you know, one of the remaining Monk teams does have that Yang depletion still. You know, they do have a little bit of time, and it looks as though they've made friends with SS1. You know, hey, what's up, buddy? You know, we're friendly. You know, we see those Vipers, those mean bullies over there. They're not letting us use our abilities. They're freezing us. They're not very friendly. Let's go take them out. And it looks as though they might be on the move. TV, run. Guys, run. You don't have a Viper team to back you up. You're up against the wall of the storm with that Moonbane pushing you up against it. They are indeed running away. They don't want anything to do with the double monks. But one thing I noticed is that there seemed to be a little bit of monk on monk, you know, betrayal action going on in that mid to end game transitionary period. It looks as though not everyone's on the same page right now, or perhaps it's because they thought that the Viper teams that were, you know, that had been picked, you know, that they were in the minority and it didn't really matter at that point. But we do see this fight kicking off between Wolves and SS1. Who was that Viper? Was it ASE or TE? I can't. I think it may have been TE. Oh, ASE's there in the mix as well. TE. No, it was Xiaonan. Xiaonan from TE was the Viper who used their ultimate. And they're trying to get their hands on this Spirit Well, as this is one of the only other ways to cleanse Yang depletion that they got from the Spirit line, or the Yang Spirit Well, as a lot of people call it. They are able to get that buff and it cleanses the Yang depletion, but oh my goodness, the purple spider is coming out. The big Viper roll is going to stun the wall. Yeah, in that Tianhai ultimate, in the Vajra state, along with the Justina freeze coming through, but the D-Transform coming in clutch at that right moment, allowing him to avoid any follow-up. But ZK is going to go down. Xiaonan as well. SS1 Yuan claiming the elimination. Juan coming in with the Kylan ult, slashing and dashing. The car crash through the windshield, swerving. He finds one of these Vipers. OUG lose a member. Juan getting dazzled by the Syra. The microwave gamer is going to be able to hold him down for a moment, but the ult expires. OUG are still alive. ASE as well, 3-man strong. This is the OUG is the only team missing a member at the moment, the only team that has a member down, and I don't think they're going to be able to recover their teammate right at this point. Raven, it's looking pretty unsalvageable as Wolves have taken their position on top of the body along with SS1. And now I may have to go back on what I said before, that it probably won't be a Monk team, considering that now Monks are in the majority and there's only one Viper left alive, with only 2 members of OUG left standing.
OUG ends up getting their Viper pick right here. All these teams neck to neck. Wolves at 12, ASC at 11, SS1 at 10. OUG at the rear, just trying to survive. Last his little part, and like I was saying at the beginning of today, Perdoria ends up in a ton of cliffside situations. This terrain happens everywhere on the ultimate low. We're seeing OUG, ASC is going to be dropping down, getting next to them. That both the Viper teams taking the low ground, while the Monk teams on the high ground. A big problem is Monks have always had cannons on top of them for Monks to build up their ultimate. You see ZK desperately trying to build up Monk ult on the other Monk team up top. not waiting for a friendly fire. Every team for himself to a certain degree, but SS1 going to post up top. Now, this is a problem with these terrain situations, Duncan. Going into an end game like this, even though it's 12 players, 6 players on each side, with Viper being down 5 versus 6 right now, there is nowhere to line of sight from this singular Viper, and it looks like Loye, SS1's Monk, going to ult right now, try to scoop up AC in the corner, but they're nice and tucked, able to use that little bit of a crack to survive. Loye's gonna get free close enough as Xiaowen tries to create some space for his team to go up, but at the top, Wolves NXQ is gonna take down Baby U as he tries to dash through and keep everyone up. Xiaowen, though, staying on top of the Monk, shredding him up, forcing him to detransform, but DK on the back. We've seen him double grabbing all day today, getting 1 grab onto the Viper. Can he get 2? Viper ult's gonna be coming down, Big Sun's gonna be coming out, and ZK's gonna jump deep into the zone as he de-transform ASC Han on the side, trying to poke everyone around. ASC controlling this low ground. 1 minute left. Can he set up to secure this? Both Monk ults are going to be used right now. ZK on the outside trying to set up, get some cannon shots up, but Xiaowen on the Destina. We saw him deal with the Monk earlier, and now setting up his team for victory, tying up the score with Wolves. Zone is closing in, but SS1 now with the high ground, with the cannon. Monk at 93% ultimate. It's looking like SS1 is going to be able to win this heal-off situation with Monk getting back online. He's going to have that second helper. U1 is going to pick up the kill onto Wolves, and Luye is going to find a kill onto Han. 5 people left, but a last-second stun, a last-ditch effort from ASE. Miss coming out looking for the stun, but Loye is going to transform and de-transform to deal with the iframe. Not get stunned right here, but going to the last little bit. Justina, ASE's Xiaowen takes the high ground, stays in zone, and it was able to clutch up that first place. Was it enough for the MVP though?
It was indeed. We see the graphic pop up in the bottom left of the screen, ladies and gentlemen. ASE coming in swinging for the first game of the day, the first day of NBPL Trios bi-weekly #1, ladies and gentlemen. The champions of the spring split are gonna be coming out and sending a message to everyone that it wasn't a fluke. It was no stroke of luck that they won in the previous split. They're coming out and they popped off. They did extremely well. I will say though that SS1, that Monk ult was a little bit too early. The nervous trigger finger. He pops the ultimate at the wrong time and is then forced to de-transform to avoid the Viper stun. If you can iframe, you can iframe that Viper stun if you time your ultimate activation just as it does pop, allowing you to avoid it entirely. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to do that. He pulled the trigger just a second too early and then had to de-transform, losing value on that Monk transformation. Also, you could say that he could have just run into that zone, into the storm, gone as far as possible, and then just before he was about to die to that storm damage, he could have used his Monk transformation then and gotten that full health reset to again potentially secure that first place finish. But he wanted to go for it all. He wanted to go for the big numbers and get those kills. Unfortunately, it did not pay off. The Viper ult stopping him in his tracks, and then ASE able to control that terrain situation with those dashes. We saw the parry come through from the Monk, and it could have been clutch, but Justina ult coming in with a dash, disrupting that gold focus, not allowing the parry to go off, and clutching it for them in the very end. Very nicely done by ASE, but very, very solid play from all of these teams going into that end game. It looks like a different trios meta than we had before. Slightly. There's like few key differences, but it's it's still exciting nonetheless. But here we are once again, ladies and gentlemen. I haven't done one of these in a while. You know the drill. It's Answer for Treasures, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to get your hands on a gift, a fall split special gift box, make sure to get your answer to this question in the chat. And the question is, how many kills did Team YZG get in game number 1? Was it A, 7, B, 8, C, 9, or D, 10? Make sure to get your answer in the chat, and one lucky winner will be chosen out of all of those who answer correctly and be whispered and added in the chat so that they can claim their prize. So make sure you keep an eye on the chat and your whisper box so that you don't miss out on your reward if you happen to be that lucky winner.
Now, like you were saying, Duncan, a little bit different than we're used to seeing on Perdoyo, but a lot of the same as well. That 2025 Transformers with the Kylan zipping monk, still as dominant as we've seen before. But the Spirit Wells, Duncan, it just changes the name of the game for these end games. It's a lot more hectic. You're having to deal with cleansing over and over. How the relationship between the teams are. Can you find that secure? And we're seeing how playing Viper just pays off, that aggression being rewarded from ASC at 16 kills with the 23.2, those 4 ranking points, plus that 1.2 multiplier, just big juice for them. SS1, a little bit of a misplay from the Monk, and like I was saying before, that terrain really doesn't benefit Monk, even though there's nowhere really left to hide. There's also nowhere to hide from the Monk, and the pressure of that V1 stun makes a little bit of a flub play, even though he has multiple options of how to deal with it. The amount of players trying to find those little bit of extra kills, that little bit of greed ends up costing them that first play, but still well played from them. Same with Wolves at 13 kills and 15 points. YZG trying to survive the fray. Unfortunately, they get picked apart at the end. And we're seeing at the stats here, missed 18k damage with 6 kills. That F1v1, the tried and true, the silence Viper with the long stun coming through with the follow-up of Xiaowen. We saw that Justina come in very, very clutch as the Monks transformed. He was able to create the space, able to slow down that Monk's prayer to freeze when he needed to, so his teammates can come out. And still, we're seeing that dominant Syro that we will be waving goodbye in the future. But for now, this season, this Syro still is very, very powerful. As we saw her open up with Jacob in the previous year, she's dominated the whole year. But with the change in the future, it's still in the air of whether or not her presence would be there in trios, maybe in solos. And we are going to see this glory run coming out from ASC, the defending and reigning champions for this NBPL season this year. Starting off very, very good. I remember this 1v1 off spawn. The 1-2, we send these, the Monk wanting to get out of here. When we're under pressure, we release, the Monk tries to send it, but he's ready there to catch him with those eyes. And this was one of the questions I also had, this execution. They're able to get a V1 stun and no anti-stun for the 2025 Transformers with Kylan and Monk. He gets maximum value with the V1. Not looking very easy, not a walking apart as they end up destroying everyone right at the end. It looks like their focus fire was on Kylan at first with the V1. Now navigating this end game, they play the ultimate low ground while all the Monks with all the cannons rain down all of their range, but they're able to navigate this last little bit, and they pick their spots very, very well as they look for the flame spike on the high ground, as they focus fire the Monks trying to get them out. And we see the last seconds here, 2 people left on ASC. The V1's gonna come out for the stun, and the misplay from Loya on the low ground. He does get the parry, but it doesn't matter. He's not gonna get the main part of this, which is holding down the win for Transformers. What is this?
Is this what we're doing? I like that. You know, does every team have that? Is that shot after the win? Is that their celebratory dance? You know, okay, give us a celebratory dance, or was that pre-recorded? So every time they get an MVP, we get that little dance move coming through. I don't know, but I'm looking forward to find out. But regardless, here we are with the Xiao Wen MVP, and rightly so, I believe, because he did come in so clutch at the very end there, you know, denying the parry follow-up, as well as being that last man standing, on top of having the most kills for his team. 10 kills with a total of 26,000 damage, 15 and a half of that coming out from flying knives, and 8,000 coming out from nunchucks, a little bit of damage from the musket. We've got dead rounds, velocity, a little bit of damage reduction, palm lightning, tuna, you know, we all love tuna. Very nice indeed. Make sure to have your rest emote equipped, ladies and gentlemen. You know, the number of people who told me they didn't know what tuna did and that they didn't have the emote equipped, it's crazy. Make sure to have rest emote equipped, because that's how you use that soul jade, ladies and gentlemen. But hey, what a game one to start us off, Raven. Oh my goodness. It just went crazy. You know, at first, after we saw that off spawn, you know, I thought it was going to be, you know, and then it settled down. I thought, oh, is it gonna be a bit slow? But no, it exploded. After first Yang, we see an absolute mess of names on that map, on the mini map, in that area out in the open, with multiple monk ults back to back. BBE coming in, almost clutching it, but unfortunately not able to survive. Oh my goodness, what a game. What a game one to kick us off. And this is just game one. There's plenty more NARAKA left to be played, isn't there, Raven?
Yeah, the mid game you were talking about, Duncan, the Vipers claimed the Spirit Walls, and they were roaming the map. I think it was a little bit of a misplay that the monks end up engaging with you there. Now, all of them did have the win, their Vermilion's buff from going into Yang. The problem with monk teams, though, you're not able to like secure kills very fast. It's a very slow, methodical way of finding kills. We did see ZK roll through with double grabs everywhere, but in general, Transformers, not a very fast time to kill versus Justina, Viper, and a Syra. We saw the aggression. We saw how quickly their ultim can just end a team, especially when you're talking about Silence Viper with that 5-second stun. They're able to prioritize targets and really run people down. That rushdown composition just doing so well. What surprised me, though, Duncan, is only 4 Viper teams were in that lobby. The rest were monks. And the monk teams ended up still getting picked apart. So I still think there is an edge of starting tournaments with Viper first. The results don't lie. But we see how powerful Kylan is in these end games, even though I would say SS1 had that round. It was for them to lose. We see the big clutch up coming from Mist and ASC's crew with that end game. Terrain plays up a big part of these composition choice, but exciting first day. We see a little bit of what we didn't see in the West as far as the global scene goes. Justina, Viper, Syra coming in big for the first day, but I'm curious to see as we see more maps go through, was Justina being paired with Viper and Syra on this map in particular? Whose Viper is being paired will be different in the future? We'll have to see moving forward. A lot of NARAKA still to be played. That was game one. We are going into game two coming up, ladies and gentlemen, on to Holoroth daytime, then followed up by Morris. But Holoroth traditionally dominated by Takedas. Is that still the case? We saw not much of a difference this Predoria. The big difference that I definitely took away from this, Duncan, is invest your points, play the composition that your team has strategized. For you guys at home, the groups are always random, so you can't really secure when you get to pick compositions, but you can spend a lot of your points to force the composition. We saw for game one, a lot of these teams believe Monk should be play on Predoria. Is that going to be the strategy going up at the EWC? We'll have to see, Duncan, moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, I just realized, you know, when you mentioned Viper, Justina, Syra again, you know, it made me remember that in the past we have seen Viper, Justina get paired together. We've seen Viper, Justina, Wu Chen occasionally get picked up back in the day. You know, when they it was a few select teams. You know, it wasn't very many, and there weren't very many games where it did actually get picked. But it has been played. You know, that synergy has existed for quite a while. The Justina rushdown, the Viper rushdown. It allows you to do, you know, if you happen to get that silence, Justina just has to go ahead to pull the trigger and pop ultimate, and then there's even if they avoid the initial freeze, you know, the secondary freeze coming through, or if they go for the empowered dash by pressing that ultimate button again and getting that AoE freeze, and then if that doesn't hit, their next dash is the old V2 dash, which goes through, which freezes through blue focus. You know, that person is going to die most likely. You know, if the enemy team sends the other players to come and help, then the Viper can just pop ultimate, preventing them from coming in and doing anything about it. And then you have Syra on top of that, which can act as potentially a front line as well in some ways, you know, having that shield on the ultimate and then having the orbs to be very disruptive and facilitate a lot of crowd control, plus healing, etc. It seems as though it's pretty strong, but as you said, it could be something that only really gets played on Padoria. We'll have to wait and see. You mentioned Takeda though, and I'm curious, and I predict we will see a little bit of Takeda. And I'm basing that entirely on the fact that I'm pretty sure, although we're not playing on the most recent patches, we are playing on the patch where Takeda received a buff to his V3, where V3's, you know, for those of you at home who don't know, V3, the third variation on Takeda, the third variation of his ultimate for Takeda, it scales in potency depending on the rarity of weapons that Takeda himself and his teammates have in their inventory. So it goes from being the base default ultimate, which has 3 charges and doesn't have that much range on the shoves, to being the epic rarity, the purple rarity. You get 1 extra charge on the ultimate, giving you 4 shoves and a little bit extra range, you know, horizontally and, you know, in terms of distance. You know, you're going to get a little bit of range, and then it levels up once again to that legendary gold state, which then gives you an even further, you know, area of effect for that shove, giving you still four shoves, but it has this sort of pull back at the very end of it. So if you shove someone, pushes them away, and then the very end of it pulls them back in again, allowing for quite a lot of follow-up from focus attacks from different weapons, obviously synergizing with certain weapons better, but the ability to scale that ultimate faster and more easily now because of the recent buff might result in Takeda seeing a little bit more play. You know, one of its main, you know, one of the things that prevented Takeda from being as strong as he could be, you know, was the fact that he had to scale up from that early game. You know, not having access to the maximum potential of the ultimate was a big limiter, as a dampener on his potential as a character. But once he got to that end game, if he was able to get there and had the full scaled loot with him and his teammates, it was very hard to take them down. So potentially, what do you think, Raven? Do you think that will be enough to bring him back into a more dominant position?
What would be enough for him to bring Takeda back? Takeda's never been gone.
No, I know, but become more dominant than he is at the moment, because he was very, very dominant back in the day, but he sort of tapered off. His powers tapered off now. The ability to scale up V3 faster, because the requirement for it to be leveled up to gold has been reduced. You think that's enough?
I don't believe that's enough. It's really Syra. The big thing of him coming back is whether or not Syra exists. Syra's crowd control is absolutely insane, that he ends up becoming a more utility role in the modern 2025 NARAKA. Before, he used to just be a pure bully, basically just running around with a 2-second stun that he got to use 4 times, especially when he got the gold. It will change, I would say, his dominance in Yang. So would he be able to challenge monks more? Because the difference between purple ult and gold ult is absolutely huge, and the only way you were able to get gold ult going into first Yang is if you got insane loot off spawn. You had to land in the most concentrated areas of the map for loot. Your team had to concentrate on buying weapons, and it was a big risk if someone killed you, because you were essentially a pinata of loot that you would just be giving all that away. And teams actually specialized into taking down the Takeda because they knew a lot of that loot was concentrated on him in order to get that first Yang going. So will we see his dominance coming back? It's tough to say.
especially with the new patch, the new character, the big nerfs coming in. A lot of people hiding how strong Yoda is, and also the Temi buff. Will that actually go through? I think a lot will change the game. I've always said that the question in trios is how do you deal with Viper, how do you deal with Monk, and how do you deal with Temi? Usually those three characters people revolve strategies around. Will that be the case in the future? We'll have to see whether or not the buffs for Temi goes through, and if there are any more changes moving through, especially with the shakeups of the rules that we'll be seeing next season. Right now, we're playing on old patch, old season, so all these guys are kind of accustomed to this. They've been working on this for a while, but everything's to be shaken up again. We are going to see two different variations of Transformers that we normally do not see. Valda and Justina coming in, so like I said, there's gonna be a lot cooking moving forward. Everyone's in the lab. Everyone's still testing everything. We didn't even get to see Tarka fully cooked to see where he was at. Even TXJ said that he believes Tarka is definitely gonna be a staple, but no one feels comfortable playing him to the level that is possible for him. And before he was able to fully enjoy his stay in trios for the first time in years of competitive play, we say goodbye to him in Transformers and other characters coming in. We're seeing the Valda, we're seeing the Justina. I want to see more Yang fights. I want to see what the strategy is going in, especially as we're taking notes going to the global stage for EWC. I know all the global teams don't get a chance to compete against these guys on a daily basis, so everything they do right now is going to be under a microscope. A lot of testing though from what I've seen so far, but where the real money is, qualifiers have always been the testing grounds for all these teams. It's really that NBPL finals. Everyone's going to be showing their best stuff on this current patch, especially since it'll be the last time they all play it. They might keep one or two things close to heart, but it's very, very hard in this modern NARAKA. All these teams are so well prepared, so much more. Every single year, the level of competition has gone up a tier, so we'll have to see going into this Holorath. And surprising thing, though, Duncan, is no Takedas. Maybe with the change that you were mentioning before.
I think we saw one, but yeah, nothing close to what.
Nothing like we've seen before, where Holorath was just dominated by Takedas. It looks like we are in a very, very Monk-heavy meta right now, with the counter to Monk always being that Viper composition. We see a little bit coming out of from Wolves. I'm curious to see how the modern Siphon that Takeda is going to be doing against the modern Transformers. Have they figured things out? We're seeing the near tail end of the current meta, and always in every single meta that I've been a part of and I've watched, it always comes down to stages and a lot more 1v1v1s and 2v1s of burning ultimates, a lot more complex play because everyone's seen everything done before. We're really grasping at straws to try to find an edge on our opponents, so I still feel like the Yang fights are going to be very, very exciting. The off spawn though, a lot of hot drops in the south, a lot of that, the concentration of loot, money, boxes to get that game going, to snowball. And Monk teams, Takeda teams, they all need that money to go. And who are going to be hunting them? Those Viper teams looking for that action off spawn. Now we saw in Predoria, the new very, very open map, Monk's fallen, two Vipers chasing them down. Holorath, not as new, but still very, very open. Not as like big with verticality and cliff sides, but still not many places to hide, not places to kite, so very, very wide open places, a lot of no man's land where it's very dangerous to cross, very easy to get caught out by these Viper teams. So we'll have to see how these teams are going to be set up. We're going to see YZD, OUG off spawn, BBE all the way in the south, but JL to the north challenging DRG Alliance as well, all the way far north of Imperium. Tidy, we are here, ladies and gentlemen, on game 2. Started it off, BBE versus OA, and the previous round winner, ASE.
Oh, this is a pretty spicy off spawn right now. Xiao Wen getting taken down extremely low, is going to be able to hop up onto this little roof, this little gondola, and grab himself an armor swap. But ASE missed, is still going to be going down. I believe BBE coming in, picking up one of these eliminations. I think there was some I think they got the money from First Blood there. I'm not too sure, but in the kill feed, we do see Wolves taking down a TE, but the fight has not subsided in this area just yet. BBE getting going for the parry there, denying that punishment over there from the Flying Knives entry. Xiao Wen is going to be able to catch a little focus attack around the corner. BBE trying to chase him down, but this maze of leafy wolves makes it very difficult to actually navigate at times and to stay together as a team and to help each other out with so many different avenues of escape. You can always jump up, scale rush up potentially, but it looks as though OA is going to be coming away very dominant in this fight, able to secure their ultimates very quickly. Perhaps they went over to the Firefly cage that is just to the north of them. Xiao Wen on the run does get caught up to, and there's nothing he can do. Unfortunately, AB is going to knock him up with that Kylan ultimate, followed up with by the Flying Knives, taking him down. BBE slows still down for the count. It doesn't look as though his teammates are going to be coming over to try and resurrect him. I'm not sure if that's him full dead. Surely not. Surely he didn't resurrect himself already, having died the first time before. But we'll have to wait and see. JL in the north, trying to get all of these boxes, trying to get as much money as possible. And this is the Justina Karumi Tianhai composition that we haven't seen so far. We haven't seen for a very, very long time. OMG, beautiful parry coming in. And we can see he does have that golden dagger as well, which means that they were able to secure the podium, the Salvation Podium puzzle, and get that legendary weapon out of the puzzle. Definitely a very, very solid start for them if they're able to hold on to it, as it does happen more often than not. The team that actually secures the puzzle and gets the golden weapon ends up giving it away a lot of the time, and the gold weapon from the beginning of the game tends to exchange hands a lot throughout, but it looks as though they're going to be able to hold onto it and claim victory over a team, taking down that Tianhai. 5-1, rotating over to this ballista area, which also has quite a lot of dark tide points to be had from all the destructible objects, all those boxes and crates, to be able to scale up potentially. Wolves, looks as though they didn't have the best of score. Oh no, they did. Wait a minute. I saw the white armor and thought it wasn't that good, but they've got 5 kills. 5 kills off spawn for a Takeda team. That's a very good start.
Yeah, especially because you make so much money off the kills, off spawn, depending. Most people don't realize that First Blood also gets extra money. So whether or not Wolves is able to do it, generally on Takeda teams, you don't want to take fights. You want to land a little bit safely. But if you claim that northern side, you get a ton of loot. It can give you strategies forever, even though they're not in the lobby. We are going to go to the south. Team attack. Oh, ace touch. Strategic is going to be put into the blender. The Kylan all putting a ton of pressure onto it. But for pressure to open it up for him, it is ASE looking closely more at a miss, trying to keep on top of him. But Zhao went on Lucina, staying active, chasing OA down. They don't want them to get away. Zhao though missing the dash through. He's going to be staying on top of them, looking for the focus attack with the flank. Now miss with the V1 all. They're trying to get out of line of sight, but a little bit of miscommunication here. ASE is going to go in the wrong target. It drops down on the opposite side, and now look, the call is, now that they missed, to disengage to get away. They are going to re-engage now. Dover's going to come out. Touch forced to pop his combo break, but on the high ground, the hecticness of this fight, Touch trying to get back to his teammate, but Han is not going to let him through with the overall, with the send, but Touch is going to be able to pop the second monk over here. Miss is going to fall right now, and now ASE Zhaowen going to get scooped up. The knives from Cuckoo shredding him up, and the punch is going to put him in the dirt, send him packing, and OA was looking dire for them with the champs chasing them, but they end up weathering the storm, and they get up to 6 kills to start their off spawn on Holorock.
Very solid start from them, able to turn that around. As you said, a bit of a miscommunication from ASE, I believe. They weren't on the same page when it came to target priority. Heading over to Wolves, who were in a scrap off against Alliance. popping their Moonbane. Looks as though that's what they invested their Darktide coins into, getting that Moonbane and trying to go for this fight. But unfortunately, Alliance is going to be able to break away and get away through that portal, through the rift, denying the aggression, and Wolves is not going to look to chase them. Not going to bother, because if they pop out of that portal into a Flying Dice focus attack, they could be mincemeat very, very quickly. Not the ideal chase down. You know, it's probably not the best idea. But here we are, back in meta. We have BBE moving around, looking to loot up as much as they can. I'm not sure if they're going to be planning on going into the realm of Yang, but they're definitely trying to scale up for the moment. ASE having actually completely missed not having a rebirth, is not going to be able to join his teammates for the moment. They're going to have to try and get themselves some money, buy the rebirth charm from the shop, and resurrect him later on. Wolves still roaming the map. Are they making their way over to the realm of Yang? I would assume so. But cut off by SS1 for the moment, preventing them from going in that direction.
Get over the Jades of Wolves. Not able to unlock everything so far, and like we were talking about before, the Cicada getting most of the loot, the lion's share of loot with the purple armor, with the weapons. ZK doing super well in the Monk the previous round on the Syra. Second round with Yang has been coming up, and I'm curious to see how their Siphon is going to be performing versus the Monk teams. Clearly, it has to be favored for the Monk, considering how many teams are playing Transformers instead. We see a full switch over to Transformers. Multiple Realm of Yangs having, or only two Realm of Yangs really having the majority of the teams. To the north, we have TE and Alliance, but the other Realm of Yangs is having a massive amount of teams from the SS1 to the right. But over here at Plume Castle, so many people setting up. JL leading charge. They are going to try to get in here. It's going to be dicey. Very spicy to get in. All the bells are coming through, and JL's TXJ gonna lead the charge, get his crewmate safely in. Whew. Wouldn't want to be one of those teams going in. Interesting enough, all the monks pop bell to open up. It's guaranteed their way in, and we are going to see the early monk hold on the pillar. We're looking like some traditional Transformers going through. We are seeing JL with the Justina variation. He is going to get scooped up on the pillar by the enemy monks, but TXJ with a nice peel, jumping over the scoop with the stomp. TXJ putting the moves on to Kakaxi right now, and another grab. Two grabs to his name. He doesn't get the hip jump, but Kakaxi looking lost in the sauce right now as TXJ is putting him in the curry. Now JL going to stage 2 right now. We are getting the ball away from Don Q. It's a nice couple of good pokes attacks in the back, and we're seeing the water through the circle coming out. JL is going to go up to full health. Everyone's going back to full health right now, but it's Justina going to get a Dragon Slayer from behind. XSL putting on the damage on the Donkey, but he is going to pop that Voldo on looking for the spears. Frozen again. JL TXJ tries to assassinate him, but Donkey's going to have a couple more seconds to get some value out of this. XXL is going to get speared right now. ERG has JL against the ropes, but Don Q's ult is about to run out. Tap dodge roll from the Justina. XL gonna pop one more heal, and we're going into a stage 3. No more buildings to anyone's names, just ultimate barely building up on maybe the monks right now. But Don Q with the flying knife, the follow-up. We send those right now. JL's one Fong is gonna come down, but TXJ second ult's gonna be coming out. But following him, Kakaxi is gonna get a monk ult again. Are we gonna see a repeat of the previous round? 26 seconds left. We saw TXJ stall it out last time. 2v3 situation. Can he make the magic happen? He goes for the stomp right now. Kakaxi trying to CC him, trying to come through, but TXJ does a good job armoring through with the monk. Rock favorite sisters, and again TXJ 7 seconds left alive. But against his corner, he bells, but again last second not able to survive. DRG is going to beat JL and clutch it up.
That was very clean. Oh my goodness. TX did the grab on the prediction the chase down on his teammate from the enemy player. He catches him just as he comes around the corner, predicting him to move into that spot. Very nice little grab, and it was I don't really know what it ended up coming down to. I think the Valda bubble on the Karumi circle, because I saw him use it without, you know, he used the combo breaker without needing to, so he did it deliberately to make the Karumi circle into that water circle, which, for those of you who don't know what that does, when the Karumi circle is affected by teammates' water ability, such as Valda F, it turns it still heals as it does normally, but every so often it will give a burst, you know, a burst heal, a big chunk of healing in one go, allowing you to heal up a considerable amount. And I think that may have been the separating factor, because the Justina not running V2 is not able to affect that Karumi circle with his teammate. But here we are outside of the realm of Yang. We have SS1 and 521 going head to head. We see the double grab, but no kablam, Raven. Unfortunate to say the least. Rogier gets prevented from getting any value from that double grab. No slam coming through. Unfortunately, Pampy being able to deny him completely with his own Vajra ultimate. Tutik does have ultimate here. His teammates, all of them, oh not all of them, only 2 of them have Yang depletion, so they need to cleanse this debuff by picking up some soul blooms. But will they be able to find them in this very chaotic fight right now? Ivan getting juggled right now. Looks as though he is going to go down, but thankfully with that Vermilion Bird's Might, they are going to stay alive for now. They are going to be able to live to fight another day. Same might not be said for some of these teams, though. There's a lot of action taking place right now. YZG also still with 1 member under Yang at depletion. They need to find themselves a solving. Wolves has 2. They are trying to chase down these players. The Takeda team, the 1 Sam Siphon composition in the lobby. Are they going to be able to make something happen? It looks as though they did lose their own Yang, obviously, since they have Yang depletion. Unfortunately, we didn't get to really take a look at that. YZG still on the outskirts, finding a reset. OA stuck in the middle, might get engaged on right here. But YZG only has Tianhai ultimate to play with, so they might go for a recovery strategy and try and buy back the teammate that goes down to that Yang depletion in the near future. JL jumping in, all 3 with Yang depletion. Do find 1 Soul Bloom on from Wolves. TK. Unfortunately, he did have Yang depletion, so he's not resable at all. Now Wolves, with only 1 cleanse, they're going to have to try and pull this one back from the depths moving forward.
Now moving deep in the zone, JL has 1 minute left on their Yang depletion, but they do find Wolves ZK over here in zone. Down to his last little bit, assault on him, putting that burn damage, but ZK is going to fall. Nice pickup from JL. Going to be able to cleanse 1 of their members, but it looks like TXA at 42 seconds still going to need that Soul Bloom. They're going to ride out the storm to try to set up, be able to buy him back. It looks like 12K is going to be on TXJ, so he should be able to afford buying him back as long as there are still reses to buy at the actual store. Now going into Realm of Yang. Exciting for Realm of Yang. We are going to go with a second one. Don't believe we're going to be able to see Takeda, but DRJ did beat JL earlier, but SS1 looking super stacked with the purple armor. It's SS1 with the gold pulse sword. Going to be dropping down with the pain right now. No, I spoke to soon. Gonna fly up with the double parry opener. Boom! DRG put on their butt. Now Yaowen is gonna slash through, and so much damage with that Kylan ultimate and that pole sword that it's not gonna matter. They don't need a reset off the slam. They are just gonna execute one of DRG's members, and now it's a formality. We get the juggle, we put him in the corner. We're not even gonna wait. We're just gonna mop the floor with them and go next. But over in the other realm, we're gonna get Alliance versus ASE. Who's gonna take this one?
Well, hey, ASC were looking very, very strong for a second there. That 180 parry, able to pick up those golden fist plates, but unfortunately, within a blink of an eye, it all goes downhill from there. They'd already lost one member. They were in the 2 versus 3, and unfortunately not able to weather the storm and do get taken down, going into soul form and now having to scavenge moving forwards. TE coming out of City of Tang with only 1 elimination and 2 blue armors. Not looking too good for the moment, but they might find some opportunities in this upcoming Yang depletion phase of the game. You know, the Yang depletion situation, as we tend to call it here, where there are multiple teams with Yang depletion, which means that you know that there are going to be teams looking for a fight, looking for a third party, looking for those soul blooms, as well as teams with the buff, with whatever buff they chose to go for in the realm of Yang. Having won, they're going to be looking to try and get value out of that and get as many kills as they possibly can. Interestingly to note, Alliance and BBE go for White Tiger's prowess, and SS1 go for the Mystic Might. In the previous game, and in quite a few lobbies in NBPL trios, we've seen Mystic Might become the more popular choice in recent times, as opposed to, you know, the Draco Storm or the White Tiger's prowess. But here, we actually see White Tiger's prowess being in the majority, interestingly. Now, moving over to a replay from before, Alliance up against ASC. This was the beginning of the fight that we only caught the tail end of. Jiang jumping in with the scale rush. ASC missed, going in with that stun, popping the ultimate. A huge follow-up off of the stun. Oh my goodness, just absolutely demolished. But the Syra able to oh no, not the Syra, sorry, wait, what? No, it was the Syra, able to keep them alive somehow. They stay alive. The Vita Stun coming through, the damage coming in onto Mist, and there it was. This is what we managed to catch at the very end. The freezes coming in from Yuma, finishing them off. The last nail in the coffin, as it were. Very nicely done. Very good recovery from Alliance there. Now, moving over to the outside, we have DRG, YZG, and I believe BB jumping in. Oh my good lord, Kakashi just barely surviving, able to roll away and get that Tianhai ultimate off. Oh my goodness, he was not able to move for a solid few seconds there, almost getting fully eliminated. But fortunately, he is able to pop that ultimate and stay alive. But that he's not out of the woods just yet. He does lose a teammate. Dongqing does go down. WX98 immediately getting engaged upon by OA, getting absolutely eviscerated, and Kakashi falling very close behind him, the hands of YZG. Now looting his body. Very happy with this little bit of a donation to them. A solo monk with no ultimate, unable to really do anything about their aggression right now. Now moving over, we have ASE and OUG fighting at the very edge of the zone, just east of Bloomcast.
Yeah, ASC's been doing super well, but they are against the ropes right now. No kills in the game. But at 23.7, ASU Zhaowen gonna be on that Justina looking for the freeze. He doesn't have this to play off of running, but SS in a top position. The fist gonna be coming through. Big damage coming out, and SS is gonna get cleaned up by Zhaowen on the Justina ultimate, looking to go crazy right now onto OUG. Gets the stagger, gets the dash through, forcing out the combo where he is gonna get Jin frozen up, looking for the follow-up, and wait a second, baby, he's going for a ride, gonna get frozen off to the side. Wait a minute, he gets put in the clip in the montage, headshot in midair with the musket shot, blowing him up. Now Jinyu on the monk is gonna be de-transforming, and Han, ASC, Zhaowen, teammate, going on to Jinwu, and wait a minute, OUG's gonna get 2v3 by ASC in the zone, and they got enough money to buy their teammates back. That was absolutely disgusting, Duncan. That mid-air shot, putting my boy, baby, you into the montage. Not like this, Duncan. Not like this.
It's the Justina. It's just the Justina phenomenon. They're all montage gaming right now. Yo, cue the montage music. Billy Justina knocking at the door. The musket shot. That's light work for him, clearly. What on earth? Beautifully done. Very, very spicy. We love to see it. Unfortunately, I think that Xiao Wen's teammate did get caught at the edge of the zone on their way back in. So even after all that hard work, they still remain in a pretty vulnerable position. Now moving over, we have the Spirit Well spawning in, and it's going to be a Mystic Might buff up for grabs. 5-1, fully committing to secure this one here. Panther having popped that Tianhai ultimate. SS1 on the other side, gonna be trying to lock down at the Yang Spirit Well, the Spirit Line, and get themselves the lifesteal buff here. Looks as though they're gonna delay it a little bit. No team is actually gonna be jumping in to contest them right here, so they might as well try and delay it as long as possible so that they can extend the effective duration into later in the game and potentially securing themselves the upcoming Spirit Well that will spawn in a few minutes. 5-1 with their buff on the hunt right now. They do spawn out TV's youth, but are they interested? Yep, they're interested. Oh, wait. Are they good? Yeah, no, he's not in a good spot. He immediately pops the ultimate and gets away. 5-1. Yeah, okay. He forced his ult. That's all good. Back to the hunt. Might be able to find themselves a Xiao Nan over here. Are they going to commit to this one? No, it sees a monk. I can't tell. I can't tell anymore, Raven. Are they gonna betray? Are they gonna go for the monk on monk fights, or are they not? It's so hard to tell.
You know, sometimes you're just checking out the vibes, see how we're all doing, seeing if there's any weakness going on right here. A little bit of item trading between teammates. Let's steal this away. Oh, we see the jumps. They're communicating, Duncan. They're communicating. The jumps. The jumps of the monks. But on the other side, we still got a couple monk teams not part of the shenanigans on the outside. JL with their Justina transformers doing stuff. Put BBE in a weird position. They do have depletion. They need to find a kill or at least find soul balloons if they hope to continue. Now they do still have 30 minutes and 30 seconds. 24 people left alive. It's a lot more stacked than the previous end games looking like, and everyone just posting up, trying not to get snuck up on who has the Yang depletion. So someone among us, Duncan, has the Yang depletion. When everyone condenses way, it's really hard to pick apart the desperation team. But as long as BB stay composed, kind of plays it off that they're one of the teams that won their situation or just went to Spirit Well, they are going to be able to look for Viper play here. Now she doesn't have kit, she doesn't have the silence, she ends up playing the anti-heal nuke. And this is the problem with that build on Viper. It really messes you with these type of situations where you don't really have a solid play, because almost every monk can iframe the Viper tether as long as they're not super pressure. Speaking of pressure, JL might have messed up being on this position. They are taking so much range poke right now. They're burning through all of their heals now. They are super wealthy. They pretty much are 4 and 8. They have to start considering maybe a different play, maybe a different rock. Maybe this one is just getting nuked too hard. We are seeing a roller burst to hold their edge, but looking over to the struggle bus, BB has been struggling all day, but looks like they're coming out swinging right now. For this game, they are up to 3 kills. They did lose. Actually, they don't lose their Syra right now, but the time is ticking right now. They need to find a kill on someone. And not gonna lie, Duncan, that rooftop over there with all the monk teams and then a monk jumping up and down in the Spirit Well, that'd be pretty disheartening to me if I was one of the 2 Viper teams. It's looking cooked for the one singular Viper team. There's no way these monks are gonna let us live in this point. And we see Loye about to pick up the monk buff. SS1 get a challenge for it, but it's a friendly challenge, not a full-on war. But on the outside, the enemy approaches. BB slows with Roy Hehe
They are the odd team standing out. No monk on the name, so once someone figures out there's no monk on this team, expect a pure 8 onto BBE, but Roy Hehe is able to make miracles happen. Will he be able to defend all of the oogliness coming at him with 4 minutes left on the clock?
Well, they're gonna have to make something happen now, I feel like, because if they don't, they're not gonna have enough time to do anything really. They're just waiting patiently, desperately hoping that one of these teams makes a mistake, and it looks as though they might be jumping in here. They need to make it happen. 35 seconds left on the clock, and there we see it. Slows jumping in with that V2 and the F2 doing big damage, and they find an elimination. 2-tick goes down. They cleanse one of the Yang depletions. They need to find 2 more though. They cleanse another. What on earth is going on? OA coming in, taking down Youth, and the Firefly, the Soldier going over to one of these players. The Syra, unfortunately, having committed that ultimate, trying to make something happen alongside his teammates, does get eliminated, and it's no longer resable as they didn't pick up a Soul Beam to cleanse the Yang depletion before they went down, meaning they cannot be rezzed. Alliance, the other Viper team, hanging out around this this sort of pile of boxes, hoping that they don't take too much chip damage. As you can see, all of these monk compositions on the opposing side of the safe zone, constantly threatening with all of this range pressure, the cannon fire coming in, the Rupture Gale, Flame Breath, all of it, the splash damage, making it very difficult to stay healthy. It looks as though we do see another ultimate coming out from Slows. They are going to be committing onto Alliance. Interesting to say the least, considering that they are also Viper. We're just greeting each other right now. I'm not really sure what the purpose of this really is, to be honest with you. They're just getting a little oogly. They don't really seem to care at this point, but it does pay off. Jen goes down. One thing is the one to get the elimination. Those Slows just trying to get as many eliminations as he possibly can before he inevitably goes down, but in the process griefs Alliance in a rather unfortunate way for them. Ivan does pick up the kill as well, going up to 7 eliminations for himself. Taking a look at the scoreboard, we have SS1 on 6, OA on 11, 521 on 9, YZG on 2, JL on 8, TE on 1, and as well, another thing to note, 4 monks appear out of thin air. The Titans have been called. There they are. The grab comes through onto that Kylan. He is likely going to be going down sooner rather than later, but no, apparently not. The zipping ultimate is going to keep him alive. His monk jumping in to prevent the slam from coming through Pampy, along with all the other monks that are coming out of that Vajra state, and now it's Kylan territory, slashing and dashing their way through the area. No places to hide right now. There's nothing to hide behind, Raven. This is very spicy. It's a haven for Kylans, but they have to be very careful because they could get caught out by a stray focus attack coming in from any which way. The fire damage coming through, the Kylan ult being forced out once again, the zipping ult being popped. Xiao Yu trying his best to make something happen before he inevitably goes down. Xuan does claim the elimination onto him. Unfortunately, he's not able to stay alive. Another monk ult coming in. Luo Ye gets grabbed. TXJ going to find some of these grabs. Hopefully, the flying knives in the sky take down Luo Ye. Ivan, the one to take the elimination. So many people so low. The kablam coming through. The double grab into another one. Can he find one more? He's looking for it. He's trying to get it, but the ultimate does expire. TXJ is now going to be out of ultimate. The parry comes through. The Kurumi ultimate as well. They're just in the Justin too, trying to make something happen. Who's coming away on top of this one? The Justina has a free roam. Billy Justina coming out. It's montage music time. Raven PLZ. Is he gonna clutch it or is it gonna be a Kylan?
When Yuan has the Kylan ult up, wants to poke people out of here, pushing people left and right into zone. TXJ's not able to get the monk ult burn down. XXL down to his last leg. Kurumi trying to keep him alive. One finds him to pop the heals. He is gonna be able to outlast, I believe, and JL is gonna secure the kill. And you see TXJ pleased with his teammates, able to clutch it up, and the winner is gonna go to JL. We saw in the distance JL's TXJ desperately trying to build up that monk ult, but One Fong in the back able to get that Kurumi ult. Not Kurumi ult, the Kurumi tether to keep his teammates topped off for as long as possible. The zone is my enemy, but also my friend there because the zone damages everyone else. They're able to win that heal off situation just barely with that little bit of healing from Kurumi and her staying out of the fight. Very, very close game going out. And we're still seeing that trend, Duncan. Monks, Vipers duking it out. No Sam Siphon really going into this one. I'm wondering where we're going to navigate and put these characters. We do have Morris going up to be our last daytime day. No surprises here, though. During Spring Split, JL, or TXJ in particular, definitely led his team to a ton of victories. He doesn't have to do as much coming back. He's worked with one Vong before. XXL is a little bit different, but TXJ commands so much respect in the league. So I'm guessing he's gotten the boys firing in all cylinders. They didn't do as good the first round, but this second round, they were able to clinch it up in that very, very hectic end game. And now, moving on to game 3. Are they going to go with the game 3? ASC took the first round. JL took the second round. Will they? Who is going to take the third round? Is Wolves going to wake up? We saw Wolves get to these end games. Are they going to be able to shape up and secure some points, secure some wins? We are going to be reaching that halfway point, Duncan. Woo! A lot of exciting stuff happening with this meta. I love to see me some Monks. He's all over the place right now. Non-stop Yang fights. I do kind of miss the super stacked end gamers, but these Spirit Wells end up putting so much pressure on the teams. It's just non-stop action from beginning to end now in this modern NARAKA.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say that's probably the closest we've gotten to the old school end games. You know, the big stacked end games, having 4 monks all using their ultimate at exactly the same time. It's just the call of the monks. One of them goes and it's just like dominoes. They just fall and instantly full monk up, grabs, hands going left and right, double grabs, the slams. It's just an absolute mess and a lot of fun to watch and also play, of course. You know, being a monk in that end game, it's a lot of fun. It's very stressful, but it's fun. He's just getting so many people to throw hands at. But yeah, it's definitely been a very exciting day so far. We're only in game 2. We've only just finished game number 2. It means we've got 4 more games. As you said before, the next game is going to be Morris Isle, and it's going to be our last non-Firefly day, our last daytime game for the 6-game series. And afterwards, we're going to have the Fireflies. Is it going to get even uglier? Who knows at this point, because it's already been very, very active. These teams have been going at it for sure. You know, the game 1, it looked a little bit slow after the off spawn, but then immediately just exploded into chaos. So I'm looking forward to these upcoming games. But as you said before as well, how are they going to fit these different characters and these different compositions into their lineup? Are they going to be? Is Takeda going to be making more of an appearance on the Firefly maps, or is he going to be played on Morris Isle perhaps in the upcoming game? It's hard to say for the moment, but here we are taking a look at the scoreboard off the back of game number 2. JL in the lead, taking the MVP, securing 22 points in total with 15 kills. Alliance in second with 13. 5T1 also in second with 13, but Alliance comes second as they do have 1 extra kill. OA with 12.5, SS1 with 12.5, Wolves with 6, then BBE and OUG with 5.5 each. A strong showing from a lot of these teams. TXJ, the GOAT, the man himself, 9 kills, 23,000 damage. We have One Fang with 2 eliminations, 20,000 healing, XXL with 4 eliminations and 17,000 damage. Strong showing, absolutely. The Justina going crazy at the end there, dashing through everyone. It's just, it's so much fun. It's so much fun to play these end games. I'm glad that we're seeing a little bit more of it, a little hint of those stacked end games we once had.
seeing a little bit of a variation here. Crazy that Justina's gonna be coming out, but looking at the overall standings, BB started off the day a little bit slow, but then picking up with a 5.5 game. DRG back-to-back kind of okay games, not able to get to that end game and pick up more kills. TE, same situation, decent first game, but off spawn, not making it very far. And looking at the top 6, 5-1, massive game for them, climbing up the leaderboards already at 16.5. OA having another solid game, putting them up to 20.5. We've seen Wolves duking it out in the first game and the end game, but second game not able to keep that momentum going. DL, a little bit of slow and warm up, but they knock it out of the park this time around for their third place. Now, looking at the highlights from this round, we are going to be looking at JL going through it, XXL, Wonfang, and TXJ. TXJ has been absolutely amazing today on his monk, just diffing other monks back to back, every situation reading it perfectly while sustaining the pressure and going for these jump stuns into grab. You see XXL trying to get in there, get Oogly into it, but TXJ gonna get pressed against the wall. I think this is one of the unfortunate situations where he almost gets away, but the Yang they end up securing the kill before the Yang is able to close it out. Now this is where JL gets blessed. They do find a solo player out here on the edge of City of Tang, able to secure that kill and secure the ability to get back into this game. And when there's a will, there's a way. They're able to navigate this end game. Big double grab gonna be coming through. And again, interesting terrain situation. Nowhere left to hide this wide open ground. The only place you can hide behind is your monk or a Karumi umbrella. No mistakes here now from TXJ. He stays in the circle, doesn't go in the zone, just in case his team needs them now. Not able to get value off this ultimate, but it is going to be enough. When one falls, there's another to cover. Wonfang ends up covering it, and JL is going to secure that first round with TXJ getting his first MVP of the season.
Big dub for TXJ, but it's just another day in the office for this man. He's an absolute legend of the scene at 23,000 damage, 9 kills, a whole bunch of damage reduction and HP. Nothing fancy, no attack jades on the monk. You want to be as tanky as possible so you can stay alive with all of these teams potentially targeting you. You become a very big target when you use your ultimate, so you need to be able to stay alive. Now, back at it again. You know the drill, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for Answer for Treasures. If you want to get your hands on a special gift, make sure to get your answer to this question in the chat. The question is, how many players chose to play Kailin Zhang in game number 2? Was it A, 6, B, 7, C, 8, or D9? Make sure to get your answer in the chat and to keep an eye on the chat, as only one lucky winner, only one person who answers correctly will be chosen and added and messaged about claiming their reward. But that is going to be all from us for the moment. We're going to be throwing over to a quick break before we come back to you guys for game number 3. Don't go anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to NARAKA Pro League. Start of a new season. It's trios, Duncan. Game 1, Game 2, where bangers coming out. Monk is coming out swinging for this last leg of this meta. We're seeing the cutting edge, the last little bit, everything these guys have to offer before EWC is going to roll out. Man, I thought Takeda was going to be there, be square on Holoros like we've seen him before, but still looking like the Monk dominance is just so much. But we have been seeing Viper and Justina coming out swinging that all-in potential from those teams, still giving Monk a run for his money, especially with Kylan not able to give any type of anti-stun with there. There are opportunities to take down the Monk teams. We saw a little bit of ASC showing us what's possible inside of Remly Yang for the first game. I'm curious to see if there's some more executions. With Silence with V1, there's always a lot of possibilities going in to games, but going into Game 3, we are going back to the OG map, Morris. So, all these teams, Morris, unlike Predoria and Hologroth, a lot of terrain to work with, a lot of really, really good situations and end games that Viper is very strong with the high trees, with the canyons available, where there's nowhere left to hide from those V1 stuns. But again, this map has been here since day one, so these teams are very accustomed with these strategies. Now, we are going to hit that halfway point going into Game 3. Our team's going to show us some more new things. We saw JL come out with that Justina combo. We also saw DRG with the Valda Transformers coming out. Something we've seen before in the past. Different variations of Valda being good for that wombo potential, doing that loop. We've seen the modern day 2025 Transformers with Kylan do the loop with the Transformers, where you get the slam, you get the slash, get the re-grab. We're seeing how much damage is going into that composition as the Transformers scale up, get those gold weapons to the Kylan and Monk that you don't even need to do any loops. It's just so much damage that people end up getting melted. But still, I saw areas before. We saw Ice Cream come in the previous season do very well, and you were asking me about it before, and I was like, I feel like a lot of teams have moved on to that. Now, one thing that I thought was interesting is that Ice Cream was a very good counter to Transformers with Kylan. Monk Kylan ended up losing to Faria and Justina. So will we see that moving forward, or is there a counter strategy that we just haven't seen? I didn't really get to see in the scrims any fights between those two compositions. I know the guys on the global team definitely like the Ice Cream composition, especially versus Monk. It's a good alternative if you don't really like playing Monk. But we're seeing right now on the big stage, the pros really saying that that flavor of the month is out. Ice Cream is out, it's melted, it's gone, and we're back to just Transformers. And now we're throwing in different curveballs here with the Justina variation and the Valda variation.
Yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely right. I am surprised that we're not seeing much Ice Cream, considering how painful it is to play Monk, to play Tianhai against that composition. You know, you've got the Feria constantly peppering you with those turret shots, staggering you with the empowered hits, and then you've got the Justina dashing through you, freezing you. The Syra as well could just constantly be beaming you, or everything. It just makes it so unbelievably hard to really do anything, and it's really, really disruptive to what the new Transformer composition wants to do. So I am surprised that it's not being picked up. Just as you said, it's rather interesting, and I wonder if it is just a counter strategy that we haven't seen, or to be honest, I don't know. I couldn't tell you. It doesn't really make too much sense as to why it would suddenly disappear. But potentially it's just that Viper comps are have higher potential, you know, or maybe it's because not enough teams like to play Ice Cream comp, therefore because of these sort of faction wars becoming so important to take into account, you know, there aren't enough Ice Cream compositions to band together, or to not necessarily to just not get focused out, you know, not to get singled out by the rest of the lobby and taken down. So who knows? We'll have to see. But as you said, going over to Morris Isle, my favorite map, what are we going to see? Are we going to see the Takeda come out on Morris Isle? It's definitely possible, considering that we've already seen a considerable number of teams pick up Monk, and even twice as well. They've played Tianhai, Kailin, and Zipping, or some variation of a Tianhai composition twice already. So they are going to have to change things up, and it could be that they're going to move over to another Viper comp variation, or maybe they bring out the Sand Siphon, the Takeda composition, or Ice Cream. You know, who knows? We'll have to wait and see, but we will be finding out relatively soon. And it still pains me to say that Taka will probably not be coming back. I don't think, definitely not. I don't think, considering how hard he was gutted in the nerfs. But who knows? A man can dream, regardless. Can't he, Raven?
Wasn't GG playing Tarka Transformers for a while?
Yeah, there were quite a few teams playing it, but I don't think a single one of them ever got an MVP with it. So it wasn't even that strong to begin with. I don't know. I never thought that the Transformers Tarka comp was the final form of the Tarka composition, though. To be honest, I never thought that it was it reached its possible potential, but we never really came to a conclusion as to what could be a better composition for Tarka in the end.
Well, what could be, can be. Don't let your dreams become memes, Duncan. Maybe the final form of Tarka will be discovered by you one day, but we're going to be discovering some new comps when it comes to Morris right now. Remember, this is the last day for daytime. So daytime traditionally for NARAKA trios, a little bit slower, but with the new Spirit World, with the rule changes, everything is just non-stop action. It's lickety split. We're just in there trying to get kills, trying to get ahead. It's really become a league of snowballing, trying to pick up as many frags as possible. But we are seeing the same trend going to kind of continue going forward. Well, most of the team's going to go with the Monk, but we are seeing Takeda coming out on the Morris, something that you thought would be coming out. And we are going to see the Faria Matari Viper come out. Normally it was Justina, but Wolves coming out with Matari for that possible lockdown. I'm curious which variation they're going to go in. And this is what I was thinking before, is that with Faria Viper, this is a very good solution to that Monk heavy composition that we keep seeing on Predoria. Now it is coming out on Morris. Now I was saying before that because of this map you have a little bit more options. JL's gonna be bringing out the Yueshan. Again, we're seeing an interesting play right now from TXA, the double counter to the Viper ultimate with the Yueshan, with the Matari. Is it V2 Matari or is it V1? We haven't really seen a lot of V2 Matari just because these guys on zero ping are able to react to that teleport behind. But you never know with that pressure. We do see Owe going to be busting out the Faria Justina Cyrus. Something you were saying is the ice cream comp still going to be around. Definitely a counter to the Monk composition, but I'm curious to see how this will play out more, and then will this kind of continue even towards the later end of the trios today. Remember, we're at that halfway point. Fireflies may change things, and before we've kind of shifted around with different strategies in the past. It initially was based on nighttime versus daytime. Fireflies implementing a lot more rushdown, ult heavy strategies, ult heavy compositions versus slow comps. Then we moved on to maps meaning a lot more because terrain means everything, and we're kind of transitioning maybe back to the Firefly situations. Remember, Morris does offer Viper a lot more options. It's probably the best Viper map of the three because of the possibility of high tree end games where Vipers could go all the way to the top of the trees. And we've seen over the years crazy plays from Vipers dropping from the skies with that 5-second stun, able to wipe entire lobbies. And when you have so many Vipers threatening it, it becomes very, very uncomfortable for these other compositions. And we are seeing JL kind of take a counter strategy to this with the Yueshan Matari. Now, we'll have to see, Duncan. We'll have to peek under the hood to see what these guys are playing, what variations they have with their abilities, because it's going to really be telling what their strategies are going to be for this day.
Oh, absolutely. Let's take a look at some of these ability choices. As we've talked about plenty of times, Vipers, it's different for every team. You know, sometimes it's just always different variations. We have Luoye going for the F2 V2, the Silence ultimate with the big damage F ability, along with Kakaishi on DRG. But TK, formerly known as the King on Wolves, is going for the F1 V1, and 521 Ivan is going to be going for the F2 V2 as well. So majority is going to be, actually I don't think I caught what XXL was playing on his Viper, but I think it is still going to be majority F2 V2 for the Vipers, which I think is probably the easier to execute, you know, easier to pilot variation of Viper abilities. You know, you have that big damage button that also applies the anti-heal. That is, it's easier to use. It's easier to get value from than the silence, because if you mess up your silence, you get it on the wrong target, or you somehow manage to miss it, or it just gets iframe, whatever might happen, it can be very, very, very impactful. Whereas with the F2, if you don't hit it, or if you don't hit it on the correct target, it's still going to do damage, and then once you pop that ultimate, you're still going to be silencing everybody around you, which is usually the sort of objective. F1 V1 is a little bit more difficult, as securing that silence is so unbelievably key to your fight going the way that you want it to go. But here we are, jumping in to game number 3, ladies and gentlemen, kicking it off but with a fight between SS1 and TE, landing on the cave for those fireflies in that cave. We also have ASE jumping in too. They are in the vicinity. Few teams here lurking around, but heading on over to where the action's actually happening. We've got DRG, OA, and JL scrapping it out in a 3-way fight, and now OUG has come to join the party. It is an absolute rave over here.
And DRG's Kakaishi with that big parry, with the coulter, big damage gonna be coming out. I see Dungeon weaving with those flying knives, putting a lot of damage into the Dom Q is gonna fall first, and OUG's gonna turn that around. They were against the ropes, and now in the dead center, you see JL's one found buying that moonbait into the south in the corner of the map. We are gonna get BBE versus YZG. Love this spot right here. It's one of my favorite landing spots. I didn't realize, Duncan, that Morris is actually your favorite map. You've ever really said that. We are gonna get BBE for YZ versus YZG. They don't really want to force this fight. Moonbane is gonna be going down already, and JL is gonna be, looks like they're being on the team. We are seeing YZG go off into this corner. Takeda, Siphon coming in, and a rare instance of Greatsword and Hong Sword. Roy Hehe with a weapon swap, gonna pop the F1. Jump to the center, gets the slam on ZXL, and go into the center, trying to make some more. So Kylan able to split up a lot of that pressure, and now switching over to fist fight. We just got a box of chocolates as far as weapons coming out. Roy Hehe picking up the pressure, looking for the army, but NME Syra is going to take him down in a 1v3 situation. We're seeing Roy Hehe put into these spots before he doesn't get the clutch up this time. Nowhere left to go, and they are going to get put out of their misery as they try to chase that team, but unfortunately get that turn on. We are going to see JL. Remember, they did use that moonbait, and they are on 5-2-1 right now. XXL very, very low, but that Matari Viper Wei-Shan, I believe we saw this one time during Spring League, but putting into work again, and Vipers, that off-spawn aggression, is getting rewarded with kills right now, but with that Moonbane, multiple teams are going to see that, and OUG is going to answer the call with their own Moonbanes for themselves.
Yeah, it's just a dinner bell. As soon as you see that Moonbane get dropped on the map, you instantly know that there are teams likely fighting over in that area. Now, OUG, Baby U getting left on his own right now. The Yushan trying to chase him down, unable to catch him as he's very... he can't really do too much with verticality, but unfortunately for Baby U, he's still going to be taken down. XXL with the jump up, able to deny the exit with the grapple, and oh my goodness, oh the movement, oh so much purple, what on earth? 2-tick almost getting absolutely obliterated. The double hit as well. This Moonbane is insane right now. SS is thanking his lucky stars that the Moonbane was on his side. Oh my goodness, able to weather the storm for quite a while. Goes to the focus release into the follow-up, gets caught into a beautiful parry, turning it around onto AB. Oh my goodness, he's fending him off. Wolves coming in as well from the side, trying to get a piece, and SS able to break away just for the moment. Getting all around the buildings, but unfortunately it's not gonna be enough. He's still gonna go down. A very valiant effort coming out from SS, almost able to clutch it up and to save himself from being taken down and taking all of them down with him, but it was not to be. He does get eliminated, and OA make it out alive with all of the lives, but they don't have rebirths, and Wolves are hot on their heels, looking to try and chase them down, and a huge parry to open up the fight, mitigated by the F2 from the Farrier. The Farrier beacon also dropped down to try and save 2-tick. It's exploding into a massive fight now. The ultimate being sent out. TK going to be popping that Viper ultimate, deterring the aggression from the team. Is he going to be able to survive though? This is looking very bad for him, and there it is. He does go down. AB up on the cliffside with the Farrier ultimate, raining fire down upon him in the canyon, not able to do anything about it. TK does go down, and Wolves have the tables turned on them by this team with who were seemingly at a huge disadvantage.
Yeah, OA traversing through, chasing down ZK and 2. How do you pronounce Tutton? I always call it Tutton.
I call him 2-tick. Just
2-tick?
It rolls off the tongue a bit better.
2-tick. I'm going to call him 2-tick. But looking at the kills so far, JL with the Yuashan comp, the first Yuashan comp I've seen success with, already up to 7 kills. That's just 1 up to 3 kills. OA up to 4 kills. Alliance, 3 kills. I feel like... looking at Alliance's squad, I always think of NY7 and his Zai and Viper for that team. It's weird seeing him move to Bauda. We'll have to see if Alliance can keep up that dominance. They were known as a fragment team before, not now overall in 9th. They're not keeping up the pacing that we're used to seeing them. We'll have to see how their new third is going to be gelling with them. Over here though, inside Celestra, maybe a little bit of probing right here. Now, as Siphon, you don't really want to take unnecessary fights until that first Yang or the Spirit Rail. You want to kind of scale up. We're not seeing that ultimate buff. It's very, very hard to get that gold ultimate where Takeda really gets online, and especially with how much crowd control comes out from Kylan and Faria. Paired up. Actually, we haven't seen Freya, Matari, and Viper paired up a lot. This is one of the competitions I heard was happening in China. We didn't really see it in the global scene as much. You actually see this comp in ranked quite a bit. At least in NA, you see it quite a bit. It's still one of those rare competitions. I'm curious to see whether or not they're going to play on the outside, play the Spirit Well, where they will contest these monk teams, or they're going to actually go into the realm of Yang, just because Faria is a good solution to monk. And if you're not running a Yuashan or Matari, again, not having anti-stun for your monk and support is very, very dicey, but you can kind of get away with it because in general Vipers don't go into Yang. So I'm really curious to see whether or not these Vipers are going to Yang. Very, very dicey right now. Lots of teams right here. A little bit of poke going down, but everyone's going to pile in right now. Dash is going to come in. Monk's doing
oh my goodness.
But ASC is going to be able to get in, and they are going to be running it versus DRG. It looks like Monk versus... Is that a Viper on the other side? I feel like it's a Viper on the other side. We'll have to see how it's going to go. Take it away, Duncan.
We got the Viper, Zai, Matari coming out from this composition. We see Dongxing opening up. Oh, a beautiful uppercut off of the pillar. Oh my goodness, into the immediate grab onto Dongxing. But Han is taking an absurd amount of damage. I don't think he's going to be able to de-transform before he goes down. The silence coming through onto Xiao Wen, I believe, denied him the zipping ultimate, and he just goes down. It was looking so good for this team, but unfortunately they're not able to stay alive. The amount of damage and burst coming through just absolutely cutting them down, but it does get equalized. ASE missed, have put up a fight. They've managed to make it into a 1 versus 2, but there it is. Oh no, 2 versus 2, sorry. And one goes down, the 1v2 situation, the overhold attempt is not going to work. The Matari F is going to dash through, denying that focus hold, denying the focus release before it comes out. And DRG, absolutely explosive. It was not looking good for them at the beginning. They get the immediate grab onto Zai, and then somehow Monk just disappears, his entire health bar. That's crazy.
Hey, that execution was wild. I'm not gonna lie, that was clean and super quick. That Monk didn't just get fried, he got deep fried and breaded like a crispy piece of chicken. Just a drumstick just eaten alive right there. The fact that the Viper was able to accurately get onto that pillar and get some gold focus attack katanas into his side, that's not very easy to do, as far as like the spacing and movement to time everything, and then staying on top of the Monk, because he can at any point turn around and silence. You see Viper kind of dancing around on his head. Just really well played by that Viper, and I wouldn't even say that's textbook. That's just like, it's unheard of. We never see Viper do really good executions, at least during the pro league seasons. We've seen them come out during J-Cup where people bust out new strategies, and we are seeing the Vermilion buff going crazy right now. Oh wait, and YZG and JL just absolutely moshing it out, jumping in right now. ZX out with the Monk ult, looking for the double grab. Everyone staring in at him. Nice, really Monk though, able to get a little bit of health from the D2, but all the venom bullets, the anti-heat, getting lit up by the whole lobby, and then the Zai coming flying in. Oh my goodness, the Monk just gets absolutely shredded as everyone turns eyes to him. But oh hey, on the Decina, Ice Cream combo be coming through, but JL's XXL is going to be stealing all these kills right now. Cyril's coming in, beating U1 right now. Uation comes out of left field. We know it has to be JL. There's only one Uation on the map. He comes in. GXA finds a knife kill right now. And the dashes from Tutic, Duncan calls him, is coming through, looking for the follow-ups, getting resets over and over. But oh my goodness, it's just area shots going into the center. It's just absolute carnage right now. Donkey's going to find a kill to JL's one phone, but the carnage is not going to stop right now. Everyone's going to be diving into knives from Tutic, throwing it in. The RP, he's going to get the kill onto Shinyu, but Slowly's going to come in, steal another kill right now. OA's going to try to stabilize, slow down right now. 42 seconds on the Vermilion Buster. He looks like he is going to get caught. Slowed down right now. The F2's not going to stay on. The Siren's going to come out, and now it's 5-2-1. Ivan's turn right now. What can he show us? Looking back in to the absolute Chaos Wolf Alliance. Everyone's showing up to the party. Everyone's invited, and now the V1 is going to come down, not the V2, and everyone's going to spread out. Everyone doesn't want to show up to the party. The police is here. It's a Viper, but ASE's Han is going to be going on the Monk, jumping through, but he's lost his zipping. Can they find recovery here in the Chaos?
I don't think recovery seems like not an option in this chaotic spot right here. This has happened quite a lot in these few games. You know, in the past when we've seen these Yang depletion situations after Yang, you know, there are a lot of teams spacing out. Some teams, they don't really want any part of the action. They just sort of chill out at the edge of the map, look to hunt down solos, etc. But no, it looks as though it's been flipped on its head completely, and now every single team in the lobby just seems to pile into one area on the map. And I don't really understand how they all managed to find each other as well. They just all managed to get this one area. Perhaps it's just an ascension in terms of macro prediction, able to predict exactly where everyone's going to be. But oh my goodness, does it make for a really nice showing. Xiaonan, unfortunately, meets his end here, just monkeying up in the open, not able to survive the onslaught of range attacks, range projectiles, and everything else that comes along with it. Getting taken down, PB getting sent flying off the cliffside by the Kylin Peak. Everyone's piling in once again. DRG, BBE. Slows goes down. Alliance in the mix, trying to recover, trying to get that reset to then find a way back into this fight. TE still has one member left on his feet for the moment. But is he going to be able to salvage the situation with two members on the ground and dying, bleeding out? BBE do manage to get one of their teammates back on their feet, back alive, and are going to be committing their ultimate to secure the reset. But are they going to be able to make it into the safe zone with all of these players and all of these teams waiting at the edge of the zone, or waiting patiently? Fangs prepped, ready to jump in. The claws are out. Yuma goes down. DRG jumping in, ferociously annihilating this player. Ivan with the musket over here. We've got BB right going down to the bow shots of OA. SS going down to the storm damage. Two-Tick taking down NNE. It's just constant fighting non-stop. An absolute carnage fest here. How many teams are even alive at this point? No wonder we're not getting that many end games at this point, Raven, because everyone's just dying in mid-game.
Yeah, I'm not sure what triggers the pile-in. I've never seen this in all the years in NARAKA. Pretty much almost like 70% of the lobby is finding this Yang depletion situation. The Vermilion's buff definitely goes in because they have a life to spare, but all the Yang depletions are also there. Now we are going to go to Rumble Gang. YZG versus OA. Barriers going to be coming in. This is what I was curious about. Can the barriers really put pressure onto these Transformers, or did Transformers really lock in the strategy, pretty much deny this ice cream composition? Now ZXL, very scaled up, it's going to be coming in. It looks like Kaku is under a ton of pressure. Siren ult's going to be coming out, but the Kylan ult's going to be knocking him down. Fairy on the outside is going to be crowd controlling at all. Monk instead, she's going to be trying to assist with the focus fire onto Zipping, and it looks like Zen from OA is going to be able to kill Zen. The Zipping of YZG, and now YZG against the rope 2v3 situation. AB is going to back off, get the snipe off, triple tap dodge, going to try to get away. The fist pressure from YZG cuts it, keeping on the pressure, not... Wait, he does get a kill right here on the Justina, but YZG cannot fight back, and it looks like that the ice cream composition kind of looked like it was cooking, Duncan. I didn't see why didn't no one open with this on Predoria? It still seems very, very strong versus Transformers, unless maybe are we gonna see the Fairy and Syro move over to the Firefly days? Because remember, these are all the daytime days. Viper traditionally is played on the Firefly days, so maybe all of these teams are holding that in the bag for the later half of today. We are on game 3, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining us. ASC with the Mystics Might, and we keep seeing them. These guys have been super, super consistent for their opener this season, always showing up to the end game and having solid games. And again, they're looking very, very stacked once more with 25 players left in the lobby. They still are positioning themselves very well to have another solid game. Now looking at the overall leaderboard, 14 kills on JL, OA at 14, YZG at 7, DRG at 10. We see a little bit of bumping heads right here. JL with 5-1, but not committing fully. Alliance trying to play the zone, trying to get back in, but in a very, very tough position as they're getting sniffed out by 5-1 in JL. He is going for the full wraparound, and Yuma, he's going to get rezzed from Jang. PP trying to make his way to the wide angle to get back in. Will we see Alliance recover their game, or are we about to see them in the kill feed back to the lobby for them?
It's possible with all these players waiting at the edge of the zone, and also considering that we have Mystic Mites on the field now, it's going to be very difficult to find a way to recover at this point. If you get spotted out by the Mystic Mite, especially if you're on your own, as Alliance's Syra was, you are going to get hunted down to the ends of the earth with multiple teams chasing you down, trying to secure that elimination. But we will have to wait and see. It looks as though DRG's Draco Storm does expire now, only able to secure one elimination from having that buff, unfortunately. But now, speaking of solo players getting hunted down, we see Wolves. Feria, the last man standing on this team, is going to be caught in the zone by OUG, and immediately popping that Feria ultimate and going further into the storm. I don't imagine they're going to be able to make it out alive, unfortunately, so we're probably going to see him go down to that storm damage in the kill feed at any moment now, as he had to go max distance to avoid being taken out by OUG, and it might simply be the safer choice, just go quietly into the night and avoid giving an elimination over to another team. But as of yet, we still haven't seen it go out. We still haven't seen him get taken down by the storm. He has managed to survive, but there it is. There it is. NHQ does let himself die to the storm damage, not giving it over that point to OUG, who were constantly trying to find him. They were waiting at the edge of the zone. They do go over to the body. No, those are they're just giving each other some grapples. No, they're not actually. They haven't found the body just yet, I don't think. OUG instead are going to be wrapping around the storm, trying to avoid the Viper team that was very close to them at the edge of Wreckage Plains. As I have to say, I will never, I don't think I can ever stop calling it Wreckage Plains at this point. It is now officially known as Shipwreck Expanse. It has been for about 3 years. But I remember still back in the day, the first season, Wreckage Plains was what it was called, and I'll never forget. And it will always be that for me. But yeah,
he's called it Shipwreck. Wreckage Plains? I've never even heard. Wait, do you even land in Shipwreck? Are you?
I used to, yeah. I used to be a bit of a chameleon. I used to land in all sorts of different spots. Is a wreckage. I used to land in mines as well. The bottom right corner of the map with that small little area. To the southeast of mines. I used to land there all the time. Because back in the day, chat, there was no reses. If you were playing solos, you didn't have a rebirth. If you died once, you were just back in the lobby. And as a Tarka gamer from day one, no Firefly. I gotta get juiced up before I even try and fight somebody. No combo breaker on F. It's spooky. That's a spooky one. But back to the game that we're currently watching. YZG able to secure the Spirit Line buff, the Yang Spirit Well. You see the Kylanol get popped. He's going to have another one ready to go. OA going to be picking up the flag and making their way over to that Spirit Well, trying to cleanse. I imagine they're probably going to go uncontested, considering how juiced up they are. I'm not too sure if they're even... There's even a team who would dare contest them at this point, but maybe JL and 5T1 are hot on their heels.
I mean, if you're really juiced up, doesn't mean people don't want to drink that up, man.
Okay.
Doesn't matter that they're juiced. Getting the Spirit Wells in. You need to win Spirit Wells in order to win this round. We are going to see the Feria and Yang Defeation putting on the pressure for OA to make a move right here, but turns around and we just see everyone following this 3 minutes 30 seconds. See AB just immediately gets shredded out of the mech. This is one of the downsides of Feria, is that multi-way fights, over the years, Feria mech has been nerfed in hit points. Even though the damage was increased, with multi-way fights with so many teams, it's very, very hard to sit in your mech and not get removed out of it if other teams are just, you know what, let's not let that team snowball. We see JL, we see 521 immediately remove them from the mech. And OA, I think originally it was in the area. We got Alliance, OA, YZG rotating up north. Now we got 521 moving in with the flank with that Draco Storm. I've been on the Viper, a little bit of threat. You never want to see a Viper grappling in onto your flank. And look at this rotation right here. We got the triple team holding hands as they rotate to the left side as Draco Storm pushes in with the flank. YZG trying to get refuge here over at the high trees and trying to make their way up. You have to be careful. Ivan still keeping up that pressure with the F2. Gets a big nuke through, but ZXL is very, very stank now. OA kind of, I guess, interrupted 521's execution. It's hard to see it go down. Cuckoo is going to try to take advantage. They don't have Yang depletion or anything. They just thought they were a little bit lower. And they saw, but JL on the other hand does have Yang depletion. 2 minutes left. And JL's one Fong is going to be coming through with the slams, with the jumping slam, and Alliance Yuma is going to get scooped up from JL. And I can't believe it, Duggan. Are we seeing the first successful Yashan run in years? And I was theory crafting about this for a while, that what if someone just went full counter Viper? What is the answer? We've seen this once more. I don't know if it was TXJ here. It might have been him, though, I'm not gonna lie. He didn't have success last time. The double Viper counter, though, is doing well with the current lineup for this lobby. So very, very cool stuff from JL. Still innovating, still setting a lot of the meta. But we'll have to see. They haven't cinched it up yet. ERG is already up to 11 kills. OA is up to 14 kills. And on the outskirts, 521 is at 7 kills. We'll have to see as the Spirit World part of his endgame starts evolving.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, just barely not able to get away from that Viper silent stagger. Dongxing flying up to the sky. They're trying desperately to secure this Spirit World for themselves. It's their only real way of cleansing this Yang depletion from the Spirit line. Unfortunately, JL does also have a member under Yang depletion. Wait a minute! Oh, the combo! All of it! Oh, 2-on-1! Wait a minute! Oh my goodness! The Viper counter! The Batari ult does come through, protecting him from that Viper ultimate. DXJ, very low HP, dashing up to the sky. XXL now dodging away, does get clipped by the dual blades. Is he going to be able to survive this one? The F comes out, the overhold, the follow-up. Wait a minute, oh my goodness, what is going on? Dongxing, 1 HP in a dream, 4 seconds, 2, 1. He's going to go down to, to JL. He does go down to JL. Unfortunately, though, JL all get eliminated. Every other team in the lobby who didn't have Yang depletion was just waiting patiently for the inevitable chaos that was about to ensue. They knew that these other teams had Yang depletion from the Spirit line, and they were going to have to fight over this Spirit Well. And they just waited, bided their time, and came in and cashed in on all of this chaos, and were able to fully eliminate JL, which is very sad to see, considering that they had 17 eliminations. It would have been a huge conversion from getting a first place finish, but it is what it is. OA up to 17 now. ASE having secured that Spirit Well is going to have the double Kylan ult once again with this buff, with this Draco Storm. He's trying to catch these players out of the trees with not all that much success, unfortunately, as they're just able to immediately grapple back up again. The tree is so high that they get unstaggered before they hit the ground. Missed. They have found one. Fat Milk in a corner up against the wall. There it is. Fat Milk does go down to ASE, picking up their 4th elimination. Not that many kills, but still a solid showing from them, as they could pick up quite a few more kills moving forward into this endgame.
Yeah, we're seeing the high tree situation, which I pointed out for Morris earlier. This really definitely benefits the Viper teams. Now, unfortunately for the Viper teams, only DRD is left alive, and he's a solo Viper. It's going to be hard for him to find the exact moment where he's going to get a maximum value. On the flip side, we got 3 Monk teams. Kakashi is going to say that we aren't going to find a better spot than this. We got to use our V3 to create some space to get some heals off. He is going to take to the sky.
see how long he can last over here. I didn't get to see how much grapple he has left. But we see all the squirrels flying up the tree, trying to get people out of it. All the duos and souls just scale rushing for their lives. Nice shift focus attack from Han. Has to be careful right here. He does have Drago Storm though. 50 seconds left. They can really dictate the lobby. And again, we are going to see OUG again holding that ultimate low to the bottom left. Now on the right of them though, we got YGG with the cannon. Holding, no one can land over here. In the center though, we are going to go back to Han. Where we have an ult, but we do have ult. Now, this is also one of the weird, awkward positions as Monk. It's like, where do you ult here and not get immediately focus fired and looked at? I feel like they're going to hold it and try to win the heal off with it, but we've seen how dicey that is. Campy is going to drop down from the top rope. We still have a little bit of time left here. OA's AB with the Feria though, putting in work. YZG unfortunately is going to steal the kill onto Pampy, even though OA is getting everyone off the ground. This is OA's land right here now. On the outside though, we saw games of YZG, and now ASC Han is going to pop the Monko. No more Feria ult from him. Will Han be able to get a bunch of double grabs to close out the day?
He might be able to manage it, but he's having to aim upwards, which, if you've ever played Monk, is not all that easy to get grabs if they're directly above you. But ASE Han is going to be able to do it nonetheless. The kick, the slam, the stomp. Get out of here. Oh, wait a minute. A little bit of resistance coming out from ZXL. He's coming in with a grab. Gets Han as he comes out of that ultimate, going down. Kablam. Does he find the short range grabs? He finds one, goes for another one. Get a little bit greedy, needs to heal, but the healing is going to be cut down by the Storm. Jin Yu now popping that ultimate in the last few moments. Are we going to go down to the clock? Oh, is it going to time out? I think it doesn't. I think he's able to clutch it up, and they come away with the first place placement. But who's coming away with the MVP? It's going to be OA, ladies and gentlemen. OA claiming victory, claiming MVP in game number 3. Able to survive until the last. Able to clutch it up for the team. Big W from OA.
Yeah, we saw OA just slugging it out throughout that whole end game. That big rotation from everyone transitioning that last Spirit Well and the trees coming in big. I was hoping to see the UA Sean kind of pull through, but the problem with the durability of Viper compositions, you don't really have a support ultimate, so it's do or die. If you're ever not snowballing, not keeping the pressure on other teams, you can get poked out by range teams, but OA is going to be able to clutch this one out. You didn't see them, I guess the camera wasn't really on them as much when it came out to the fragging, but clearly these guys were a pure menace in the lobby, able to secure that last round. Now game 3 is in the bag. That Morris, we didn't get to see the highlights. Man, Feria teams though, definitely, I still feel like Feria, at least in this meta, can be utilized. I'm curious to see. I feel like she's probably going to come out the second half here with the Fireflies instead of what we've been seeing. Monk heavily being the main composition that we've been watching, but moving forward, I'm guessing we are going to be seeing more Vipers on the flip side, and I'm excited to see which different variations we are going to see. Just not even full bias. I've been saying for a while that Yuashan and Mentari had to play somewhere as like one of those hard counters to everything. And as long as it's pretty much widely accepted that Yuashan doesn't get much value anymore because so many characters can just fry him and do so much damage to him. Zai, Kylan, Baria, everything basically staggers him and he can't really fight back. But as long as he's utilized for his debuff potential and not really the primary damage part, he still creates a lot of opportunity for his teammates to find stuff. I'm curious to see how JL played it further, but still, name of the game. All we've seen today is the Monk dominance with Kylan. a little bit with Justina and Valda, but mainly with Kylan, kind of the tried and true. We're picking up where we left off the previous NBPL season, leading up to EWC, but still, we're past that halfway point, Duncan. A lot of NARAKA to be played. We are on to the Fireflies. Now, Trios starts with Predoria, ends with Predoria. Even though we went Hollowrath Morris, we're going back to Hollowrath. That's how we always remember this. So what are we going to be doing Hollowrath? Are we going back to Siphon? Or are there going to be a lot of Vipers? We are going to look at the overall standings. OA with 18 kills. Woo! At 19.5 JL. Tracing, though, almost clutched it up. Neck to neck at 17 kills. Right at the end, running out of gas, but still very big round for them. OUG at 9 at 14.8, but they yoink that first place off. That 4 placement point gives them a lot more. YZG at 11 kills, 13 points. ASC at 10. ASC has been showing up very big every single round, but nothing to scoff out. 10 kills is still a lot. Now at the overall damage area, 21,000, considering it's kind of out of mech a lot of the time, depending on the matchup, but in a lot of matchups he ends up going in still. Tudik? Tudik. Justina, 25k damage. My man's going around doing a lot of damage, getting the plays, getting it going for OA, and shows up big, clutching it up to get that MVP for game 3 for them.
Yeah, absolutely huge. I'm very surprised that we're not seeing more of this composition. As we could clearly see, it did very well. Also, interestingly, I think I caught it towards the end that the JL was actually running Nbpl to Yushan as well. By the way, we're playing Pops right now. So, what's going on? They don't care. They're just running around with Nbpl.
Was it Nbpl? It wasn't.
It was Nbpl. It's. I don't know why, but I mean, maybe it's a mind game. You know. Oh wait, do we silence Yueshan or the Matari? Joke's on you. You should be going for Matari. You know, like. I mean, to be fair, the Nbpl does do a considerable amount, and especially if you manage to get that lockdown with the Viper or with the with the Matari, you can do a significant amount of damage. Regardless, though, we get to take a look at some of the replays off the back of that game. Well, what a game it was! What a game. OA is going to be the MVP of the game. Also brought to you by China Unicom. You see OUG popping off in the early, coming in with that third party. And then this fight, it was actually looking so good for BBE. But right there, that purple pulse sword coming in and just obliterating that Syra was the main turning point of that fight. Unfortunately for BBE, they weren't able to avoid that one. They didn't have eyes in the back of their head at the time, and they did get taken down. Now in the realm of Yang, we see OA. This was looking pretty decent for YZG at the beginning, but then it all went sideways for them, and OA came in and finished it off pretty well. The fist blade pressure did do quite a bit from the side of the monk when he came out of ultimate, but it wasn't enough, unfortunately. Then as we went into this end game situation, ASE with the grabs, OUG with the grabs, Jinyu, it was so close. I for whatever reason thought, I mean, they both start with O, I suppose, but I thought OA was
OA? Looks like don't get cut off for a second, but OA with their Justina, with their Barrier, with their ice cream, getting 2 scoops and the MVP. My man Tudik able to come through with the palm lighting. The group, it all makes sense right now. Group heal and advanced heal, one of the, or probably the strongest Jade, I would say, in trios. It used to be one of those kept secrets, but if you just look very closely, all of the really big MVP games, a lot of the time, someone on that team comm has that group heal and advanced heal. It just allows to bring so much sustainability that you're able to take a ton of risks while one person sits in back and pops heals over and over, able to pick up your team over and over, and you see it. Now, JL was neck to neck with them, and as Duncan pointed out, with Nbpl. So it really begs the question, is Yueshan really not viable? And does he not counter the Viper? Especially with Nbpl,
what kind of value was he getting as far as putting out the damage onto the other teams? So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be going to our first interview today, and right afterwards, we'll be right back going into Game 4. Still a lot of NARAKA to be played.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now I'm standing here with Kuku and let him say hello to our audience. 来吧，酷酷先跟观众朋友们打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 OA 的酷酷儿。
欢迎酷酷来到赛后采访。Okay, so first, it's the new season, and we know that now you join in the new team. And I would like to know, so how's your feeling in the new team right now? 那我先想问一下，因为新赛季我们也看到嘛，酷酷其实是又一次变更了自己的战队，加入了新战队之后，目前感觉整个磨合下来怎么样？
感觉我队友性格都还挺好的，然后打架啊这些都还可以，就是经验跟运营上还欠缺一点。
就是在比赛当中，大家还要再去进行一些磨合。So to be honest, I think the personality of my teammate, I think they are really good. And for me, I think maybe they are all like good on one-on-one fighting. But for the group work, especially in the matches, we still need to cooperate with each other and like have more experience. Now it's like we are lack of the group experience in the game. That's why I just get so-so, but I think it's already good right now. Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 我们来看一下今天的有奖问答。So you guys can see the question on the screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and lucky guy will be whispered. Okay, so let's see to this question. Which hero did OA Cuckoo 2 use in the game 3? 这道题目呢是刚才这把比赛当中，酷酷用的是哪个英雄？那再说到这个英雄 ，so let's talk about the latest game, and you know a lot of like our audience are talking about the character Sarah because it's like sometimes they're using for the support and sometimes it's using for the attack. So how do you think the position for this character? 那我首先就问一下，就是因为我们就刚才这把比赛用到的英雄希拉嘛，其实最近讨论度也蛮高的，就是说很多人在讨论，哎，这个英雄他到底在现在目前3排当中应该是个怎么样的定位？到底应该是个辅助位呢，还是更多的是一个 C 位？那作为刚才这把比赛就用了希拉的，酷酷能不能给我们来分享一下？
我觉得希拉在冰妙席里面就是还是算 C 位的，对，因为我们需要技能进行 combo。然后在杀鬼里面，其实就只需要保着队友的大招，然后来跟着队友大招来打就好。
所以其实也是根据不同的阵容搭配，你得改变自己的方法啊。我觉得其实也是很好的给大家分享了个技巧嘛。可能很多人觉得一个英雄只有一个玩法，但其实我们是非常的灵活多变。Okay, so for me, I think this character is really flexible. Like in the hero combination, which have the Justina and Furia, so that we can use it as a tag in the top C in the game, in the team. And if we are using like the other hero combination, and it's more like the support for the whole team, it's very flexible, just up to the hero combination. 这个也是要看我们的阵容的。那么这道题其实我们刚才差不多也把答案说出来，但是我们还是要来倒计时一下。准备好发出福利了吗？ Okay, let's count in the number, please.
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, if you are the lucky guy and you will be whispered, so please pay attention. Okay, so after the 3 games, I would like to know, so now, because you just like talk about the personality, and I would like to know, so for the first day, how you think about the Trolls game, whatever, about your teammates, or about like the other players. 那今天也是我们3排秋季赛的第一天嘛，我就前面也讲了，其实目前到了新的队伍，到了 OA 之后呢，其实整个磨合的也算是不错。那目前3把打下来，我想问一下酷酷，对于今天的比赛，你觉得怎么评价？可以说说对自己的队友啊，自己也可以，或者说说对对手有没有，就是他们的水平有没有超过你的期待，或者说，哎，大家刚开赛可能还需要多练习一下。
感觉就是对手的话都打得比较稳，因为觉得圈人都还偏蛮多的，这几把来说。对，然后我以为会打架比较凶一点，但是还是以稳健来说吧。
可能就是今天也是第一天，对不对？然后到了秋季赛，大家也要看一下我们目前这个赛季大家的节奏会是怎么样。So actually, I think in today's game, it's like everyone is not really aggressive. You know, in my imagination, everyone may be really aggressive because it's the first day and everyone want good on fighting, but like everyone just in every team is just like they are like to operate to the end of game. So we can see a lot of person are there in the final circle. It's really out of my imagination. 这也是其实我们开赛大家就可以关注，其实可以看到在赛程的每个阶段啊，我们的打法都非常的多变，也非常的有趣。期待你们接下来表现，其实上3场还是很不错的。我们接下来说加油，好不好 ？Cheer up to LA and thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back after the first half of the day. It has been a very exciting set of games for us all here. We've been delighted to be witness to them. I am Duncan Donuts, joined by the legend himself, Raven BLZ, and we are your casters today. And it's been very exciting. And I have to say, I'm not really sure what game Kukutu was playing, but when he said that people weren't being all that aggressive, I have to disagree, considering the absolute mosh pits that we've been having taking place just in the mid game. And although yes, we have had a little bit of an end game, it's definitely not, it's not turbo stacked or anything like that, I don't think. But I mean, perhaps he meant early on or at a certain point in the game that there wasn't as much aggression as he's used to, perhaps. Regardless, though, it's still been very, very exciting to watch. But as you know, if you were here before the break, we are going to be moving over to the Firefly maps for the second half of the day. As with trios, it starts off with 3 non-Firefly games and then ends off the day with 3 Firefly maps, starting with Horoth, Morris, and then ending on Perdoria. So we're about to be heading into our 4th game of the day relatively soon, I imagine. What are you hoping to see, Raven? Because it could be pretty ugly moving forwards based on what we've seen so far today.
Well, if Kukutu is saying that it's not aggressive, we are about to see what he imagines as aggression going into the second half of the day. So a lot of NARAKA to be played. We're moving on to game 4. And like you were saying, Duncan, Fireflies going into the second half. Maybe Kukutu, from his team's perspective, they weren't seeing a lot of aggression. Or maybe they felt like the lobby was lightweight. They did roll through the lobby very easily. But at least from our perspective and what I've seen in NARAKA for the past 4 years, these have been some of the craziest mid games I've seen in a long time. It kind of reminds me of the first Worlds, where I mean there was way more teams in the lobby. 48 players were in the lobby, and you would see such crazy skirmishes. But we are seeing at least 24 players just full brawling it out. All of the Yang depletion are like finding each other very perfectly, and then everyone with Vermilion's buff is all just going in. You just see a full pile-in. Now you are trying to see a couple of like the factions move off, like the Fairies kind of go one way, the Vipers go one way, the Monk goes one way, but it all kind of devolves at that point because there's just so much going on. And as soon as First Blood goes through, everyone's diving in for the Soul Bloom. You see every single Yang depletion team going in there, and maybe from Kukutu's standpoint, he's just like, that's not aggressive enough. I need more blood. And I'm just like, well, maybe for the second half, we're going to see some more insanity. I'm still curious to see a lot more new composition, what China has been cooking up during the offseason. All this, to me, is kind of a preview leading up to EWC. Most teams in NBPL, I would say, don't keep things too close to the heart. Maybe 1 or 2 things for the really, really big tournaments. But at the very least, qualifying rounds, we see a lot more experimenting. Maybe the NBPL Grand Finals will get the final preview, but it's been exciting stuff. Trios hasn't been on my radar as much as solos, with Frostibus being over in solos, but I still gotta always shout out my man TXJ. Love watching him and seeing Baby U grow so much. We haven't seen as much coming out from OUG, but definitely always exciting to see what TXJ has cooking up with Yueshan showing up, and like you were saying, the skewer. Putting kebabs out there, putting people impaled.
Delicious.
Hello, you think I'm here for for the anti-sun? No, we're here to hit you with the kebab. So, very, very exciting stuff. I don't think most people will follow suit with that. I think you go across the board, most people think Yueshan's kind of booty cheeks. But we'll see moving forward. We see Kukutu, and like, you know what? I need more aggression.
This is light work.
This is too
Where's
slow.
my? This is not fast enough.
Why are people playing slow in endgame? 12.
What is
people?
this? You trying to win or you trying to get kills, buddy? What you doing?
Be 6 people. No people. You see the NBPL posture check man himself, TXJ. I swear to God, every single season.
True, actually.
He He sits up even straighter, even wider. Soon.
Wide people.
Look how wide his stance
It's just like wide TXJ. He's just fully locked in.
And I gotta say, like, Fong, when he first paired up with VVV and TXJ, he looked a lot more uncomfortable. Now he's definitely like fallen into rhythm, and I didn't really like his fit initially, but I gotta say now he's shaped up to a way more complete player.
What am I watching right now? He's just curling his hair.
Baby you being babied himself. That's one of the goats of the league. Will he be able to pull through? Now, ASC, again, kind of a surprise. I would say this is more of a surprise for the global scene rather than everyone in the league, but these guys kind of took the storm, took NVIDIA by storm. Definitely been performing very well. You see Xiaowin going in full lean back position, the opposite of posture. Maybe might be the strategy to winning NBPL. Sitting up straighter is not necessarily as good, but different strats, different things may work. The lean back may work. We'll have to see it moving forward, but TK is the king, right?
Yeah, it's him.
It's so weird seeing just TK, the rebranding, but you can't hide the face, bro. The hair is a little bit different, but you can't hide the king's face. Wolves, defending world's champions. Just this year's gonna be very, very exciting. This EWC is gonna be very, very exciting. BBE did try the UA Sean a little bit earlier. Can they pull it through? Now,
I want to see it again. I want to see the traditional Transformers come out again.
Can they? I mean, the second half, Firefly plays very, very different than non-Firefly. And peeking at the scrims, I mean, I got to see it a couple times because Taki was doing research, and I would tune in, kind of see what the CN teams are doing. And the scrims are absolutely insane. So I was wondering if it was going to carry over to the actual qualifying rounds. And I'm not going to lie, it's pretty close. The one difference I would say is more people are down to just flip it like a burger, as you like to say during the mid game. We're just full out brawling. They just didn't add a little bit of music, and it's just like it looks like we're just at a festival, a NARAKA festival, where everyone's just jumping in, piling in for those soul blooms. But really, really cool stuff. Will it kind of change for the second half? We'll have to see. It's all going to be telling on what people pick right here. Are we going to see a lot more Vipers, or are we going to see more of the same? A lot of Monk and slower scaling teams, or the Takedo's going to be bust out?
Well, I mean, we got a little bit of both right now. Funnily enough, they heard you. Got Wolves going for that Sand Siphon with the Takeda, along with DRG as well, in fact. We have Alliance on the Viper, Justina, Syra. And then JL gonna go for something else entirely and go for the Kailin Tianhai Zipping. I think they're a bit late to the party. You know, everyone was playing this earlier. Perhaps they've got a plan, they've got a strategy. Because it looks as though Takeda is coming out in force. There it is, Raven. I had a feeling it might come out at some point today, and I think I might have been right about this one. Takeda is definitely showing up, because in the past, you know, he's definitely not been picked as much. You know, he's been picked, but it's nowhere near this much. We've now got 6 teams opting to go for the Syra Takeda Tomolk. 6 of them. One is going for new Transformers, and then one is going for Viper Syra Justina, I believe it was. OUG, interesting, is gonna go for the Yushan Viper Matari, just like JL did in the previous game. And YZG is going to go for the Zai Matari Viper.
Yeah, the Yueshan Viper Matari kind of reminds me of when Zai Matari took really the field by storm. I'm not gonna lie, I always felt playing Yueshan running around, it felt strong when you were playing Skewer. Just because a lot of players underestimate how much damage you get when you get the full Yueshan combo, and people get caught lacking. I figured in Pro League that you couldn't really catch people lacking, but I cannot understate how Yueshan has not been in the meta for at least 2 years, and I would say a lot of people have forgot how to play against him, and that he does do a lot of damage if you let him free hit you. And just like a lot of the modern day characters like Kylan, it's very easy to follow up as Yueshon slams someone. You're able to find a focus attack. He's able to guard your teammates very well with his slide attacks. And even though he doesn't have as much verticality as Zai or Kylan, where he can aim up in the air and really crowd control easily, a very, very good Yueshon can pilot well, slam in midair, land midair slams on trees and such, and still really control the battlefield very well. He's one of the original enforcing position 2 characters, and he used to be one of the highest damaging characters. But moving forward, we'll have to see if this trend kind of continues. I already know we're gonna get a lot of resistance from the boys about the idea of Yueshon actually being good. They're not really sold yet, even though they've based a lot of their ideas on how the Chinese pros end up succeeding at this, because this is the most competitive part of the league. We are gonna have to see how. I'm curious how JL and TXL is gonna be fighting all the siphons, because we are gonna see Realm of Yang coming in. TXA always like to go like counter strategy to what everyone else doing. He's a trendsetter, not a follower. But it looks like the lobby believes, I guess, that Siphon, Cicadas do very well with the assistance of the Fireflies, and do decently versus Viper shenanigans. Now, curious enough, we're not seeing any of the Fairy of Viper, so whatever that flavor of the month was, literally only lasted a few weeks before people moved on to Justina Viper Syra. It looks like in general the pro scene is looking at that as the better rushdown variation, and Ice Cream Comp is still there, the Fairy Justina instead. But we'll have to see. Holoroth is very wide open, and this traditionally was the map where Takeda has always been played on since its inception. There was maybe a little bit of some sandformers, a little bit of sand mech, but as soon as Siphon was discovered, it's been a Takeda dominated map, and it just looks like the meta has shifted more. Like on Firefly, Holoroth, we are seeing the Takedas coming out in full force. Will it be aggressive enough for Kukatu? I don't know, Duncan. We're taking wagers. I'm guessing this lobby is not going to be fast enough for him. Maybe he's a game 6 type of dude.
Maybe he's just he needs a constant action at all times, just full speed ahead. But we'll have to wait and see if we can hear from him another time. But for now, we're jumping into our 4th game of the day, ladies and gentlemen, with ASE and SS1 scrapping it out right off the rip. SS1 are able to take down one member from ASE. Han getting caught against the fence, not able to really do anything. The flank coming through as well with those dual blades, taking him down. But hey, wait a second, ASE able to turn it around in the 2 versus 3, able to take one of these players down. SS1, though, unfortunately for ASE, is going to have that Syra ultimate ready to go, having secured that Firefly right off the bat. But wait a minute, we do have that Kylan ultimate. It is up and ready to go. We see one slash come through. It does go wide. The second one coming in, catching both, but the Takeda ultimate is likely going to be enough to prevent Mist from really getting anywhere near enough value. But that being said, it looks as though we've got the res coming through from Han. ASE, they want to fight this one out. They want to get Oogly. Are they going to be able to make this work, though, as SS1 could call for the resurrection? No, it looks as though they're not going to go for it. Juan has yet to resurrect, and ASE are going to be able to win the off-spawn situation, claiming 3 eliminations right off the bat.
Now moving over to OUG and JL. Battling it out right now. Shiryu with his Q-word onto TXA, sends him flying, big damage gonna come out. For 1 HP, he's not able to pop the ultimate. Baby you with the knives gonna slice and dice TXA, put him in the ground. Now Shiryu coming out of his ultimate is gonna close out One Fang, and this comp is looking pretty oogly, Mr. Duncan, if I do say myself. Ooh, rolls out with the Cyrella. ZK putting on the pressure on to, is this Alliance?
Yeah, this is Alliance right now. Moonbane is going to be coming out. Is Alliance's Moonbane, though. Wolf fighting back, though. He is going to get a response. Ooh, we're throwing in the RMBs like hotcakes. Boom. Bomb. BB now his armor is stripped. DK. Overhold with the RMBs. We're just throwing out these kicks into Alliance. Moonbane does not matter. You just need some fist blades. High skill weapon with these RMBs, throwing them in and out. And oh my goodness, this 2v3, Moonbane it's supposed to be a 4v2, and it's just not doing anything for them. DRG is going to be coming in with the third party, and Wolf's going to make it out like bandits. Those fist plates getting a lot of mileage off spawn.
What on earth did I just watch, dude? ZK just released like 8.9 RMBs in a row. 8!
Man.
It's not like he's releasing 2 and then he's overholding the third, expecting the parry or the clank or going for the parry or something. No, he does not care. Fully sending it, fully unleashing those fist blade focus attacks. Just 0.9 left and right. That was as oogly as it gets. Actually, oh my goodness, what a showing from Wolves. They do not care. In the met with a Moonbane, they just hey, if we get hit, we get hit. If we get power, we get power. It's no problem. Let's just send it and hope for the best. And hey, he flips it like a burger and it grills to perfection, taking them down and making it out with their lives. And the Moonbaners go down to the third party. Insane, absolutely insane. Now, since we do have a moment to breathe, I had a thought. There is a possibility that Yushan is getting played with Nbpl as a sort of as a placeholder for Enor when Enor does come to Nbpl.
Okay.
Because I mean, Enor is basically Yueshan, just with lightning and dodges and just pure aggressiveness, as opposed to the potential defensive buff that you can give your teammates with V2 Yueshan. So I don't know. I mean, maybe we see Enor come in and replace Yueshan when he does come to Nbpl, and then Yueshan fades into irrelevance once again. But we'll have to see when that does finally take place. For the moment, we still have Yueshan. For the moment, you know, this brief time in the spotlight. It is a bit sad though, to be fair. Yueshan, he's been one of the he's one of the OG characters. He wasn't out on release, but he's been out for a very, very, very long time. And it is a bit sad to not see him get any play for such a long time.
A time to breathe. Are you sure you're breathing, Duncan? Like, we're immediately going that everything I've heard with the new characters. I mean, everyone's pretty slow to pick up a new character unless it's super busted. And at least he doesn't seem overtuned, in your words, Duncan. He seems to have the horsepower that everyone's looking for. Everyone wants to go fast, wants to get more frags.
But you know what that means. They're going to buff him into oblivion, and he's going to become absurdly obnoxious.
Yeah, he's probably going to get a little bit more testosterone, a little bit more buff. He needs to be a little bit more meaty for the trios players to adopt him, especially with this meta has lasted a year and a half or so. Everyone's so accustomed to these character picks that we're seeing slight variations of it. Everyone's still scrambling to kind of make it work with the Wu Chen takeout. The new character being thrown in the mix, but who knows, you know? I haven't been able to run around in a new character and theory craft what's possible with him yet, but maybe.
Well, he definitely has a lot of potential for trios.
Yueshan just got back. You really want to replace from him? You're just like,
oh, I'm just saying that. I mean, but the thing is, though, it's so odd. It's so out of place. You know, he's been gone for so long, and then all of a sudden he returns. You know, there has to be some logical explanation, though. You know, we're seeing Yueshan's run around with V1 Nbpl like it's pups, and it's just like, come on, I'm theory crafting here. It's one possible explanation. But who knows at the end of the day? Who knows? You know, he has received a couple, you know, quality of life changes over the past couple months, but other than that, he's hardly been touched at all. But in regards to Enor and his potential as a character, I think he definitely has potential in trios. Absolutely. Like he has a significant amount of AoE potential. He has very good CC lockdown. If he gets the right click, once they've had that mark attached to them, he gets the slam down, which can be very easily followed up with by focus attacks and whatnot. He has, he has multiple options. With V1, he has an AoE ability that will link the player's hit within that circle, and then the damage he does to one will be shared to the others based off of a percentage. And there's another one, his V2 has a spear that he can yeet across the map, which his teammates can also pick up and then throw again, by the way, and he can just teleport to it, which is very cool, and I like the idea. We're yet to really truly explore what it means in the highest level of trios, in the top 0.1%, as a friend of ours would say. But we'll have to wait and see. We're going into the realm of Yang, ladies and gentlemen. The first realm of Yang of a Holoroth evening, Holoroth dust map, ASE up against SS1. Take it away, Raven. What are we cooking with right here?
Hemio opens up to counter the monk call, but it doesn't matter. ASE Khan is going to get the scoop up onto Yuan. He's going to go flying. Syra now in the top position. He is able to dodge out, get behind the pillar, beam over the Zipping. She goes flying right now. Syra zipping, zagging, able to dodge the rest of the Monk. Now Monk coming out of here. Yuan on the 10, trying to put the pressure onto Han, but Han goes in, gets parried, and now phase 2. Takeda ult is going to be coming out. Big damage going to come out, and Loye is going to put on the pressure. SS1 is going to score the first kill, but Kylan is still fighting back, trying to get something going, but without the team's follow-up damage, he's basically just delaying the inevitable. Drop-down's going to come out again. Focus attack will be parried. Ooh, SS1 making it look surgical. Temi ult for the Monk ult, and then delaying their Takeda ult to clean up the fight. Nice job by their Syra to heal any type of focus fire that Kylan was going for with the Monk, and they're able to win the all-in of the ultimates. Pretty much all the ultimates were out within the first 20 seconds of that fight, with the exception of Takeda holding that ace card close to the heart and revealing it right at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting because it looked as though they committed to Tumult ult, and then shortly after they went for the Syra ultimate as well to match the Tumult, to match the Tianhai. Sorry, I didn't catch whether or not the Kylan ulted simultaneously with the Tianhai, but it didn't really look like it. I don't think he did. He held it for a while. It ended up lasting for quite a while. So they ended up using 2 ultimates to counter one, and then the Zipping and Kylan ults were used after the fact, and they were able to essentially just win entirely based off of the Takeda ultimate, which is quite insane, if I have to say so. One ult verse is able to mitigate 2 entirely. It's a bit, it feels a little sausage-y. I think something may have gone wrong in that fight, not gonna lie. Regardless, we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait for the VOD review in the future. For the moment, we're jumping over to Plume Castle with all these Takeda teams circling and trying to find a vulnerable team. TV jumping in, going for that Tumult ultimate straight off the bat. Oh, wait a minute. Jen coming in with a drop down. The Viper ultimate coming through. But is he going to be able to get any value? I don't think he is. Yeah, just to add. Okay, I got one. I did something. Okay. Alright, okay, he's got one. Nice. They didn't immediately just get mitigated entirely. He does manage to get something at the very least, but they immediately go down afterwards. It's just that there are far too many sand-sized chomps in the vicinity to really survive without a Wucha.
Everyone's diving into Plume Castle, and this is where we Cockatoo. I don't know. I think we might need to put some contacts in because I'm seeing a decent amount of aggressive going in as everyone piles in. Ultimate's coming out. V2 Viper chasing down DRG John Q, but he's able to dodge. We get that rolled in using the knives arm to walk his way out of that situation. Coming back to his teammates. BB's Roshi on the side, popping the ultimate. John Q stares him down, dodging. Wait a second. We got the uppercut onto a Zion ultimate. Outrageous right here, but Ivan's gonna come down with the Cyber, cleaning this up. 5-2-1 turns that around. It's like, nah. Get that fancy stuff out of here. We're just gonna clean this up real quick, get a bunch of kills. Fat Milk slurping up all of the loot, but going to the top. Wolves chasing someone? No, they're just trying to get out of here.
Oh, wait, is that? Yeah. YCG.
Die on the side, gonna pop through here. Let's try to escape right here using the whips and chains to float his way out of here. Looking to the sky to be able to get to the top of the castle. I spoke to Soup. He's gonna grapple onto him, keep up the pressure as he tries to bob through. Again, double jumping with the chains, trying to get out of here using boost to get out of here. Again, metering into the air, but counter grapple very strong by 5-2-1, not letting him get out of here. But it's not gonna matter. He's still even has the fan, tries to get out of here. We're going on the ground. Swoop around the corner.
Bring around the Rosie. And he's out of there.
Back
no way. Oh my
no
goodness.
Stamina, not able to keep up the pressure, and he is gonna get out of there. Try again. Finally goes back to the top of the mountain, but there's a ton of teams here, and still a decent amount of time. 29 people left alive, but looking at the overall scoreboard, SS1 already up to 8 kills. Same with Alliance. SS1's been doing well all day, but Alliance finally picking up right here. We are going to go over to Wolves and YZG here. I believe that's the remnants of YZG trying to run away as the Wolves chase him down.
They're hungry, they smell it. The pack has arrived. Wolves, they finally find a kill. Oh no, wait, no. Excuse me, the kill goes over to DRG instead. Unfortunately, they're not able to get the actual kill themselves, but they are able to fiend the remaining loot and get their hands on all that juice and prepare themselves for scaling up into the end game. But now, speaking of scaling up, we have ASE up against TE in the realm of Yang. ASE only one purple armor, and they put it on their zipping Han. They'll be using that monk ultimate. Gonna throw hands to try and find one, doesn't catch him. The Tamalk ultimate gonna be committed to counter that Tianhai ult along with the Syra. Not too much is really coming of this at the moment. Both teams still looking relatively healthy, although Mist does need to start healing up sooner rather than later. The grab does come through. Wait, he finds two! The double stab, the kablam! Youth immediately popping out the moment he hits the ground, able to stay alive. Both of these players still on their feet, but it's looking dire. The Kylan ultimate is going to be coming through. The parry comes through. Han is protected by his teammate. The soft through combo coming out from Peak into the uppercut. The jump LMBs. Han goes for the 1.2, threatening it. Gets the parry bait into the focus follow-up. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. ASE going to be able to close out this realm of Yang, all off the back of that last-ditch effort from the monk to secure the double grab into the slam, putting the opposing team onto the back foot and clutching it up for the Yang win. Massive performance from Han.
Yeah, ASE's been looking super locked in today. I feel like no one really studied ASE last season, but now definitely all eyes are on them. Considering how dominant they're looking, every time we go to Realm of Yang, they're always winning their situation and all their fights on the outside as well. We are going to be going over to 5-2-1 and DRG. They're roaming around the map right here. Not really fighting, but instead looking for someone to bother right here with it. With the Takedas. Nice little Congo line going on right now. Now going over to replay, we are going to go over to Alliance versus JL.
Jang. Viper inside Remo Yang. Quite a sight to see. Now we did see Monks get fried up before. Are they going to do it? But Kylan and Monk are immediately coming right now. Yang doing a good job of line sighting the Monk grab right now. Going to pop over the B-run, look for the stun. And now, whoa! Out of nowhere, XXL on the Kylan is going to get executed by the Syra. His immortality gets popped, and it's not going to matter. TXJ is not able to peel for him. And wait a second here. That's the second time we've seen Transformers melted by this. And it didn't even look like Justina was crowd controlling the Monk. It just got out of line of sight. The Vipers with the V1 kept a lot of the stamina, and right before his stun proc, he moves to stun both the Monk and their prio target at the same time, and they're able to focus fire down. It looks like Kylan is the prio target though when they go into Realm of Yang, and this is really the first time I've seen Viper inside Realm of Yang consistently win without some type of gimmick. Now maybe the teams haven't really figured this out just because Viper has been looking for a new home now that Wu Chen isn't there to keep her company. We'll have to see moving forward. There's definitely a lot to be explored here now that Wu Chen is in there, and whether or not Viper is viable inside the Realm of Yang, just because, especially for these big tournaments going up to EWC, you only need a strategy to work once or twice. We're seeing the potential here of a new rushdown strategy that works against a lot of these defensive compositions. I feel like Kylan and Monk, the pairing, is just not as synergistic as other possibilities, considering the zipping in Kylan is very strong, no doubt, but Viper really points out the vulnerability that I've been saying for a while. How does this Transformers really deal with Viper?
Yeah, absolutely. It looked as though it was being played off of a bait, because once they used their ultimate, they used the Syra ultimate to mitigate, and then the Monk ult was on the other side, and then it looked as though the Kylan and the zipping both overextended to try and commit onto the Viper, and the Viper, having V1, which is now a combo breaker, allowed her to break out of the stagger, and then the Justina coming in at the same time, breaking line of sight from the Monk, able to get the double freeze into the double stun, and then just absolutely exploding both of them. And it's almost as though it worked off of a bait, baiting the enemy team to overextending, with them making the assumption that it's a V2 Viper as opposed to V1. But we'll have to wait and see. As you said, a lot can develop moving forward. But for now, unfortunately, JL is going to meet their end at the hands of SS1 out in the open. JL getting forced to use their Tianhai ultimate and then just getting absolutely fried by all of the players in the surrounding area. The range projectiles is too much for TXJ to handle, and he just goes down burning and melting in the faces of everyone's gaze. It's just impossible to stay alive at that point, unfortunately. And SS1 take full advantage. So will we see Monk survive? Because wait a second. Wait, JL, wait, one of them survived. I thought all three went down, but no, one of them did survive and is now resurrected TXJ, it seems. But, and none of them have Yang depletion either, but they're still a man down. So we'll have to see whether or not they're able to stay alive and recover fully moving forwards. For the moment, it looks as though TE might be cooked, considering that they have Yang depletion with 25 seconds left and counting.
25 seconds in the dream. Spirit Wells going to be coming out. They are going to all in, try and defend this, see if anyone's foolish enough to walk in, but all the teams strategically spacing them out, poking them out, and taking one of them down so far, and they're going to be pleasantly surprised that this is one of the Yang depletion teams, and they're going to pick up some free kills. But unfortunately, many teams coming in. This is like when Spirit Wells first dropped out, everyone coming in with the range attack, and now SS1's going to take their chance at the center here. U1 popping the Cyber all, popping the balls, trying to get some staggers right here. They did kind of pop all their ultimates, and they have to back out here unless they want to risk holding that center right there. Very, very risky with no ults to their name. On the outside, 3-2-1 or 5-2-1.
trying to back off here, but now away, and SM1 sliding in for the steal, but PP, nah. Double touch gonna come out with the fly knife. He clears out 2 teams out of there, but Cicado Alt's gonna be proc right now. Gang on the Viper is gonna pop her ultimate in response, and now Alliance is gonna take their hand in. All 3 of them pop their ultimate, but Gang on the Viper is gonna be taking down Yuma on the Justina, trying to peel for his team, trying to focus fire with PP right here, but they're just tickling their opponents. The Takeda on the outside is shoving everyone. It looks like Don Q and DRG is going to be coming in, looking to posture and hold the center right now. But again, they don't have ultimates, so they don't want to risk being in there at the end of this. And now, not sure who got the Firefly, but everyone does have their Yang depletion, and Don Q is going to get executed out of nowhere from the Wolves, jumping in with the Temio, and now SS1 is going to activate as Wolves recoveries here. NHK did pop his Takeda, and it looks like 5-2-1, while everyone else is fighting, is going to come in and try to sneak and steal this. They do have their Temio, they do have their Cyril, looking nice and postured to kind of continue going on with their 6 kills, but Alliance at 16 kills, SS1 at 11 kills, and DRG at 9. These are the teams to beat if they hope to steal this MVP round, but still 21 people left alive, Duncan.
Yes, indeed. It's I have to say, I still stand by the fact that this is a pretty aggressive gaming right here, with everyone piling into the Spirit Well right here, just without a care in the world. It seems it's just that valuable. And to be fair, it doesn't surprise me. This Spirit Well, the fact that once you claim it, you get all of the benefits, but you also apply Yang depletion to everyone else in the lobby, or at least everyone who doesn't have a buff. And then one team is going to have to try and get the flag, try and cleanse that Yang depletion, and then everybody else is going to have to find some other way of getting soul runes. They're just going to be forced into a fight that you can then come in and third party, and you can dictate the pace of the end game. So it really is just insanely worthwhile, and I think that's why we're seeing so much aggression around this Spirit Well. I did see that JL was able to fully revive their entire team. One of them was running around with white armor, but that may have been upgraded at this point. I think it has been. AC Han with the golden greatsword, love to see it running around with that golden. Oh, God. Well, I mean, you know, it's been seen a little bit more recently. You know, there's been quite a lot of greatsword over pulse sword now, as the benefits have started to outweigh the bad things about greatsword, considering its lack of versatility. But here we are yet again with another Spirit Well Raven, and that's quite a few people are going to jump on in, especially those teams with Yang depletion. This is one of their ways of cleansing, and if they don't manage to do so, they're going to have to commit to a full-on fight. ASE without Yang depletion are actually the ones to try and posture up and secure this for themselves, committing at that Tianhai ultimate, locking down their space with, well, there's a Tumulk ultimate as well, but they don't have a Tumulk on their team. It's, I don't know where that Tumulk ult came from, but thank you, I suppose, ASE. Very glad that the Tumulk decided to donate them an ultimate. But, hey, well, yeah, I don't know about that one. Regardless, ASE now looking to try and control this space. This is the perfect terrain for Kylan to jump in with these slashes. Or will he be able to actually get enough value, but without overextending? As we've seen before, even though you get this buff at the end game, it is very possible to overextend and get taken down.
Hey, even kind of pop into this corner now. Good for them, Spirit Well. We got 2 ultimates. Smith's gonna pop that second ultimate, come slashing through, and they are gonna dive in on top of the team. They have to be careful though. JL is on the high ground. They are gonna be surrounded by the Temi ultimate. Han keeping up the aggression though, chasing 5-2-1 to the end of the earth. 5-2-1 makes it to the high ground, but Alliance is controlling the high ground right now. JL is also contesting them as well, and the double grab for them coming out. JL is gonna get scooped up with 5-2-1. ASC's Han with the double grab. Nice and big kablow to put the ASC up into the lead, I believe. No, the 10 kills. They still need 3 more left to go. SS1 coming through at 11 kills. Absolutely decimating, but looks like XSL is going to steal that kill away. even though SS1 was doing all the heavy lifting and all the damage. Now to the right, over here, we have SS1 and Alliance brawling it out on the corner. Now, Alliance on the top side though. Jang Jang on the Viper. He's looking for a little bit more damage. Already up to 94%. Looking for another opportunity to get that Viper ult going. Everyone's ignoring him. Very, very dangerous as the Viper is setting up to secure the kills. Is Jang Jang gonna pop this V1? He is. Everyone has nowhere to go. He's scaring. It looks like Alliance out. Everyone gets hit in this corner. Now the focus attack can be coming out, but the corner isn't good for the focus attack. Kylan comes through and peels all them out. Jang Jang forced to get an armor swap, and ASE Han, we've seen it earlier, gonna get a grab. But can we get to Jang Jang? Bobbin, weaving, hiding inside the building. ASC did lose their zipping. Zhaowen is going to get red right here. Cannon shots coming out from NHQ from the top ropes, but there's only 8 people left alive. ASC posturing to close this out. Alliance had 16 kills, but ASE has all 3 players left alive. The Viper, though, of Alliance hiding in this building. No one realizes it in, but ASE sniffs them out with that cannon shot, realizing that there's a team hiding behind there. ASE does have no ult to the name, but they are diving Alliance right here. This with the Phoenix Blast, putting on the pressure. Kylan with Phantom Step as well, and Engraved. We got every game in the book with the long shot. He's going to take down Yuma, and now ASE's looking posturing up to clean up this Alliance leftovers. Alliance desperately trying to hold on. 16 kills to ASC's 15 kills. It's not gonna matter in a couple of seconds. ASC cannot be stopped. Kylan ult is gonna be back online. He's just waiting to press it, close this out. No one can stop ASC. They have been so dominant today. Alliance, Jang Jang trying to make his way around, just looking for the last remaining players to help him out. But Alliance with all the Jades, all the work, and we take another camera look and we see at the top Duncan and HQ stalling it out, saying you're on your own, Alliance Jang Jang. We're trying to get that second place money right here, but Kakashi is gonna get sent into zone. He does though have that Syra ultimate. 2 people left alive. ASC getting to dictate who is gonna be the last one left. Is it gonna be Wolves? Is it gonna be DRG? And it looks like DRG is gonna fall first. And ASC takes down game 4 in another dominant fashion. Was that aggressive enough for Kukutu? I don't know.
Surely. ASE absolutely shredding. They held their position, they controlled the space towards the end game, and then finally they decided to pull the trigger, get online, and just absolutely dominate this final zone. And at the very end there, is it gonna be Wolves? I see him drop down. Okay, he's got ultimate, right? He can, okay, oh no, okay, he's dead. Just within about a second, he goes from almost full health to nothingness. The Moonshot Storm mincing through him, getting absolutely shredded in the zone, not able to do anything, not able to get back on his feet, unfortunately. ASE, very strong performance, their second MVP of the day, looking very, very strong. Hey, it's good to see. It's good for them. It's good to see that they came in confident. Having won the previous split of Nbpl has definitely given them the boost that they needed. Because leading up to that point, leading up to that win, they were a good team. They were a solid team, but they weren't putting up those big numbers. You know, it wasn't. They certainly weren't the favorites to win the finals in the previous split. So, you know, it's definitely given them that level up, and they're showing it off today. It was not a fluke. They've put in the work, and they're getting the dubs. They are showing up everybody else right now that they are the new kids on the block. They are here to stay, and they're looking to take the win at the end of the bi-weekly. But hey, we are here once again, ladies and gentlemen. You know the drill. It's time for Answer for Treasures. If you want to get your hands on a special gift box, make sure to get your answer to this question in the chat. And the question is, how many kills did Team SS1 get in game number 4? Was it A, 9, B, 10, C, 11, or D, 12? Make sure to keep an eye on the chat and your whisper box, as only one lucky winner will be chosen, and then they will be messaged in the chat and in the whisper box so that you can claim your prize. But back to what we were just talking about, the scoreboard. Here it is. ASE with 17 kills, 24.4. An absolutely massive game from them. Still very good from Alliance, though. 16 kills. We were talking about them before. You mentioned, you know, they've been known as a fragging team, but so far during the day, they hadn't really been showing up. But here they are, 16 limbs. They definitely stepped it back up again.
And they're known for a team that warmed up during the second half, and with NY7 moving to Malta, I was wondering how they were going to keep gelling and keep being true to their old self. They definitely did very, very well. They were neck to neck with ASC the entire time. I'm looking at the damage from Miss, 23k on the Kylan, 22k healing. I always almost mix it up with damage on the zipping, and 17k for the monk. But you really saw the excellent team play and navigating the spirit wall situations. I would say a lot of this endgame that what we're seeing is certain compositions definitely have an advantage when it comes to securing the spirit well. If a monk ever just preemptively ults on top of the spirit well, I feel like it's very hard for the Takeda teams to contest him, considering how tanky he is. With Kylan being able to crowd control Syra and zipping really able to keep their health up, Temi really doesn't stop them. You need to get a Temi ult onto the Kylan and zipping before in order to get the value. We saw ASC really control all those endgame spirit wells, and you see their points kind of reflect that at the top at 24.4. Third game at 12.5, second game at 3.5, but those really, really big games, once you get there, name of the game is to secure it once you're there, and you see it in OA with their 19.5 game. Same with JL with a 22-point game. All the teams in the top 5 either have very, very strong performances leading into the end game, or they're securing their end game and getting that kill multiplier plus the placements. Now, going back, the highlights brought to you by China Unicom. ASC showing just how dominant they are off spawn in mid game. Even if they have Yang depletion, they're able to secure the cures and focus fire. And this is during the Plume Castle shenanigans, where there's so many teams, they're able to find one of the Vermilion's buff teams, secure it. Batari ends up getting thrown by the Kylan. Double grab's gonna be coming through. Big plays by Han. Kylan coming in to secure the CC, and you get to see this from the Kylan perspective. He's just going for the double grabs unless someone's down to 1 HP, getting those single slashes in. Temi is going to get taken down by the Kylan, staying on top of them, not letting them play the game. Finally going to this end game situation. This is where we kind of picked off. We saw them grab that spirit wall, Duncan, and we just saw them go into the corners. And you were talking about their overextension. They did overextend, actually. They dropped one of their guys, but they were able to res Xiaowen, their zipping, bring it back and secure the dub.
Yeah, and look at this place, these dash placements, very, very nice indeed. You see him send that Syra deep into the zone. They do come on back, but able to buy that amount of time. Very, very nice for them. I have to say, even though Kylan, even though missed, popped off and did absurdly well, in my heart, I feel like Han kind of deserves that game as the MVP, because if they hadn't won that Realm of Yang off of that one last double grab that he made, this game would have turned out very, very differently, I have to say. But regardless, they both still played extremely well. Their team play and synergy is evident for all to see. And Mist comes away with the MVP with the most kills and the most damage. 23,000 damage, 7 kills, 6 assists. And no wonder he was doing damage. 3 attack jades, Phoenix Blast, Rampage and Engraving with Phantom Step. Vantage Grip advanced here. He was gaming. No need for damage reduction if you're playing Kylan. You're just slashing and dashing, slice and dice through the lobby. And that's all she wrote. He's just cooking, absolutely demolishing everybody. Especially if your teammate managed to get their hands on Moonshot Storm. Oh my goodness, you're having mincemeat for dinner with that one.
Holoroth still kind of proved the point that Monk still is very, very strong. Maybe it's just the team in his lobbies. Like, we don't. A lot of the time, GG is looked at as the best Siphon teams, but there's still no slouches in this lobby. JL plays Siphon very well. OGG plays Siphon very well. So does Wolves. So it may be that just Monk and the understanding of the Spirit Wells has gotten a lot better, and they're just denying a ton of the space. Plus, the multi-way fight. Once you kind of hit a critical mass for loot, it's very, very hard to contest you, especially when you see this team has Jades and they're on the Spirit World. They're already Monk. You may get double grab, and I would say something that's definitely happening is that on the Spirit Well, Monk's main vulnerability, and same thing with Feria, is that they can get cooked by range attacks. Like, the whole lobby can turn and be like, oh, it's a big target. Everyone just fries you from range, and your ultimate, if you don't de-transform, it just gets wasted. But in the Spirit Well, the dome prevents a lot of the range, so you do have to commit to a dangerous distance from your Kylan. And if one of you gets grabbed, it could be the end of your end game. So it seems like a lot of teams are hesitating. And so far, the winning strategy is either rotating one ultimate, which we saw a 5-2-1 ended up playing out very well in the first Spirit Well round. But the second Spirit Well round seems to be Monk posting up earlier and being like, you guys really want to trade your tournament here? Because we're down to do it. And Monk just giving so much offensive capability and threat to everyone that no one really wants to contest. But I feel like, just like when Spirit Well existed or first came to existence to Nbpl, this new Spirit Well strategy leading up to EWC will probably see 2 or 3 metas before finals, I expect.
Yeah, no, I agree absolutely. The Spirit Well meta, it took them a decent amount of time. You know, I think Wolves was the first team that really figured it out at the very beginning when Spirit Wells first became a thing. So it took them a couple weeks. You know, it wasn't instant. For the first few weeks, we were sat there, you know, watching them, and teams just giving away the Spirit Well. You know, the end game Spirit Well always just being given away without really many attempts to contest it, and that could very easily have just been because they didn't really know how to do it without dying and getting caught in the middle. But whoever was getting it in the end was just winning every single game. You know, it was just like clockwork. Whoever gets the last Spirit Well wins the lobby and gets MVP. And then it started to evolve. Wolves showed really dominant performances based off of their strategy that they developed to deal with the Spirit Well situations. So again, yeah, you're absolutely right. This is going to be the same thing again because the new Spirit Line Spirit Well, the Yang Spirit Well, changes the entire endgame dynamic. It's going to take a little bit of time before everyone's sort of grown accustomed to it and before we see a sort of tried and true strategy come forward. Because, I mean, I don't think there really is a true strategy that just like allows for you to win Spirit Well situation almost every single time. You know, the only team that ever really came close was TXJ and the rest of his team in the previous split, where they were winning. They won bi-weeklies back to back 3 times. You know, they were winning Spirit Well situations almost all the time, and that was the only thing that ever really came close to it, except for obviously the original Wolves strategies at the very beginning, when nobody else really knew what they were doing. So we'll have to see. I think the team that is going to do not necessarily win, but do absurdly well and end up having the most success is going to be the team that's able to figure out how to play the Spirit Line well, the Yang Spirit Well, the best and fastest. You know, the first team to actually get it down is going to be the team that does the best, most likely. You know, it makes sense because if they're able to do this and figuring out and no one else does it, then they're just going to win every end game. As I was talking about during the game, you know, having this buff and securing this Spirit Well gives you full agency to just dominate the entire lobby. You force Yang Depletion onto every other team that doesn't have a buff. You get a Mortal Defiance proc with the buff. You get lifesteal. You obviously get a second ultimate to play around with too. It's just insanely good. There's no downside to having it other than the possibility that you overextend and everybody else focuses you. But no one's doing that because it's too risky.
Yeah. The Spirit Well situations, it's gonna evolve, like you were saying, Duncan. New comps, Yueshon, new character. For EWC, that won't be a possibility, but definitely how Syra and Feria is going to be navigated in Viper. Will people mess with the Monk composition? I feel like everyone's so set with the Kylan Monk. I feel like the big finesse is going to be coming in with these Firefly situations. We did see first round Holoroth, a little bit of a different Cicada be coming out with the Fireflies. Are we going to see something different on Morris? This is technically where we've seen a ton of Viper comps come out. Nighttime Holoroth. Now, I'm curious to see how the CM side has adjusted for this in the past, just because Morris Nighttime has been traditionally for the last 4 years been the Viper Day. It's gotten to the point where we saw like 8 or 9 Vipers, even with the new point system, how hard it is to get a Viper on this day. So will we see this today? I'm not sure, especially with the weird picks that we've seen so far. I'm kind of surprised though that Siphon's dominance just isn't there. Coming out of Worlds when Cyber took the meta by storm, it definitely was everywhere, and definitely in Siphon we saw a ton of success, but now it looks like a lot more people are accustomed to dodging that Dazzle combo from Syra, and especially with the nerfs coming up, it's gonna be pretty hard, I would say, for Syra still to be one of the premier picks. Are we gonna move back to more traditional lines where it's gonna be either Kurumi or Zipping with like a position 2 and position 1 character, or are we still gonna be running this current meta? Gonna be spicy, but game 5, you know, this is qualifying round. But at this point, all the teams are very, very warmed up. They're ready to go. They're going back to the OG map. We have Jang Jang here meditating. He was Alliance's Viper last game. They were so close to that MVP round. Not able to secure it. ASC was able to clinch it up. Are they going to be able to bring it back through this next game on Morris? We'll have to see what they're cooking up, but you can see by the body language of all these teams, they're ready to game. They're ready and locked in. No more warm-up needed. But we will be going to the first round of selection. Like I was saying before, Duncan, so far today has been a box of chocolates with Yushan popping his head with the skewer. What else are we going to see that's new today, though?
But who knows? You know what I want to see?
A new variation of Dark. I'm not gonna lie, Duncan. There was
always and forever my fire dog.
4 years for it. You should have soaked that in because it wasn't gonna last for very long. They hit Dark with the nerf hammer.
They hit him with the meteor, bro. They cut off his legs, and he's a shadow of his former self. And at this point. But hey, it is what it is. Though it's the way things go sometimes. Well, we'll have to see. Regardless, going into our first round selection, it is more Takeda. More Takeda. It looks as though the buff made to him has definitely impacted the meta picks right now. Because, you know, we didn't see him all that much in the first 3 games, but as soon as we got over to the Firefly games, he instantly becomes a massive priority pick. 3 teams picking him up in that first round selection. The 4th team going for something else. You get YZG going for the Takeda composition. Will we see again the ASE also going to be picking it up here? BBE and OUG is still yet to pick. They have a lot of hero points. They could go for this comp if they want to. OUG gonna go for it. BBE. Not very much time left. 5 seconds. And no, instead of the Takeda comp, they're going to be opting to go for Viper, Justina, Syra. Now moving into that last round selection. We still have quite a lot of hero points here for these teams, except for JL. JL, oh, again, the double pick, Raven. Double pick on the Viper, Matari, Yueshan. Interesting. We do have Wolves going for a Tianhai, Kylin, Zipping. A little bit of a box of chocolates, I feel like, is a very very accurate representation of what we've been given here. There's a little bit of something for everybody. You don't like coconut? That's fine. You can have caramel. There you go. You know. Oh my goodness, we have fun. I love it. I'm so happy to be back here at Nbpl. It's great to be here. I hope all of you at home are having a great time enjoying the games as much as I am. As much as we are, even it's a great time. It's been very exciting. No matter what Kukatu says, it's sufficiently aggressive from my end, I think. But we shall see moving into our 5th game of the day. Is it gonna step up another level? I wonder. We are going to be going over to Morris Isle as we end the day with our 6th game on Padoria. But this is, of course, as you like to call it, Raven, the championship round, and it's because it sets up for the end of the day. You know, the 5th game is usually more of an impact on how you end the day than the last game itself.
Yeah, especially. I mean, they do play 2 qualifying days. If you're just tuning in, ladies and gentlemen, this is game 5 of the qualifying rounds. We play 6 games for 2 days, 6 games each day. So we are going into game 5. Now, normally, if this was their day 2, it'd definitely be the championship round. For today, though, for a lot of these guys, we've definitely seen the teams heating up, Alliance heating up with their composition. F1 V1 Matari, interesting. Temi with the F1 V1. Looking over at the other Temi composition, we are seeing the F3 V1 Yueshan from Wonfang. Nothing different on anyone else. F2 V2 Vipers running around, so not really worrying about that V1 stun. I am curious to see how Yueshan is going to be doing versus Temi Takeda Syra. Syra does a decent job of dealing with Yueshan. So the only difference we've seen when JL ran it the first time, it was a more monk heavy lobby with Vipers. Now we're seeing a Takeda heavy lobby with Vipers. Maybe JL has something up their sleeves that they're very selective of who they target. Will they still go Yang with this composition? It performed very well, basically MVPing the round, so will they have that same success going into their off spawn? Remember, this is Firefly Morris about to get Ooga Booga here. Now, what's that? That's TE landing in the caves. Doesn't look like anyone's challenging. BBE is going to be over there at Temple. OG landing in the middle of nowhere, and JL in their tried and true spot in the south. But most of the players over at Sunwing, it's not going to be a very spicy drop besides the top left. But at the Fireflies here near Sunwing, or just south of Sunwing, we have Wolves and YZG. Supposed to be able to grab some ultimates. They're going to give it to NHQ for that Kylan ult off spawn. But first, we are going to go already to the other Firefly location of DRG. They're already going to score a kill onto OA, and Kukatu. Aggression is being stepped up onto him as he eats the Zai ult in the first couple seconds of the round. And now, for a formality, OA's AB is going to be chased down by DRG.
Looking at like a very strong start for DRG. Exactly what you want. 3 kills off spawn without all that much committed. They have probably a few more Fireflies to pick up so that they can keep the ball rolling, keep that train going. Moving on over to ASE and 5-1, who are... Wait, no, I got confused. They're not close to them. They're very far away. I got a bit confused there. But we have traded one kill. I believe ASE is down a man. Missed. Able to catch that 1-2 focus there onto Pampy, on the drop down. Pampy still trying to apply this pressure. He did have the purple armor, so he's got quite a bit of effective health to play around with for the moment, but missed now on his lonesome 1 versus 3 situation. This is looking pretty dire for him. Oh, almost a little bit of a longsword privilege there, but no, he does go down in the end. Back over to DRG off the back of their early game victory against OA. Now being chased down by SS1. Yuan in Syra Ultimate, trying to catch them, trying to clip them with the Dazzler, but unable to do so. Unfortunately, SS1 not going to be continuing the chase, it seems. Dongxing has managed to secure himself a purple armor, so they certainly want to hold on to that one and not risk losing it when they don't have all of their ultimates up and ready to go. Now, moving back over to the northwest, in fact, of Celestia. OA has resurrected. They're back in the action, and Tutik in a dire position. He does have a purple GS, but I'm not sure it's going to do very much in the 1 versus 3 right now. TXJ hunting him down with the rest of his teammates. The ultimate has been popped for Tutik from his Matari as well as himself, trying to disengage. He makes it over to Celestia. He might be able to survive for the moment. We're heading over to the sandy area, the far east of the map. OUG up against 521.
Over in the corner of the map, OUG 521 duking it out. It's like I've been on the Sirens already popped their ultimate. OUG is closing their distance, trying to finish off I've been. Parry's going to be coming out from Pampy, bringing his team back, but the Syra is going to use a combo break to back off here. But Pampy with the fist plate is going to be coming in onto Baby U, hits him with the R&B in the back, but immediately going to get juggled and consolidated onto. But Pampy fighting his way back is going to go with the overhold. Baby U's going to be jumping over his head, and now, like clockwork, they are going to surround him, get that stagger off. But very, very close fight. Valiant Emperor from Pampy, but OUG was just more aggressive here with their focus fire. Now, with that kill, they're going to be able to buy up more. We'll probably see them in Yang later, but we're going to go all the way to the northwest. Boy, he is going to be chasing down the King Wolf. TK trying to bail out of here. Nice grapple parry coming out from TK, or Roy Hiki onto the King. Now the King trying to use his V1, trying to get around the corner. Nice 0.9 to get a little bit of space, but Roy Hiki immediately follows up with the light attack, not letting him get out. Takes him down earlier. And looking at the scoreboard, the usual suspects with 3 kills off spawn, JL 521 DRG OUG. Will they be able to hold off to it? SS1 is going to find the reminiscence for DK as well. Unlucky for him. Takeda does not wait at all, just immediately pops the ultimate and puts him into the ground. Nice little pickup by SS1. In contention of first place right now. ASC does have a decent lead at 63.6, 10 or 12 points ahead of JL, with OA trailing them 2 points behind. We are going to get, again, another Moonbane from JL. They did it last time when they had, or they were playing the Yuashan. Oh, you see they're playing now. They are now chasing down ASC, but nice job from ASC to go over to the no ult zone and hit the counter ult. But they did use a lot of ults themselves. Tammy is going to pop the ultimate and try to get advantage here, and he did get an advantage. One bomb is going to get taken down. Oh, he had 1 HP. Really got taken down. Yeah, he is taken down. He was at 1 HP. And XXL now trying to make his way to the outside. TXJ doing a nice job of picking off people, but the third party is going to come in, and that no ult zone absolutely re-token. Good counterplay to deny JL's pressure.
Oh my good googly mooglies was DXJ popping with those knives right there. Just rolled up on the flank. Just sent about 4 focus attacks right on in there. Blue knives, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. That was a lot of damage A lot of damage being sent out with the AoE. Very nicely done. Well placed. You know, I'm memeing it, but at the same time, to be able to consistently get those focus attacks on the flank at those timings and not get punished whatsoever at this level of play is extremely good. Extremely well played from him there. Now, we do see Jang coming in for the drop down, the massive drop down with the Viper ult, able to secure 2 eliminations. PP does go down very, very low HP, but is able to disengage the ultimate from all of these players, able to allow them this reset potential. PP does break away. They are very far off. Do they stop the heal? No, they do not. Very good presence of mind to not just stop and heal here. Is if they had, they certainly would have been caught up to and potentially taken down. PP is going full max distance out of there. He is using all of those grapples that he has to try and disengage, but Team E do not want to let him go. PP gets the grapple LMB. He's going to get so much distance from this one. The pulse sword, the heavy sword, grapple LMB hold that gives you so much distance. I'm not sure if it's really worthwhile for them to continue chasing here. PP does make it into the zone. Oh, but Peak finds him. They actually spot him out, and they're gonna take him down. No way. That's crazy. I'm surprised he found him there, to be honest with you. That's... Peak's got the eyes of a hawk. That's insane. Oh my goodness. Unfortunate for PP. That was very unfortunate indeed, but his teammates do make it out alive, so it's not over just yet for them. Now taking a look at the map, we have a few teams posturing up to go into Realm of Yang. OUG down in Shadow Jade Mines will be going into this Realm of Yang uncontested. Baby you has, wait, yeah, so how juiced is this team? Triple purple armor, gold ult on Takeda. With all of them purple weapons. That's insane.
First Yang, right? This is first Yang.
First Yang, triple purple armor, gold Takeda ult.
Oh my goodness, and they're fighting against JL. This is the exact matchup I wanted to see. How are they going to deal with it? It looks like Shinyu on OUG is going to open up with the Syra ultimate. Trying to get some crowd control going on by one foul on the U-Tron going to be coming in, looking for the impaling. He's going to get in on Takeda. Wait a minute, that's a ton of damage. That's big damage. And Baby U gets executed off a skewer. Wait a second, Duncan. The Temi ult's not able to do anything with it. And then another skewer is going to be coming through. Big damage is going to be coming out again. The knives on his... Matari? That's Matari going great. TXJ going absolutely nuts. SS, so... Gonna come in and see if he can recover here, but he is gonna get parried really back by one song, going for the tech chase, and wait a second. He was talking about how juice OUG was. JL's the opposite of juice. If that was the juice, they're just water. They came in and just hydrated OUG. What is that? What just happened? They came in with the
I know why they're running Impale now.
Temi ult
the
did nothing.
Matari ult reset.
A double impale.
Double impale.
I mean,
I'm at a loss for words right now. I'm not gonna lie. That's insane.
I'm not gonna lie. They just need to run away though. What are they doing?
True. They could have just run away, and I think they got a little bit overconfident. The juice got to their head. They were up there, the sugar high. Just like, let me at them. And just immediately get bodied by the Eurasian double impale. Oh my goodness.
Wait, did Viper do anything? Did Viper open up a V2?
I don't know.
I don't remember seeing a Viper V2. I just saw Temi go down with Yuashan and then the Matari reset. But I don't remember seeing.
And even then, Takeda can't shove Yuashan out of his impale animation, I don't think. I'm pretty sure he's uninterruptible at that point. So if he gets it off, then it's just over.
That's crazy though. We're seeing that team was so stacked. OUG just got walked through. I feel like that's pretty good evidence that the composition can work.
Yeah, we're both just stunned right now. Which it's just, what on earth? I've never seen a team that's that stacked going into the Realm of Yang and then dying to a Yushan V1. That's insane. That's some ranked gaming right there. But it's clearly not. It's not. It's definitely competitive because the double impale does so much damage, and he didn't even have a gold weapon. He has. I'm pretty sure he had a purple weapon maximum, and did an absurd amount of damage. So yeah. Hey guys, all of you at home, Yuesha Natari Viper might be the play. Not gonna lie. Load up. Anyway, moving on. We've got SS1 running around trying to catch Yuma, or a lonely Matari trying desperately to escape. Oh, wait a minute. Teammates have arrived. Alliance coming in. PP trying to peel, but there's too much damage, and it looks as though it's gonna be over for Alliance. They do have a mini burst, Mike, so it's not the end of the world, but still not ideal. You want to be getting at least some value out of your Vermilion Birds Might. Now moving over to Celestial, we have OUG, JL, 5-1, all fighting it out right here. JL picking up a couple kills, OUG cleansing their Yang depletion now. All three of them cleansed, going head-to-head against JL once again, the grudge match. It looks as though YZG and OUG very happy to allow each other to go without go past each other in the wins. They don't really care. There's not much point in fighting each other as they are on the same composition. But that being said, wait a second. The betrayal? The backstab coming through might be here. YZG temperamental. They feigned friendship and now turned their backs on it. The backstab coming through. Baby, you popping the ultimate. The Tomoko ultimate coming as well. Syra stuck in the wall, not able to get out of there, but just barely getting up out of danger for the moment. Still has that shield. Baby, you trying to fend off the onslaught from the other players. UGG getting knocked down by the flying knife. The ultimate does come out now. The shove coming through. The Tomoko to respond. UGG might be cooked here. No, he manages to get up off the floor. Calm Lightning threatening Baby U, getting pushed back, and there it is. Baby U goes down. Soul Bloom picked up UGG back in a healthy position, and YZG with the betrayal is gonna take down a couple members of OUG. Oh my goodness. That's rough. OUG is probably screaming right now. They are not happy.
I'm not gonna lie, OUG, this one would hurt. I mean, when you get there with good loot, you have to capitalize just because it's so hard to win off spawn and to follow up and everything. Oh my goodness, SS is gonna get parried. He still has a chance to keep his team in this. He is in Celestial. A little bit of movement error. He doesn't have even depletion anymore, but the jumping LMB is gonna come out. Oh, nice instant light attack. It's not gonna matter. Diagu, YZG is going to be able to take him down. And now Alliance is going to show up to the party. Are they going to check the vibes of YZG? They are. YZG has to fight back here. Temming else going to be invested. Alliance. Look at it. This is a pure wombo. Alliance, Temming, Viper, and Atari. Old box comp with the Viper. The V1 silence going to be coming in. And Jang is going to go in biz with the silence, keeping up the pressure onto Jiaoyu in the canyon. Nowhere left to go. And Alliance up to 7 kills. They are known for their Viper composition, but we are going to go into the second realm of Yang. Wolves going to be popping the monk off with TK getting out of there, going down to 1 HP. It's not going to matter right now. ZK's pressure is going to pressure SS1 to run for cover, try to get out of there. U1 on the side, we're trying to get a stack out of ZK, but every time it goes out, those grabs, he's able to armor through all of that stagger. He does get one throw down, not as much value. They did trade out Temio and Kylanol, and now no ult to their name with NHQ in a bad position, and he gets exploded out of nowhere. SS1's able to consolidate and take him down, and now ZK in the 2v1, 2v3 situation. His teammate TK is gonna get taken down, but he does get a parry right here. Bell's gonna be coming out. 3 people on him. The jumping LMBs is gonna stagger him out. He's not able to fight out, and SS1 making quick work of the Transformers, showing how it's done. Really, really clean execution coming out for them.
Oh, absolutely. Very nicely done able to deny so much pressure from the Tianhai ultimate. He only gets the one grab, and then with the Takeda being the person grabbed, and then the shove being a threat, denying any significant follow-up of the grab, it just removes a huge threat from the side of the Transformers. They do a bit after the Tianhai comes out of ultimate, but I believe one of them was just caught out of position, pushed up against the Yang wall, the edge of the arena, not able to stand their ground in the face of the 1v2, gets taken down, and then from then it's just a formality. The 3 versus 2. It wasn't unwinnable, but it was certainly a very, very difficult fight to win at that point, as they are Transformers. You know, a lot of their power comes from that synergistic alt combo with the Kaiden, with the Tianhai, and then the zipping as well, functioning to extend Kylan's ultimate, as well as keep them all topped up and amplify the healing that Kylan receives from his ultimate slashes. So it's just not able to do all that much with the ultimates, results in them not really being able to threaten anything after those ultimates have expired. But we'll see moving forward if they're able to salvage this. Going out of the realm of Yang on the outside, the Yang depletion situation taking place. We have Wolves up against DRG. One grab coming through onto Kaishi. Does get the slam down. Looks like they're up against Draco Storm as well. One person's already down for the count. NHQ back to the lobby. Oh, actually, not necessarily just yet. Kaishi does avoid the slam down. Dongxing does drop down very close. The slam is not going to come through. No slam from the grab. Unfortunately, no significant follow-up. And now ZK and TK are going to have to try and win this out in the neutral fight. Wait a second. ZK able to take one down. Making the 2v2. The turnaround parry! Oh my goodness, wait a second! WX98 making a big mistake. The dash coming through into the uppercut. TK does go down, but he managed to get the bloom from the previous kill. He's not fully dead just yet. The parry coming through. The uppercut attempt turns the focus attack. ZK just barely needs a little bit more HP. No! Oh my goodness!
I mean,
so unbelievably
really close. But Don Q, he's like, wait a second, we gotta slow this down. My man's locked in. He's just like dual halvies engaged. He just no BS. Just hit him with the 1-2 jumping LMBs, stuff all the parry shenanigans, and was just waiting for the desperation blue to come out. He just waiting in open arms, just gives him a nice parry hug. Just get that out of here. Nah. No 1v3ing for you today, sir. Get that out of here. It's surprising, JL still in this. Full armor on the Viper. What am I gonna call this thing? Like, skewer? I mean, Motari also resets Viper's silence, so I'm curious to see what their execution looks like of who they're silencing. Is keeping locked down. Skewer though, I feel like it's. I'm not gonna lie. If you know that the UH-on has V1, it's kind of easy to just not give him the look. Then you just always double jump the situation so you fall to the ground and he can't stab you. You got to be pretty lazy to get stabbed by UH-on. I feel like. I could be wrong.
I mean, you say that.
I want to see the VOD.
But I'm pretty sure the Matari can combo, like in the same way that Matari F can secure a Zai F2. I feel like the same can be said for the Yueshon slam, no? Because if the Matari gets the knockdown or just gets the normal stagger, which would lead into a combo normally with the F, and then is able to, and then the Yueshon's able to just come in, slam off of it, and then immediately impale, because it does combo off of the slam, then that person's just dead, you know. And if there's a threat of someone that you didn't get with a slam using an ultimate or an ability to get them out of it or to peel it off, then the Viper can also ult at any moment and deny that completely. And then if you miss the first slam, you can always pop the Matari ult, and then you have another impale. You have the threat of another impale immediately afterwards.
We'll have to see how the
very interesting
plays out with a bunch of Vipers. So no Yueshon anti-Viper though.
So it's all gonna be on TXJ. Cover doesn't win Spirit Well though. AL is contesting Spirit Well, and it doesn't look like no one wants to contest them. Yeah. Oh my goodness. We got the Vipers. And the other Spirit Well. Looking dicey. Duncan, this is what I normally was seeing in scrims. Situations like this. And JL stalling their grab of the buff as well to get maximum time. Timeout.
Wait a second. What's happening?
There we go.
Oh, he's trying. Wait.
I figured
he gets his second ult while he's in his ultimate. Wait, what? That doesn't work for other Transformers. Wait a minute. When did this happen? Yushan's been so like irrelevant for so long that we're figuring out new things at this point. What on earth has TXJ cooked up for us, Raven? Because this is... He's molding the meta right now. This could very easily become way more popular. We saw another team running this comp as well earlier. So it looks as though other players may be catching on already. This could definitely develop into a very strong pick in the upcoming meta, but we'll have to wait and see. But at the moment, let's see if they can clutch it up and get the dub in this game. For now, we've got Alliance jumping in, Jiang with that ultimate, the V1 getting the stun, and Juan stuck in the corner, the Fist Blade goal. Fist Blade is going to do a bunch of damage, but not able to secure that secondary point 9. Does use the F to go up into the sky, but it's extremely low HP, maybe going down regardless. Loyer does get clipped by the Wisp and goes down. Unfortunately, Juan is going to follow suit. Nice little dodge on the focus attack. He still gets taken down, and Alliance coming in with a very nice third party, able to capitalize fully on the situation and pick up quite a few kills, taking themselves up to 9. But taking a look at the scoreboard, oh my goodness, SS1 is on 18 eliminations. Unfortunately, one of them is fully dead, and the other is in is about, unfortunately. Cyrus still alive, but I don't see him staying alive for very long.
Maybe this is to Kukatu's liking. We only got 12 people left alive with 6 minutes left. I mean, this is kind of the end game looks like, maybe plus or minus a little bit more. Yuan is gonna get spotted out, held by zone. Pride at distance. JL's one fong able to pick up that kill. Nowhere left behind, gentlemen. JL's up to 11 kills. Alliance is at 9. DRG is at 6. EBE at 2. 90% moon bane. 80% moon bane's out. Or gets forced out to the side. But yeah. You have adopted a Temi as BB can survive. I was looking at the comp and I was like, what did I see? A Temi Justina? I didn't see no Temi Justina. What is this comp? Now Alliance Yuma and Jang finally res their third teammate. Well, definitely a struggle, and they're super looted right now. Definitely worth it.
Oh my goodness.
Got one fong. It's gonna grapple in. And immediately go back to charging. Immediately goes back to charging, but DRG, waiting on the outside, is going to contest for a second. No one wants to get all in here. One fong is going to pop the ultimate, and Temi ult's going to be coming out. He's not going to find the double skewer. Instead, he's a ton of damage going to make his way out of there. But Alliance wants to take their hand at it. Material's going to be invested with Jang's ult just coming up online with his B1, but DRG's Zai is going to be operating on that side of the map. And finally, Alliance comes back, and they're looking to get revenge onto this team. Team JL. Alliance used all their cooldowns, though. JL, like clockwork, just made their way around. And now they have Matarials again. You can't really all in them any of the Vipers. Kong is throwing these jabbings around. Very, very risky. Overhold spears gonna be coming out from Roy Hee. And now One Fong is gonna have to back out right here, taking to the skies with the tree. And JL was doing so well, controlling the Yang situation. A little bit of overextension, they can't recover it. Now it's looking like DRG, Kakashi, and Donkey are going to be the favorites for this. Zai ult is out right now. He's going to come test the center. And now Roy He is in a weird position where he can get taken out, and he doesn't look away. Nice job from THA. Pick up the kill. JL is for sure going to be contesting the toe right here. And it's the last 6 alive. We got white right here. JL versus DRG. One Fong is getting jungle right now, but we got Wait, Sean, what can you show us?
The Mountain Goat. Can he manage it? Is he gonna clutch it up? It looks as though they're gonna back off. They're not interested in
They immediately
fighting
went to
this
the
out.
tree. That's the problem with Sean.
BBE and NE still alive, and then DRG has 2 members, and Alliance has 2 members. So JL currently trying to contest the Spirit Well. There's the last little bit left on the clock. I don't believe they're going to be able to secure this one, especially considering that Dongqing now popping that ultimate is going to be coming through. The F2 coming in to try and chase down One Feng as he's vulnerable with no ultimate. He does go down, but BBE and NE coming in from the sidelines, picking up the elimination, sniping it away from DRG. Now Dongqing not really able to get all that much value out of his ultimate. And this is looking like a solo lobby right now. We have 3 solos and 1 duo left alive right now. DRG is the only team in numbers advantage, but neither of them have ultimates available. Jiang up in the trees, 82% on that ult, waiting patiently to try and find the opportunity to secure the drop down potentially. NNE does get parried here. No follow-up though, unfortunately, as it is max range parry. Dongqing is going to come in with that F2. TXJ jumping in, trying to find a little something, trying to capitalize off of Jiang's pressure. Syra ult is going to be popped in the sky. TXJ only has a few seconds left on the tome. Is he going to try and use it before it expires? Dongqing is extremely low HP now. NNE 1 HP. TXJ driving in to try and steal the kill. Not able to do so, unfortunately. He does find the tome though. The combo breaker is going to save NNE from his demise. Now it's a 1 versus 1 versus 1. It's a solo lobby, Raven. It's a... Oh my goodness. This is... have we ever seen this happen? 4 solos left alive with over a minute left in the game. NNE may be short-lived though. He does finally get taken down by Alliance Jiang, who does now have his ultimate available. TXJ also with ultimate. WX98, 2 Mataris and a Viper. This is unheard of, no? Have you ever seen a situation where this has happened in trios?
I think maybe once ever. I think I've seen 3 people left. But nice tree stall coming out for Jiang with the Viper. No one really wants a hard commit here because Viper's so in the mix. I mean, down to 3 people. This is more common. 4 people, less common. Usually the duo ends up cleaning up everyone else. We are going to a heal-off situation. Alliance Jiang is going to drop down with the V1. Does TX2... Wait a minute, both Mataris have ultimate. This was just cosmetic for Jiang. Now he's going to make his way in. Nice job trying to minimize the damage of the Mataris, but TXJ gonna come dashing in, look for the dash and get the last hit. Goes for the RB, he's not gonna connect right here. And Alliance or DRG's WX is gonna take down TXJ out of nowhere. Wait a second. A little bit slept on right there. Nice clutch up by DRG. Or SS1 it looks like. What an insane little bit of endgame right there. It's just absolute slugfest when it comes to these end games. I don't know what Cookie was talking about. There's a lot of aggression right there.
I like how we've used this ever since we heard him say it. It's now just gotten to the point where it's become a bit of a meme because, I don't know, yeah, it's pretty aggressive on our end as spectators, I would say. But yeah, no, crazy that SS1 still win MVP when they got knocked out, you know, like 5 minutes ago. It's just from the sheer number of kills they were able to secure. 18 eliminations is enough to stay in the lead over anybody else in the lobby.
You can't really sit back
and let things come to you. Almost everyone is, I would say, limit testing and like testing how far they can go with a lot of situations. Just because if you don't at least try to go for the opportunities, you're playing to like slowly lose instead of trying to play to win. And even though it's pretty volatile from what we're seeing, like we see the 1v1v1, it's not like before where you just got a full trio, full lobby wiping everyone. A lot of the times these teams are all coming in with really, really good loot that it's enough to kind of trade out with each other. It's not this like full snowball that we're used to seeing, especially with Siphon and Takeda. Once that competition gets going, my mind was blown away that they just walk through the teams. And we're seeing, I guess, a little bit of the UA Shun limitation. We saw everyone going in the tree, and I was like, this is what I was talking about, Duncan, like people in trees and stuff. It's pretty tough for UA Shun to get value if people are in trees, but still, really, really cool stuff for that game 5. 1v1v1v1 solos and trios. We are going to the last game, going back to Predoria. And the last question I really have for today's trios is, are we really picking comms because of maps, or are we picking it for Firefly? We saw as we went back, or as we transitioned to the second half of the day, for Morrison and Hollroth, we went back to Siphon. The first 3 maps was all monk compositions. So is it because of the Fireflies? What are we going to do for game 6? Are we going to go back to monk? Is Predoria just primarily a monk map? Or are we going to go and continue this Siphon trend depending on points? Or are we finally going to have a full Viper day? I'm really surprised we haven't had a full Viper day yet, Duncan.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been seeing it a lot in the past. But you know what we're seeing again? Answer 4 treasures, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to get your hands on a special gift box, make sure to get your answer to this question in the chat. And the question is, how many players chose to play Syra in game number 5? Was it A6, B7, C8, or D9? And make sure to put your answer in the chat if you want to have a chance at winning, and only one lucky winner will be chosen. And keep an eye on the chat and the whisper box so that if you are that lucky winner, you are able to claim your prize. But back to the scoreboard. Yeah, right here, SS1, just off of the number of kills they were able to secure, they come away with the MVP. They didn't even come close to that end game situation. It was just off the sheer number of eliminations that they secured. 18, 5 for Zhuan, 4 for Luo Ye, and 9 for Yuan on the Syra. 17,500 damage for Zhuan, 12,000 for Luo Ye, and 19,000 for the Syra at the very end. Now taking a look at the total standings off the back of our 5th game of the day. Unfortunately, BBE has not really been able to find their footing. They've shown like promise in a lot of situations. We've seen them do well in fights, and then they unfortunately they lose it to close out the fight. They fumble it at the very end, and it just goes downhill, and they end up losing out, unfortunately. But still, there's definitely something there, and they've definitely been putting in work. Now, at the top of the leaderboard, we have ASE still in the lead, but only by 0.6. A very, very small margin. JL in second place, right behind them at 64. But it's gonna be a spicy one. If game number 6, if ASE can't manage to do well and do better than JL, then JL is going to be taking that first place placement for the day, for our first day of Trios bi-weekly 1. But here we are taking a look at the highlights off the back of game number 5, MVP by SS1, sponsored by China Unicom. Take it away, Raven. Right here, JL with the UA shot.
What the execution. This just, remember, OUD was super stacked right here. They had gold ult on the Takeda. It did not matter. We got just absolutely skewered baby U. But I'm curious if they run that again, whether or not if they kite out the UH or not, it's the same result there. We got to run that back one more time just to make sure. SS1 though, crushing everyone throughout the game.
on their siphon composition, just finding nice ISO fights. Now, even in zone, it's not going to matter. Alliance, Yuma, and PP going to get chased down with the Vermilion's buff, picking up a couple frags here, and then going on to this end game. You see them holding the center, and WX98 getting the best of TXA. It was looking like TXA had it cinched up, but that Matari clutch to get that last place and take the first place 4 placement points, really big. What's interesting too is that the leaderboard overall, the top 3 are all very close, and then 4 through 6 are all very close. 4 through 6 are like 48 points, while first through 3rd place is at like 64. So very close today, Duncan. Normally we see like blowouts where the top 2 really pull away super far, but all the teams have really like tucked their chin and like slugged it out with each other, kind of going tit for tat, making sure to clutch up every single round. No one's really has like a super clear advantage. The team that really stood out to me is definitely ASC, playing very solid, but SS1 though, same thing, very solid. We always see them in the background as well, maybe not in end games, but JL as well. All 3 of those teams kind of neck to neck, surprisingly. No one really having a big edge on each other. Each of them doing something a little bit better than the rest. Like JL, definitely the interesting comps in the Yang fights. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be going to a short break. We are going into Game 6. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Perdorio's coming up.
Hello there, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After that short break, we are going to be diving into our 6th and final game of the day. I'm Dunkin' Donuts, joined by Raven PLZ. We are your casters, and we are having a great time today, as it has been an absolute roller coaster. We've had so many new things come through, lots of interesting compositions being played, interesting strategies, and very aggressive, moments. Even regardless of Kukutu, what he's saying, for every single team in Yang depletion situation, during that period of the game after first Yang, to somehow manage to meet up and all just absolutely slug it out and fully send it in the mid game, and then for a lot of them to make it out alive, but for that much chaos to ensue is absurd, and it's not been something that we've seen really at all in the history of NARAKA. It's definitely happened sometimes, but for it to be happening this consistently in game after game, something has definitely changed and shifted for this to be, the new normal. But we'll see if it happens again in game number 6. What are you expecting moving into this 6th game, Raven? Because we've had a lot of thoughts, but what do you think?
I mean, it is Predoria. It's like I said right before we cut the break. Are the teams choosing because of Fireflies, or are they choosing because of the map? Predoria last time was very monk heavy, so are they going to go back to it? The big surprising thing that you pointed out, Duncan, is a lot of surprises today. I feel like the global scene is definitely watching all the teams preparing for EWC, paying attention to what all the CN players are doing right now. I think one thing is for sure, compositions are kind of like a box of chocolates besides the staple of Monk Kylan sipping. Like, Viper is very much up in the air. Same thing with Faria, same thing with Justina, where these characters are going to be utilized. So everyone's going to have to go to the drawing board to make sure that they're locked in on how to play against these compositions with whatever they plan on bringing to China. Because even if you don't want to try to learn these compositions in the next 2 weeks, you still are going to have to adjust to deal with all of these very, very hard compositions going into EWC. It's the same thing for, I would say, the Nbpl teams. I think this current meta, even though we're playing on the older patch, not the most recent, without the new character, without the possibility of the new Temi, and even Yodo, there's still so much variations that you have to account for. In an 8-round format, you're going to run into things that you may not really understand. So I think a lot of gimmicks are going to be coming through, and what I mean by gimmicks is something that you've only seen once or twice before, or never at all. So a lot of what you see in Nbpl, these teams play against each other all the time. They scrim almost every single day. There's gonna be some secret comps, I feel like, going into Nbpl. We saw a little bit of that, not really in the last Nbpl season, but at J-Cup, when Cyber really took everything by surprise and everyone was scrambling to kind of figure out. Now, we do have 2 weeks and we do have still grand finals going up, and this is the first qualifying round for trios, the opening for this Nbpl season. So a lot of exciting stuff. Definitely this like a kind of like a mind expanding, just like the possibilities of what can show up in trios right now and what's actually possible. Because if we're running double skewer Yueshon and getting value off of it, I mean, that really opens up the idea of Batari just giving a bunch of different characters double ability. What else can really do that? Now, I think it's very niche and works in a situation that Takeda is generally being defended by Temi. So when Matari gives him the double skewer, if he hesitates and gets hit by that, he will get blown up. But I'm kind of curious to see if JL and TXJ can keep this kind of going. Will they get other teams and catch them off guard inside Yang? Or what if the Takeda kind of opens up and immediately starts kiting? Because Takeda's before, when they used to fight against Cannonball, the second they saw what the comp was, that Takeda was kiting in circles, and I'm not gonna lie, Yueshon's pretty easy to kite. He's defeated by trees.
So moving forward, I kind of want to see team. We're not going to see it coming out of TXJ. I believe is it OUG running it else? One other team was trying it as well. It might have been Wolves, but I want to see that comp run again and see a team, at least a Siphon team, which we're going to see is a bunch of Siphon teams try to kite it initially. The last thing I kind of want to see for today, if we don't see it today, we'll probably see it on day 2 or day 3 of trios. So gonna hold my breath and see how the lobby's gonna react to all these things. And it looks like it's just the second half. I'm curious to know what Chinese side's rationale is of Takeda being a lot better for Firefly days versus Monk. I mean, traditionally, Monk has always been a daytime character just because of you want to play slow, you want to scale up, you want to play Yang. And now with the modern patches Spirit well, Monk plays so well. We did see something crazy there. What did I see? Yueshan Feria something? What was that, Duncan?
Yeah, Yueshan Feria Matari. I don't know.
Wait, so is the double skewer plus Matari and then Feria instead? It might be the Matari Yueshan is the main thing that everyone's going for.
It might be. You might be right, because it's catching on. Trendsetter TXJ is at it again, ladies and gentlemen. It looks as though the majority of the lobby is still favoring the Takeda in on the Firefly maps here. It definitely looks as though it's the favorite, but the few outliers, the few daring individuals who are willing to go and try out TXJ's strategy, it's we'll have to see if it pays off. We haven't gotten the exact, you know, the Yueshan Matari Viper, but Yueshan Matari Feria could very well function in the same way. But we'll have to wait and see moving forward. For now, the last round selection is going to give us a couple Vipers, and I think there was a Monk in there at the very end too. So nothing too crazy, nothing too out of the ordinary for our 6th and final game of the day. I am surprised though, now that because you mentioned it, Yoto not making a single appearance is quite interesting. We've definitely become aware that she has been very strong. It's just been completely slept on. But I'm not too sure in how she would, where she would fit in this in the team composition at the moment, because a lot of things are already established, and then a lot of new things are being come up with the different Viper variations, and then of course our Yueshan Matari pairing now being a clear contender for a meta spot. So it's hard to say where Yoto could really fit, but I do think that she'll likely make an appearance before too long, as you said. But we'll have to see. For now, though, we are going to be diving into our 6th and final game of the day. As you said before, the top 3 teams are very close to each other in terms of points. Also, another thing I wanted to add to that whole thing was that off the back of the first 2 games, the first game being MVP'd by ASE, and then the second being MVP'd by JL, the first place team after the second game was actually SS1. So it's clearly the case that they are performing very consistently throughout the day. You know, they've been playing extremely well, and solid NARAKA for every single game, even though they've only just gotten their first MVP of the day with a big 18 kill game, which they didn't even get first place finish on. You know, it's evident that they're in it to win it. You know, they've been playing very, very well. But yeah, we'll have to see who is going to be able to take the cake for today, who is going to be left at the top of the leaderboard. Although, of course, these are simply the qualifying days, the group stages, so to speak, for the bi-weekly final. Because every bi-weekly we have 3 days of groups, and then the 4th day is your bi-weekly final for that game mode. So you have groups A and B, and all the groups end up fighting each other on one day, and then the top 12 teams make it through to the bi-weekly final. But just qualifying isn't the only objective, because getting as many points as possible is also very, very useful and very very important, because a percentage of the points that you get during the group stage, during those first 3 days, or first 2 days rather, because you only play on the 2, will carry forward into the bi-weekly final, giving you a few points to start off the day with. So the more points, the better, realistically. Because if you get a massive scoreline, you could theoretically be ahead of everybody else by a full game's worth of points.
Yeah, like Duncan was saying, playing for keeps, even though you've qualified, the teams used to like coast and try a lot more things. Now all the teams are more incentivized to really give it their all, give it their best to get more points, because like Duncan said, you can get almost like a full pop-off games points as long as you play super well. Now off spawn, we are going to start the action with Wolves taking it to ASE. I was really curious to see how ASE is going to do on this news area of ASE, but Ice Cream Comp is going to come over from Wolves and absolutely destroy them. And now the Viper team, though, is, I think it's 5-2-1. Ivan and crew looking to put on the pressure, but this win ends up being grief for them. ZK is going to take to the skies and dodge the whole execution, and now Fat Milk is just going to get taken down right here, and then ZK floating to the skies as well in the Faria mech, trying to put on the pressure to Ivan, but it looks like 5-1 has made the call. Let's back out of here. We missed the execution, but Wolves has another thing for them, are going to be chasing them down. It looks like Pampy is already made his way into town, but Ivan didn't get away. Double Trade's gonna be coming out. Wait a second. We need to get back over there. Ivan's going crazy right now. He is gonna get staggered from behind, but he's gonna drop down, look for a hit, but it's not gonna matter. The cleanness of Wolves gonna get that stagger and take him down before he's able to fight back. Maybe if Pampy was there off that parry, they could get something going, but it is a little bit better. Pampy was more stacked with the blue armor. He lives to fight another day, and we're gonna go over and look at JL finally on like a traditional comp that everyone else runs. What can you show us? nothing bizarro here.
It's not a trendsetter composition, so to speak. TXJ, he's conforming to the norm. Don't do it. Keeping them on their toes is exactly the way, in my opinion. It's definitely a lot more fun for everybody else to watch. But it is a viable strategy at the same time for all these players. You know, they're prepping as much as they possibly can. They're prepping for all these different compositions that are likely to appear in these games. And if they run into something that they're just not ready for, it can be a real spanner in the works for them. But we'll see. Speaking of spanner in the works, ASE Han throws it out that F2 right into the middle of this team, and oh my goodness, NNE just gets exploded. Han with the Yueshan, turn it around. Roy, he just follows suit. Oh my goodness. And this is blue weapon Yueshan Impale. This isn't even high grade. This is just blue. And it's doing an absurd amount of damage.
Man, slam into skewer? I always thought you could. Yeah, no LMB into skewer. I don't think I've ever been slammed into skewer.
Slam into skewer has been a thing. It's been a thing for a very, very long time. Just that there aren't that many Yueshan players out there. And most of them for a long time would only ever run V2.
I can't recall the last time I got hit by a slam into skewer. Maybe I just didn't realize it. Huh. That makes it a lot more consistent, because I was like, man, I didn't notice any of the Yueshans ever landing in LMB. Landing a slam into skewer, that's not that hard.
No, it's really not.
That's a lot harder to dodge unless you like sit on the pillar in Yang. So
yeah, and then imagine a Matari comes and dashes through you just before the slam comes through, and then it just gets comboed into the Impale. It's just, you're just cooked. What do you do at that point? You can't combo break out unless you input buffer the ult activations. There's no way you can actually get out of it.
but if you get hit twice in quick succession, it might be enough to dodge a skewer, no? I guess that would
maybe. I mean, it would depend on the stagger. It's just the stagger decay. What led up to the Matari dash into the slam into the skewer? I think.
Well,
that's what it would be.
Yuma on the Kylan ultimate. Put her work on to OUG, baby you. Or SS is trying to get out of there, but Yuma has him in the crosshairs, chasing him down the stairs. Protection is thrown out, but Yuma does not care. We're releasing no matter what. Don't turn your back on me. And Jang, wait a second. Alliance. Back-to-back parries, letting them know we parried those. You can't be throwing out these blues. This is a no-fly zone. Get out of the sky. Get those blues out of here. It's red. You need to stop throwing blues, they said. ASC's Han going back to the UA Sean. Unfortunately, Mist is going to be taking down the Feria of ASC. It is, I believe, their first life. Maybe the second life? ASC is not resing right now.
It's their first life. It's the first life. They haven't. We see him go into soul form and then run over to where his team headed. I think it's solid for BBE to take down one of these players. We've got two kills under their belt, and interestingly, they're not running the Syra here. And I'm not sure if that's because they were limited due to hero points, or if they just they wanted to run the Kurumi variation instead. Regardless, they are going to be running Kurumi Tamulk. Takeda, which, to be honest, it does have pretty good synergy. The Syra being has so much value, obviously, as we all well know, with the potential crowd control and the versatility as a character to be able to be both supportive and offensive. But Kurumi does have the synergy in which if you apply the sand from Tamulk to the circle, it saps everyone's stamina away from them if they're ever standing on top of it, which can open up a lot of opportunities for Takeda to get free shots into follow-up. So there's definitely something to be said for going for Kurumi, but Kurumi, I would say, is definitely harder to execute, meaning that Syra is usually the better option.
Really? I feel like Kurumi with F3 and armor circle versus Syra? I don't know. I think Syra feels very wonky to control. Unless you're used to tracking everyone. I feel like most support players, even though Syra kind of feels a support player, it's a little bit different. Interesting that you say Kurumi is very high skilled, but support players are probably the most skilled players out of everything, like Duncan is saying, the most entertaining, the big support players out of shout out to the support players. And first is gonna be coming up. SS1 posting up to the east, Alliance to the west, JL looking very, very stacked, showing us what they can do on the traditional siphon, or I guess the 2025 siphons. TXJ on the Syra. Also one of the pioneers of how Syra should be played. Looking at the Jade setups. Yeah, you know what? I noticed a lot more attack Jades in trios. Normally I saw a lot more defense before. And maybe it's because Jades are a little bit rare off spawn. A lot more attack Jades. Is TXJ gonna do some wonkiness? So far, every single time we've gone into Yang, TXJ has always popped his F to kind of cover for shenanigans. Even though people are doing like the friendly hop, can't be trusting anyone, but we are going to get JL versus TE. TXJ's former team that he won Worlds under, but TXJ's going to open up with the ultimate, and it looks like Temi is going to open up with the ult as well. Zai ult's coming out. Big pressure going out to XXL onto Takeda, but TXJ doing a good job of keeping the damage onto Peak, and Peak is gonna get absolutely melted. Trying to make his way out of the Temi, but he's gonna get held in place by the Temi and TXJ. Zai still has ultimate up. TXJ doing circles around her, but Onefang has to be careful right now. They are gonna connect to him. Down to half health already. TXJ goes with the light. Jump parry, keeping up the pressure. Fade away. Focus attack is going to slow down TXJ. He is going to stay on top of him though. Onefang is going to kill Youth, who is on his heels, and JL is gonna take down this first realm of Yang. We go over to the second realm of Yang. YGG versus BDE.
And it looks as though YZG is going to be taking this one. We head over to them, and on the tail end of the fight, now moving over to another realm of Yang with Alliance and SS1 going head-to-head. Alliance has lost one of their members. Jiang is down for the count for the moment. But oh my goodness, a huge parry coming out from Yuma. Luoye just barely avoiding it with that roll. Yuma unfortunately going for the parry, immediately getting punished for it. The flying knives coming through, taking him down while he's in the sky into a parry onto BP, and SS1 claim victory over Alliance here. Valiant effort, having lost their third teammate, unfortunately not able to win the 2 versus 3 situation, but it was certainly a bit close. If that parry had gone through, then it was definitely a winning position for Alliance. Unfortunate for them. SS1 playing the patient game, knowing that with numbers advantage, there aren't very many reasons to take unnecessary risks, and if you do, you're just opening yourself up to getting punished and losing out on the advantage you created for yourself. Moving over, Wolves having been one of the realm of Yang victors. Looks as though, I'm not sure if they're chasing them. They are indeed. They're chasing down 5-2-1 here. 5-2-1, also a team with buff, but they got their buff from the Spirit Well, and it's only a Mystic Might, meaning they're not going to have that secondary life if they go down here. Fat Milk taking a lot of damage, forced to use that ultimate. TK now popping his own ultimate, but the Viper is going to prevent him from using any of those dashes. He goes down. 5-2-1 able to immediately turn this on its head, taking down the aggressors. Wolves losing a member. They do have that resurrection though. They do have that Vermilion Bird's Might, so it's not over just yet. But 5-2-1, very solid position right now. It looks as though one of the Wolves, TK is waiting in soul form to see if he should resurrect himself close by. If this is a salvageable fight worth coming back to. But it looks as though that probably won't be the case, considering that now TE has jumped into the fray with their Yang depletion. They need to find these soul blooms, and they are going to be relentless in their chase down here. Having already cleansed 1, they still have 2 to go. Wolves and 5-2-1 are in their sights, and they're not going to let go of this one anytime soon, man.
GEG leading charge with the Zai. Hopefully his ult is going to be running out. They do still have their V2 Viper and the Matar. 5-1 is going to eat this Viper ultimate, but Fat Milk's not going to care. He is going to take down Peak. All their armors is stripped though, and now ASC is going to be coming in. Han diving in. Well, he does have ultimate. All you need though, that was V2. Wait a second. V2? Did we see what all Tire was? I swear to God, I just walked.
One of them was V2 and one of them was V1. I'm not sure.
Okay, that Matari definitely V2 teleported then.
Yeah.
All right, we go over to the center of the map. Here, JL's TXJ. They're looking very, very stacked, but remember what we saw last time, Duncan? OUG went into Remo Yang, Super Juice, and they just got destroyed. I don't think in any of the older games in the past, a Siphon team going in with gold ultimate losing to a blue armor team, insane. And for you to be able to blow up Takeda that fast, it kind of reminds me of Cannonball Comp, which VBB and TXA are the inventors of, or at least they were the first to do it really in Pro League consistently. They would blow up Takedas that way. And now in hindsight, when I think about it, I guess they've always been blowing up Takedas. Now this is like a new variation. We are going to see a nice little catapult rotation for DRG. We do have one more Remley. Can we get another game fight, please? I want to see one more. Can we get the Siphon versus ASC? We need a JL versus ASC Yang fight. We need to make that happen. Just so TXA can show the counter strategy for everyone else. Like, by the way, we figured out a counter comp for Siphon. But if you just do this, this is how you beat it. Have to see how it goes down. Setting up.
To destroy their own creation. Oh my god. Okay. It's probably not gonna happen.
Wait a second.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, bro. Come on, dude.
Come on, man. Unfortunate.
Hey, JL did
We
that.
are gonna see JL up against the ice cream comp though.
Great. Yeah, all this one for this guy.
Everyone just disappears. But they have touched down once again on the ground. TXJ, wait a minute, he's back in the sky. Syra flying above everything. The Feria ult has been unleashed. She sat on top of the pillar, being the menace that she is known to be. TK stuck inside the Tumult ultimate. He's going to be blocking that Justina ult and flying up to the sky, trying to get out of that sandy prison. TXJ and One Fang retreating back into the Thunderdome. Not gonna be taking any risk. But TK, oh my god! Just getting exploded by the ranged hits. JL does not skip aim training, ladies and gentlemen. Good lord, and it's already over. It's already done and dusted. JL is just a formality, taking down ZK and claiming victory in the Yang once again. JL are in top form right now.
Yeah. TXJ leading to charge with the old rookies. And that's what I was saying. I was like, you know, they're running the gimmick strategies. I wish they didn't have to kill ASC like that. I wanted to see that matchup one more time. Hopefully ASC can recover. It looks like Feria didn't really lose anything, so we're going to see at least how this competition is going to play Spirit Wells. ASC did not go Rumble Yang, so they're not trying to kill anything. It's like DRG didn't go Rumble Yang either. We're just all in. We're getting an ISO 3 right now. Econ comes in. Wait, double sealer! Kablowie! Oh my god! All their armor is gone! Wait a second, he's getting juggled right now! And the ballista's coming in! Don Q is getting burnt alive, and ASC's miss is gonna pick up the kill! Holy! Double skewer Duncan, the damage. Damage, it was humongous.
Yeah, every time I see it, I'm just at a loss for words. It's just insanity that this is happening. That we've gone from seeing no Yushan whatsoever for years, and now it's just skewers left and right, impaled, made into a kebab. Very delicious. Oh my good lord, actually insane. This is it. I feel like this is gonna set the tone for the upcoming months, Raven. I think when Enor comes to NBPL 2, we're gonna see Enor, Yushan, Matari just rocking up.
No way. There's no way.
Some crazy shenanigans, because this is just setting the tone that anything is possible at this point. So I'm ready and waiting for the upcoming bi-weeklies. I'm very excited, especially for EWC. That is going to be very interesting, because as you said earlier, it's pretty likely that some of these teams are holding some of their strategies very close to the chest, and they're not going to reveal anything before EWC happens, because that's the big stage that they're going to be playing on very, very soon. So who knows what we see? Who knows what we're going to see there? Regardless, YZG, Yang Depletion, resurrecting.
They can't really hold things back though for NBPL finals. I was talking to Frost about this. So no matter what, all of these guys are going to be testing out everything. And it's definitely last patch too, so moving forward, they want to use everything for the next two events here, which is going to be NBPL Finals and then EWC. We are going to go Realm Yang SS1 versus YZG winner. I feel like we've seen this exact scenario today. Mon's being put in Temios, getting limited. Slightly different though. He does get Pillar Kadi right down. Loye has been doing well with grabs all day. Not able to get any grabs this time. Just gets a little bit fried on his legs, but nothing too crazy. Nice feel from his team. Wait a second. QGG just got blown up out of nowhere. I didn't even see a person hitting him. Flying knives hitting him in the back that we didn't see. Yeah, this is one of them have flying knives. This is one's Ju1 on Justina, and now ZXL does get taken down. A little bit of rookie mistake getting parried right before the end of Yang. That's a gold weapon steal if I've ever seen one. We are going to go back to the outside with Yang depleting 2 minutes left. QGG and YGG have to make a move right now. Takeda pops that F1, dives into the center, hoping to either focus attack. Are we going to get a focus attack? Area does come flying in with jumping LMB. He gets uppercutted by a dagger out of nowhere. ASC's Han being a griefer right now. Oh my goodness. QGG thinks Han is not paying attention. He gets another big parry. And now Wei Chen's coming out. He's hunting for
it's time.
Anyone. Oh, see, look. He missed. I mean, granted it was a Temi to go there. But we finally.
I think it was a terrain situation there, because if you don't have good terrain, then it can definitely fail for sure. Because it's about if it's uphill, then they can roll out of it before the impale stagger comes through. I think. I'm not too sure. I have not played enough Yuesha myself, unfortunately, to be able to say without a shadow of a doubt. But regardless, ASE, it doesn't look as though they're going to be very long-lived in this engagement. That is a lot of action taking place in the zone right now. ASE, wait a second. He's going in for the res. He's going to see if he can try and clutch it. YZG's coming in for the grief throw. He's going to stop him from getting it off. Roy he unfortunately getting caught in the middle between this Feria and these fist blades. Oh my goodness, not able to survive. And neither can NNE. It looks as though Mist did go down here at the edge as well. How many of ASE are even up? No, yeah, okay. Okay, none. They're all dead now, unfortunately. They do go down within a very short period of time, and Wolves are looking very strong. Able to clean up a lot of these eliminations, going all the way up to 12 kills right now. Second highest kills being 11 for JL. JL, speaking of the devil, over here looking to contest this spirit well. Loye up in monk form. Does have another ultimate ready to go as well. He's going to be chasing down JL, but can they catch them? JL on the kite.
We've been seeing Ice Cream Tom doing well all day today. Wait, did I speak too soon? Did Ice Cream die? It doesn't matter. Loye, we're back on Loye. Rumi Circle is going to be coming down. They are all down to 1 HP. Very, very close. And the double grab's going to come out from Loye. Ooh, SS1 was down to 1 HP, but the double grab from Loye plus the Krumi ult. We're back to full health. We're back to cooking up JL right now. TXJ on the Syra looking for the stagger. Not able to get it. Nice shot from Loye to keep his attacking frames very, very active, but now Ju1 is going to get staggered right at the end. Loye putting his back on the TXJ. TXJ with the space out into the heel, very, very safe from him. And now JL's XXL with the Skada is going to activate right now, but Ju1 is like invisible. He burned 2 ults. Didn't really get much out of it. And now Loye is going to get taken down from TXJ. JL doing an excellent job managing their ultimates right here. And now Youth is very, very low. XXL is going to secure the kill onto Youth. And we're already down to 10 players, Duncan. This is just, I hate to say it, this is very, very aggressive. I don't know how aggressive it can get.
Yeah, I don't know. It's gotten more and more aggressive with every game that's gone by. The end game has gotten less and less populated every single game, and it's probably not going to stop here. We have Wolves diving in, try and consolidate on top of JL, but the 80% Moonbane is going to come in. It's going to be dropping down in a matter of seconds, but unfortunately XXL is not able to stay alive and use the Moonbane to his advantage to deter this onslaught from Wolves. Wolves having White Tiger's prowess is staying pretty topped up, but is it going to be enough? ZK does eat a massive chunk of damage. He's about to eat another one. The Moonbeam, how is he alive? He's not alive anymore. One Feng coming in with the flying knives, able to take him down, able to avenge his fallen comrade XXL. There's no way they're going to be able to resurrect him fully at this point, I don't think. So it's going to be a two-man team from this point forward. Speaking of, Wolves is probably is going to be in exactly the same situation, I imagine, as getting this resurrection onto ZK is going to be very sus. Gee, no way they're getting this. No way they're getting this. What are we doing? We're just letting them do this. That's illegal. That's illegal, if I might say so myself, Raven. That is not okay. Everybody in the lobby scattered. Oh, I mean, going to the Spirit Well, but surely denying the one team that could potentially be 3-man strong from getting that resurrection, surely that's a priority.
I was discussing this a little bit earlier that what we've seen so far is the first monk team to establish himself on the Spirit Well and time the monk ult, end up winning it a lot. And wow, this is pretty wild and greedy. I haven't actually ever seen this before, where they leave with monk ult first and ult, and they claim it. Oh, he did get the refresh for his ultimate too. They don't have Alliance PP right here, but we get a double grab. Wait a second. ZXL is gonna get blown up here. Now ZK on the smack at the monk's legs. It's not gonna matter right there. ZK finds a kill onto ZXL instead. Now we are down to 8. Our ult's gonna come out from ZK. Looking to press speed. It's a bunch of duos and solos. It's hard to see, but Wolves is still a full team. Tamiyo's gonna be coming down to split up this Syra ultimate. Unfortunately, the beam does go to the wall. TXJ is gonna use his F, try to break to the other side. Pulls out his flamethrower, but ZK does not care. He's gonna be ignoring TXJ for a second. Looking to hit YZG instead. ZK and the rest of Wolves perfectly content playing the focus zone out game, looking for a trap, and they are going to get that first trap. Alliance gets buried down to very, very low health, but Jang doesn't matter if you put me in low health. I'm already in monk form right now. Has so much health. He's going to find another kill onto ZK. It's an absolute slugfest. No one is willing to drop here. Everyone's investing ultimates and then immediately killing out, not overcommitting. On the high ground here, we got an imposter here. We got an Alliance and then one person from one YZG up there. We gotta start pressuring up their Wolves. Can't let them be sitting next to each other. No room for them. And TXJ, as I say that, hard pressuring Wolves. He's gonna find the liftoff. And now NHQ, one of the bigger threats in the lobby, is going to be taken down. JL has all but cinches, but they are going to have to fight Wolves. Whoever between Wolves and JL wins this is going to MVP this round. TK is going to get staggered though, put against the wall. The Justina dash from TK to keep him alive for a second. But now, 2 minutes left, Duncan. JL, wait, there's like a mix.
I'm so confused. What is happening?
It's like on the high ground.
It's like they're going pacifist run and just I'm friends with everybody. You know, I'm so confused. And now somehow TK just instantaneously dies within 2 seconds. I blinked and I missed it. What on earth is happening? YZG now receiving the pressure from Yuma, diving in with these flying knives. He does have Totem available as well. Popping the ultimate instead. He's going to be going for the dashes. Finds one. Mob uses the F, goes to the sky, but he's not safe from the Kylin. There he is. YZG, Yao Yu is going to be going down, and that's all 3 of YZG fully eliminated. And now, is this a... No, it's not. Okay, I thought it was another 1v1v1v1, but no, it is a 2v1v1 with Alliance Yuma and Wolves ZK on their own. JL from the depths have somehow managed to get a numbers advantage from such a disadvantageous situation. ZK and Yuma being very friendly with each other and not looking to aggress onto one another as they are outnumbered at the moment. JL playing duos right now, trying to close this out. They find the ultimate coming down. One thing does manage to secure this kill on to Wolves. ZK alongside TXJ, the double charge. LMB from the flying knife doing big damage. Yuma going back through the wall once again. Stamina sap, combo breaker out, and it's all over. What on like that chuckle on his face says it all. He's just what is okay then. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That's our game number 6. What happened? It's as if everybody just had selective vision and just couldn't tell who was who. I genuinely could not explain the logic behind what happened in this endgame for the life of me. I'd have to sit down and watch it like another couple times to even give you an inkling of why that happened. Genuinely, I have no clue. That was truly just... It doesn't feel like any NBPL trios series that I've ever seen before. Genuinely, I don't think we've ever seen a 6-game series that is played out with this much just random stuff happening. I don't think I've ever seen one. Have you? Because this is...
You know what ended up happening was there was a trios team left, right? And I think there were 3 duos teams. They all opted to be like, oh wait, there's a trios team left. We need to not fight each other for a second. They all moved to high ground. They kind of rotated while the trios team went and fought. And they eventually got one of them down. Then they all became duos. And they were like, wait, what do we do now? Everyone's duos. They like looked at each other like, who's gonna start it? And they all just slowly chipped away from each other. But what's stunning out of all of it, I feel like when you give TXJ a clutch situation, he's really shown up almost every single time, as far as baiting out his opponent and then also finding the parry once his opponent feels pressure. He's kept it up over and over, but his precision of spacing and decision making has definitely shown up, because even though it was pretty chaotic in the 2v2v2, it was hard to make out who was fighting who. It became very, very clear that TXJ was kind of like refereeing that whole end game, where he was just like, well, if no one wants to initiate, I'm going to initiate. Granted, he did have flying knives, so he was putting on the pressure with probably the strongest weapon in the game right now. But pretty bizarre, Duncan, compared to what we're used to seeing. It is also a game 6. It's the last game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. If you are just joining us, a lot of exciting stuff opening up for NBPL this season. Definitely a lot of new things. And I hope to see even more new things showing up to day 2 and 3. After this first day, pretty much shows that JL, SS1, and ASC very, very, very dominant. TXJ moving over to JL. ASC being the NBPL champions last spring. And SS1 just showing they're ready to game and ready to try to take this one away and try to deny ASC's 2-peak. But yeah, Duncan, any surprises today for you? No Tarka. Not a surprise.
Any surprises? Are you joking?
Any surprise for you? Your favorite surprise of the day then, bro?
I have to say it was probably the Yuei-shun. I think it was the Yuei-shun Matari synergy that no one saw coming, that just came out of left field. That was probably my favorite surprise out of them all, I have to say. But here we are, taking a look at the scoreboard off the back of that game. 19 kills for JL, 26.8 total score. Wolves in second with 17 points. Alliance in third with 15.5. ASE 8.5. YZG 8.5. TE with 8. Oh my goodness, what a series. TXJ, 37,000 damage on the Cyro with 8 kills and 10 assists. XXL with 5 kills, 12,000 damage, being the facilitator for the team. One Feng, 6 kills, 27,000 damage, 11 assists. Oh my goodness. That is massive. Truly. But here is the total standings, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, BBE unable to find their footing so far, sitting at below 30 points at the bottom of the leaderboard. But at the top of the mountain, here we have it, JL with the massive game number 6, skyrocketing further into the lead at 90.8 points in total. ASE in second with 73.1 and SS1 in third with 71, Alliance in fourth with 64, OA and DRG in fifth and sixth with 54.5 and 52.8. Very solid games today, but oh my goodness, has my mind been turned upside down. Regardless, here are some of the highlights off the back of that game. MVP by JL, brought to you by China Unicorn. Take it away, Raven.
JL, look at that posture from TXJ in the center. Closing this out, you see the jump parry coming out. Really favored lightning jump parry today. Nice muscle thrust coming out from this side. I don't even think we saw this fight at all. Ashes going through, and like you were saying, XXL facilitating Takeda moving into that role of more of the support, less of the main DPS, setting his team up for damage. I remember this cluster day, he got to ruin the Yang. I wanted to see AFC versus JL, but instead we got this fight instead. We are gonna get, look at this spacing and engraving from TXJ, keeping the pressure onto the flank of end game. Looking for the tech chase. With the engraving. No parry coming out from anyone, just the constant pressure. And now into the Cyber ult. Is this a support character, Duncan? The Cyber ult. I played a lot of Kurumi, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like Cyber's a little bit harder than Kurumi. When it comes to at least tracking and aiming your opponent, but we're seeing this ending right here. It's 2v2v2. Nice coming in big. Nice job finding, but I feel like Onefang and TXJ reunited and it feels so good. Onefang just sets him up perfectly with all those risks right there, and he just follows up perfectly. These guys are on the same page. Now XX1 is filling the shoes where Onefang was before, but very, very good stuff coming out from the general. TXJ still has a lot to teach everyone, and just like before, usually when a team is able to dominate, we see a group heal. We don't see the advance heal on him, but this allows him to have the sustain for these end games. Still though, TXJ keeping it very, very basic, nothing super fancy, just using the engraving and looking to cover wake ups over and over, staying very coordinated and backing up his teams. He just stuck on to all their prio targets, making sure that no one really got carried away and took away the fight from them. Still, wow, what a day, Duncan. I gotta say, I mean, I kind of wish I saw GG today, but you don't get it all. We did get to see TXJ and his move back home to JL. I wish I got to see Baldo as well with BBB, but we did get to see, or I got to see at least, Baby U over at OUG. Not doing as well, but I did get to see him blown up by Uashan, so not that bad, all things considered. And still, a lot of exciting things moving up all the way to EWC. I think this is a great kind of like pre-show of what's all to come for the global stage when NARAKA makes his debut for the first time outside of China at an international event.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very exciting. But yeah, as you said, although we didn't get to see all those other teams and all those other players today, we are going to be seeing them relatively soon, as of course we do have solos tomorrow, but then another day of trios after that. But there is going to be, we're going to be doing all of the days back to back to back due to some scheduling around EWC. As you mentioned, it was going to be happening. But for now, we're going to be jumping over to a quick interview before we end off the day. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now I'm standing with our player and let him say hello to our audience. 来吧，韩先跟我们的观众朋友们打招呼吧。
大家好，我是 ASE 的小韩。
欢迎小韩来到我们的赛后采访。Okay, first I would like to say congratulations. You know, it's after you get the championship, it's the first time you came here to the English post-game interview, and congratulations again. And I would like to know, so as you get the championship in the grand final and also get the first MVP in the new season. So how's your feeling? 那首先我是要恭喜一下小韩，因为也是夺冠之后嘛，其实第一次来到我们的英文流的采访，特别想让你跟我们分享一下喜悦的心情，可不可以？然后同时特别想问一下，在上个赛季收了一个非常好的尾，在这个赛季又开了个很好的头，第一把就拿下了这个 MVP。对于你们这一年来说，或者说有怎么样的鼓舞的士气上的鼓舞吗？
我觉得今年是因为重新组了一个队伍嘛，就是我们从一开始慢慢从相对来说没有特别强，慢慢一步步走上来的。然后现在夺了冠之后，我觉得一个春冠只是开始吧，然后慢慢戒骄，从春冠这个起点开始，然后保持，然后把今年的冠军能收的就都收了。
争取包揽下接下来所有的冠军。Okay, to be honest, because we are the new team for this whole year, and at the beginning of the year, I think we really need to cooperate a lot of time, and it's not really good, it's not working like at the beginning of the year, but we're really lucky and we improve a lot in the spring split, and finally we get the championship in the grand final in the last season, and we're lucky. And after that, we'll like step by step improve a lot for us. And now I think we cope really well now in the team. And for our like expectation for the rest of the year, it's like I want to get all the championship, like the biweekly and grand final, and also in the J Cup, all the championship for me. 哇，其实这个说起来志向也非常的远大，也需要我们稳扎稳打，一步步脚印，一个脚印一个脚印的慢慢来。好的，我们也来看一下我们今天的题目是什么。Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. Okay, so now we can see the question is, which hero did ASE Han use in Game 6? 这道题目呢是刚才这把比赛当中，那自己用到的是哪个英雄呢？哎，其实说到刚才这把比赛，我觉得有一点非常的可惜啊。能不能我知道就是决赛圈当中是有一些就是主要是被针对了，但是如果说当时那一波没有被针对的话，你们这个阵容应该怎么运营到决赛圈？后面有没有说法？你们跟我们分析一下。Okay, so I would like to know because in the latest game, we know it's really pity in the final circle, but I would like to know, so what's the strategy actually in the game? 也想问一下，其实当时你们自己本身的一个策略是怎么样的呢？
因为这个阵容它有个双变身、双战场嘛，然后就是如果那一波我们能活下来的话，然后决赛圈我们是大概率有吃鸡能力的，因为我们有月山是有2条命的，就可以保级。然后可惜就没办法，就死在那里，然后就这把运营就白费了。
真的非常可惜啊，不然今天又可以看到 ASE 再多拿一个 MVP， 对不对 ？Okay, so I think it's really like a pity in the final circle. To be honest, like our hero combination, we have the like double ultimate and circleization. If we can use that, and we will get the MVP. We are ensure we can get MVP. But you know, it's really pity because like 2 teams focus on us. That's why really a pity. Okay, I think our players prepare and let's start counting. 那小韩应该准备就绪了，接下来让我们一起进入倒计时吧，来吧。
3、2、1。
Screenshot. Okay. ，Yes, the correct answer is B. It's okay, it's okay. 说明你的手速不仅手速快，语速也很快，对不对？好的，那 Okay, we know that after the championship, it's now like your team really have great work, and I would like to know, so in the resting time, so what guys you like do for the group?那我也想知道一下，其实我们看到 ASE 整个队伍，其实在上次夺冠之后，感觉今天更加的脱胎换骨了，感觉整个队融合的非常好。哎，这个休赛能不能跟我们分享有趣的事情？到底休赛的时候团队一起去做了些什么呀？
首先我们夺了冠之后，本来是说去马尔代夫玩，结果护照没有办下来，然后就改成等打完秋季赛再去马尔代夫，就先去了趟三亚，然后出海钓鱼。然后在海上玩冲浪、跳伞很爽。
哦，非常多的这个体育运动，哎，感觉这个体育运动也把你们这个，因为竞技本身也是体育运动的一项嘛，更加把你们这个竞技精神，还有你们这个能力都给提上来了。顺便也还有一个出国的梦想一直在前方照耀着你们，是不是？哎，很棒，很棒。So after we get a championship, so we want to go abroad, but unfortunately, because we didn't have the passport yet, so we just can like travel in China first, and after that we go to another city just near the sea and like have a good view and do a lot of sport. And I think it's really fun for us, and so we have like more expectation for the rest of the year. 哇，真的非常棒，非常有趣！再次感谢韩王，再次感谢你，感谢来到我们赛后采访。哎，那现在我们也要把心思再回到比赛，希望你们这个赛季可以拿到好成绩，好不好？Cheer up for you and thank you for today's interview, and we will get back to our casters.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a spectacular day, and congratulations to ASC and how well they performed today. They definitely played out of their minds today. Definitely surprised me. I didn't really get to see a lot of their gameplay last season. They were definitely under the radar, and it surprised me that they were able to steal it away, but they definitely deserved it after showing just how prepared they were opening up this season, and they don't plan on slowing down. But Duncan, it's been a wonderful day casting with you. Any closing thoughts for this trios of things you hope for in the future and what to look forward for everyone at home?
Well, I mean, it's a lot to look forward to. I feel like there's so much potential for this upcoming season, because unless Wu Chen comes back and he's allowed to be played again, these teams are going to have to continue looking for new ways to fit Viper into certain compositions, and everyone is in innovation mode. You know, we see it from TXJ, of course, but he's always done this. You know, he's always been doing this. But it looks as though there are other teams who are looking to innovate in certain ways. We see the Feria variation of the Yushan Matari. We see different variations of Viper, Justina, Syra, Viper, Matari, Zai, Viper, this, that, and the other. You know, there's so many different possibilities right now. We saw some Karumi Monk Valda. We saw some Justina Monk. You know, all sorts of different things are coming through, and depending on when we get the new patch, because not only will the new patch bring the new character Enor into the meta, but it will also likely shift Syra's her prowess within all of these different team compositions. You know, Syra has been ever present ever since she was sort of brought into the game. She wasn't around for a very short period of time, but then as soon as they buffed her again, she immediately came back in and was a very dominant figure in multiple different compositions. So once Syra's power gets adjusted and reallocated, I think we're going to see even more changes to the meta and the compositions that we see get played the most, which I think is probably the most exciting thing about the upcoming NBPL season, because I reckon we'll probably be moving to the new patch. Well, definitely not before EWC, but perhaps for Biweekly 3, we might be moving over to it. So who knows exactly when, but I'm excited to see what that will bring for the future of NARAKA Trios.
Yeah, so much to look forward to, so much in the works. EWC around the corner, new rules around the corner. And just like you said, Duncan, so much possibility with the new composition, and still, even after all the years, NARAKA is still evolving. A lot of new compositions being played, a lot of new ideas being played. So I'm looking forward to the future of new things, Duncan. But for you guys, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be all for us at NBPL. I am Raven PLZ. I was joined by the wonderful, the splendid Duncan Donuts. We were your casters today. Thank you guys for watching, and be safe out there. And have a good day, good night, and good afternoon.
母亲还没有睁眼，看他写的字，走过时间，那些诗句压着古卷时给我的信笺，还是杂片，静静地闻着弹面，静静地等在人间。酥油茶放在门外，我都没有听见。那信上说常跪在山前，问菩萨我儿在哪个人间。菩萨手中像就像是冰滴的脸，在魂魄乘着轮回的劫。你爱是不停的修真，它是最后一人，困在无尽心如火焰。我念这个佛经在你远行之前，一劫白一念真是落三千。到时你可听见心灵踏破，不见到你身边。静静地闻着弹烟，静静地等在人间。酥油茶放在门外，我都没有听见。那信上说常跪在山间，问菩萨我儿在哪个人间。菩萨手中像就像是冰滴的脸，对魂魄乘着轮回的劫。你